Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 1 of our story. If you like this What If story and want to see part 2, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by Mr. Author 18 on Wattpad. Now let's start. The Awakening. That's mean, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. Can't you see he's crying? If you come any closer, I'll get angry. A green-haired kid yelled as he took his fighting stance to protect a kid behind him. But despite having the courage to act, the green-haired boy knew well that he had no chance to win this fight. In fact, he was scared, shaking, and had visible tears in his eyes, but he just wanted to protect his peer who was being bullied by his so-called best friend. Even though you're quirkless. The bully called 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 said while he and his lackeys activated their superpowers. You're pretending to be a hero, Deku. He added with an evil grin before he and his lackeys began their assault on the poor green-haired boy. Once the beating started, so did the pain that was followed by his shrieks. All men are not born equal. This is the harsh reality that Izuku Midoriya learned at the age of 4. He was now lying on the ground and breathing after getting beaten up by 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, 𝐀𝐮, and his lackeys for defending his peer. The same peer who ran away once the bullies started beating the SHT out of Izuku. Izuku wasn't sad though. He knew that his quirk will soon manifest. That way, he'll have the chance to become a great hero who can save everyone, or so he thought. At the hospital, you should probably give it up. The doctor pointed out without any care in the world. Once the doctor's words registered in his head, Izuku's face was ripped of any emotions. He didn't know how to react to this announcement. He was just told that he's quirkless and should give up on being a hero. The boy was so shocked that he dropped his All Might action figure and any other words the doctor said fell on deaf ears. Is there something wrong with my Izuku? Most of the other kindergartners' quirks have already manifested. He's the only one. Inko asked, before collecting Izuku's toy that he just dropped. She was worried about her son and didn't want to believe the doctor's words. She knew that if they were true, then that would mean that Izuku's dream will be crushed. It will end right here. The doctor then proceeded to explain that from what he saw from Izuku's X-ray, the boy had 2 joints in his pinky toe, which meant that he'll never manifest a quirk. The second announcement that served as a confirmation left Inko with a very devastated Izuku. That night, Izuku was watching his favorite video, the one of his idol's debut, All Might. That video never failed to put a smile on Izuku's face, but tonight things were different. Everything is fine now. But because I am here. The #1 hero All Might exclaimed while saving the civilians. Mom. Izuku called his mother with a weak, monotone voice and of any emotions. No matter what trouble you're in, he'll save you with a smile. Izuku slowly turned his chair to face his mom, his eyes already watery and filled with tears, ready to be unleashed. A super cool hero. That's what I want to be. Can I still be dash? Izuku didn't get to finish his sentence because before he could, Inko immediately rushed to her son with tears coming out of her eyes too. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. I wish things were different. Inko exclaimed as she pulled her only son in a tight hug in an attempt to comfort him, but truth to be told they needed someone to comfort them both. That's not what I wanted you to say, Izuku said in his mind as waterworks poured out his eyes. I want to be a hero. And that was how Izuku Midoriya was dubbed quirkless, having no superpower at all in a society where 80% of its population had a quirk. This made him a social outcast, deemed worthless, and being a constant target for bullies, especially from his former best friend, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, who gave Izuku the insulting name Deku, which simply means useless. However, unbeknown to anyone and Izuku himself, fate had different plans for him. He was destined to walk a different path from everyone else, a path filled with sadness, hatred, and defeats, but also happiness, joy, love, and many victories until he reaches the end of his goal. Around 10 years later, Izuku had just arrived at his school, 𝐴LDRA Junior High, after witnessing this morning the debut of the new pro hero, 𝐿 and taking notes on her quirk in his hero analysis journal. Since you're all 3rd years, it's time for you to think seriously about your future. I'll pass out handouts for your future plans, but you're all pretty much planning to go into the hero course, right? The teacher pointed out with enthusiasm. Yes. The class shouted back and cheered except for Bakugo and Izuku. The latter was just looking down at his desk and slightly raising his hand. Yes, you all have wonderful quirks. But using your powers in school is against the rules. Don't lump us all in the same group. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. Bakugo pointed out, much to his peers' anger. You all should shut up like the extras you are. Bakugo replied to his classmates. Oh, if I remember correctly, you want to go to UA High, right, Bakugo? The teacher questioned the blonde ash-hair student. The rest of the students were surprised since UA is the best hero course high school in Japan, as well as the hardest to get accepted to. However, they knew that if someone had what it takes to make it to UA, then it must be their talented classmate, Katsuki Bakugo. That's exactly why you guys are just extras. I aced the mock test. I'm the only one at this school who could possibly get into UA. I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. My name will be inscribed on the list of top earners. Oh yeah, Midoriya wanted to go to UA, too, right? The teacher announced, which made Midoriya flinch in his seat and look nervously at Bakugo. The whole class immediately laughed at their teacher's words, as they thought it was so funny that Izuku, the quirkless kid, was thinking that he could get into UA. However, Bakugo, his bully, immediately fired an explosion at Izuku's desk and proceeded to threaten him with his explosions. Oikyu, you're below the rejects. You're a quirkless freak. How can you even stand in the same ring as me? You DMN nerd. No, wait, Kaken. It's just that it has been my goal since I was little. And well, I won't know unless I try. Izuku nervously stuttered. What do you mean, unless you try? You piece of are you taking the F test for fun? What the hell can you do? You're quirkless, Steve. Bakugo growled, while Izuku just remained silent. He was too afraid to retaliate after all. Izuku looked down and clenched his fists. I won't give up. I know that I can be a hero too, I'll just have to show them. He mentally thought. The school's bell rang, meaning that it was the end of the school day. Everyone began to pack their stuff and leave, but Bakugo decided to continue bugging Izuku. He stole his hero analysis journal 13 and burned it with an explosion, before finally throwing it from the window. Izuku just screamed in panic as he saw his latest hero analysis journal being thrown away. If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quick way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a last chance dive off the roof. This was the last thing Bakugo harshly said without a care, before he and his lackeys left while laughing, finally leaving Izuku alone. However, Izuku was so disturbed and devastated. He was so sad, disappointed, and angry at Bakugo. How could he say something like this to him? After picking up his journal, which he managed to find, Izuku took a shortcut to be able to return to his home faster. Bad days like this one always made him want to go back home as fast as possible. But as he was passing through a tunnel, he was captured by a sludge villain who was trying to take control of his body. Izuku started to cry, struggle, and lose his consciousness as he couldn't breathe. Is this really the end of my life? Izuku thought, as his mind began to drift away. Luckily for Izuku though, the number one hero, the symbol of peace, All Might, came out of nowhere to save the day. It's all right now, young man. I'm here. The top hero said his catchphrase, before dodging the incoming attacks. He then pulled his arm to punch the villain. Texas smash. The hero shouted, before his attack landed on the ugly sludge villain, freeing Izuku from his grasp. When Izuku woke up from his unconsciousness, he immediately entered fanboy mode as the sight of his idol registered in his mind. He asked him to sign his hero journal number 13 but gasped in delight when he saw that he already signed it. But then Izuku wanted to ask All Might one last thing. A question that mattered more than anything to him. A question that still roamed his mind for over 10 years. Can I become a hero? Even if I'm quirkless? Izuku said in his mind. However, Izuku saw that the number one hero was about to leave, saying that he had to turn the villain to the authorities. This caused Izuku to panic. This may be his only chance, as he doesn't know if he will ever have the opportunity to meet All Might again. After all Might is a very busy person. So, in a desperate attempt, he decided to take the risk and grab onto All Might as he took off and jumped high into the air. All Might noticed that Izuku was hanging onto his leg for dear life, so he was forced to land on a roof, even though his transformation was running out. When they landed, there was a huge puff of smoke, and when it cleared, it was revealed to be a skinny, almost anorexic-looking version of All Might. Why, you're deflating. Where's All Might? Wait, don't tell me. An imposter? Are you an imposter? Izuku panicked and asked with visible confusion. He wanted to know where did his idol go. I'm indeed All Might, and this is my true form. My real name is 𝗧𝗓𝗠. All Might replied, deciding that it would be best not to lie about his secret identity. However, the BLD coming out of his mouth wasn't doing a good job convincing Izuku. No way! Izuku shouted in panic again. He was having a hard time processing all of this. All Might then explained to Izuku that 5 years ago, he fought a villain who mortally wounded his respiratory system and destroyed his stomach. He visited countless doctors, but neither one could do a DMN thing. This injury has now limited All Might to only being able to complete 3 hours of hero work each day. All Might also explained that the public doesn't know this information because he still has to keep the persona of the symbol of peace. If word got out of his true condition, then villains could take advantage of the situation and cause more havoc. That is why it is necessary for All Might to never show any weakness and to always have a smile on his face so that the people won't have to worry, because I am here. After All Might's explanation, Izuku decided to ask the question. Can I become a hero even though I'm quirkless? Izuku finally asked. I'm sorry, but I cannot simply say, you can become a hero even without a quirk. All Might replied with a serious tone. The job of a hero is too dangerous for somebody without a quirk. Rampaging villains would do anything they can do to achieve their goals, and that means killing as well. It is alright to dream big, young man, but you also need to put reality into consideration. All Might explained, while Izuku felt as if pieces of him were being shattered, just like the day when he discovered that he was quirkless. I see. Izuku weakly murmured, trying his best to hide his pain and hold his tears. If you want to help others, then you could also become a police officer. They're often teased because they get villains delivered to their doorstep, but that is also a fine occupation. All Might added. Finally, All Might asked to keep all of what he told Izuku a secret, as the public don't need to know that the symbol of peace was at all vulnerable. After that, he exited the rooftop and left Izuku alone. Izuku Midoriya was speechless. He didn't know how to react. He had just been told by his idol and hero that he blatantly could not be a hero no matter how hard he tried. All because he wasn't born with a quirk. Something that was completely out of his hands. All Might was the only light left for him in this world, his last hope. But now, the last embers of hope he had, disappeared. He then looked around and remembered that he was on a rooftop. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a last chance dive off the roof. Bakugo's words came into his head. Is this really the only way? He asked himself as he took a few steps towards the edge of the building. He was considering taking Bakugo's advice. Izuku stared at the street below. The building was sure high enough, and if he jumped headfirst, then he'll definitely die. It may hurt for a second, but it's not like he wasn't used to pain. He has already endured quite a lot as it is. He took one more step, but then he remembered his mother. No. God, no. What am I thinking? I would break my mother's heart if I did that. I already promised her. He said to himself as he backed away. At that time, he failed to notice the smoke coming from a district far away. With All Might, it really pains me to break a young man's dream like this, but I think it was the right thing to tell him. All Might murmured until he remembered something. Wait a minute. Midoriya, no way. Could it really be? All Might questioned the boy's identity in his head but was quickly cut off by the sound of an explosion. Back to Izuku, there were so many emotions going through Izuku at that moment. Sadness, anger, hurt, depression, but the biggest one was definitely disappointment. Disappointment in himself and his idol. How could he say that? He's supposed to inspire hope into people and motivate them to achieve their dreams. These were the thoughts of Izuku Midoriya as he left the rooftop and proceeded to the ground, but then suddenly he heard an explosion. What was that? He questioned while rubbing his eyes. They were itchy for some reason. Demen Izuku, you shouldn't cry, you already knew the answer. He thought to himself while rubbing his eyes before the itchy feeling finally went away. Izuku then proceeded to run towards the place where the explosion came from out of habit. He walked towards the large crowd to see the fight that started earlier. Why am I even here? Izuku questioned himself as he remembered All Might's words and the disappointment he felt. It was no use observing quirks and analyzing them anymore since he finally understood that he'll never become a hero. However, when Izuku took a closer look and saw the sludge villain, he felt guilty. It's because of me that the sludge villain escaped from All Might. It's my fault, I'm so sorry. He mentally apologized. And from the looks of it, the villain was causing a lot of trouble. Damn it, I really am useless. Izuku said in frustration. He hated himself, he hated the fact that he was useless, that he would never amount to anything, but now he hated himself because he caused more trouble to All Might and the other heroes. He didn't even realize that the itchy feeling in his eyes came back. Then he looked to see a bunch of pro-heroes unable to do a thing as the sludge villain had a hostage. When he looked again at the villain, he realized that the hostage was none other than 𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿, who looked like he needed help. At least from everyone's perspective minus 𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿. Izuku just kept staring at 𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿 until their eyes met. Music. You say run at that moment, something began to build up inside Izuku. It was a piece of him, one which he thought he cast away, but no, he couldn't because after all Izuku was a true hero. Yes, and that piece was his will to save those in need, it was his heroic spirit. So, without hesitation, Izuku rushed towards the villain so fast without thinking, he couldn't even hear the pro-heroes shouting at him to step back. Stop! Death Arms shouted, trying to stop Izuku. What the hell, that quirkless kid? All Might thought as he saw Izuku running towards the sludge villain. While he was rushing, Izuku started to remember his past, everything he has gone through. But as he was going, Izuku's eyes began to change, their color was a glowing red and his pupils appeared to be surrounded by a black ring. His right eye had one 𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿 on the ring while his left had two. He suddenly realized that everything was moving slower and slower. He didn't know what was happening right now and he didn't care, he just kept running. The sludge villain tried to attack him, but Izuku easily dodged the attacks as he was able to see them coming from a mile away. Deku, stay back. 𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿 murmured weakly, before losing his consciousness. You looked like you were asking for help. Izuku said with tears in his eyes, as he didn't know if he'll survive this battle, he only knew that he had to save 𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿. Izuku then grabbed 𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿 and tried to free him, but then dodged as the sludge villain used the latter's explosion quirk to fire an explosion. I really am pathetic. While I'm standing here doing nothing, an innocent child is risking his life in my place. All Might thought as he was carefully watching Izuku. Wait, his eyes are different. All Might questioned in shock as he noticed Izuku's eyes. Just as the second explosion was coming, Izuku grabbed 𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿's wrist and pushed it so that the palm of his hand would face the villain's eye, and with that, the second explosion was shot directly at the villain's eye, blinding him. The villain yelped in pain, and Izuku seized the opportunity to free the unconscious 𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿 from his grasp and grabbed him. However, the villain managed to regain his composure and shouted, "I'll kill you, kid." And as he was rushing to attack Izuku and the unconscious 𝐻𝐿𝐻𝐿, All Might appeared, blocking the attack. I really am pathetic. I really need to practice what I preach. Izuku's eyes shot open and he turned around slowly, feeling intense relief wash over him. The towering figure of All Might stared back at him with a smile as wide as he'd ever seen, the back of his shirt dripping with presumably the slime he shielded the teens from. Apologies for taking so long, but have no fear. But because I am here. He said his catchphrase, before pulling back his arm to punch the villain. Detroit Smash. With that, All Might delivered the mother of all uppercuts, splattering the sludge villain, extinguishing most of the fires, and creating a freaking rainstorm that was preceded by a moment of silence. Holy 𝐮𝐿𝐻𝐿. He changed the weather with one punch. A bystander cried out in awe as the crowd erupted into triumphant cheers. After the incident, Izuku's eyes became normal again and the pro-heroes didn't wait for any second to scold him for rushing out there against the sludge villain. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger. Death Arms scolded Izuku. However, 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐽𝐸 followed by Death Arms praised Bakugo for his bravery and even offered him to become their sidekick once he becomes a hero. Izuku just rolled his eyes at the irony. He wanted to apologize to All Might, but the hero was currently overwhelmed by an army of fans and reporters, so Izuku decided to go back home. On his way back, Izuku was thinking about apologizing to All Might on his website when he heard his insulting name. He turned around to see Bakugo. Great, he thought. His day was becoming worse by the second. DKU. I never asked you for help. And you didn't help me. Got it? I was fine by myself. You're a quirkless failure playing without a full deck. Don't think you can look down on me. Are you trying to make me owe you? Don't look down on me, you dumb nerd. After Bakugo's unique thank you for saving my life, Izuku took a couple of steps to go on his way until someone familiar appeared from an alley. I am here. All Might. Izuku was surprised to see his idol in front of him once again until he transformed back to his skinny form. Ah! He screamed when All Might transformed back. Young man, I came with a thanks, a correction and a suggestion, All Might began. If you hadn't been there, if you hadn't told me about your life, I wouldn't have been able to act. You, the quirkless timid boy, have inspired me to act and go over my limit. All Might said while Izuku was in awe from his words. Music, you can become a hero. Top heroes have stories about them since school days, but most of their stories have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. All Might exclaimed as Izuku began to tear up. He slowly understood what All Might was trying to say. Izuku clenched his fists and looked down. Was this really happening? Is he going to find a new light of hope? That was true for you too, wasn't it? All Might said while looking at Izuku, who was now sure of what the older man was trying to tell him. Yeah. His voice cracked because he was crying. He then held his chest and fell on his knees, before remembering all the hardships and pain he faced in his life because he was quirkless. Izuku remembered his mother's words. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Izuku. That's not it, Back then what I wanted you to say. The words I wanted to hear were, you can become a hero. All Might said to Izuku, who was crying even harder as he clenched his chest, the former understanding what Izuku has been through. After all those years of hardships, he finally heard the words he always wanted to hear, the words that will fix his broken dream. Then, after about a minute, All Might looked at Izuku. His Sharingan was activated again. Oh yeah, you told me you were quirkless yet you possess a quirk, you were even using it while fighting the sludge villain. What does this mean? Izuku looked at All Might shocked as if he said that the earth was flat. I'm sorry, All Might, I think I didn't hear you well, but did you say that I have a quirk? All Might then proceeded to take a picture of Izuku and showed it to him, which made the latter tear up again, but then he started to mutter at a great speed, making it impossible for the writer to comprehend what he was saying. Shut up. It's like your quirk gives you the power to spout nonsense at an incredible speed. All Might shouted and let out a sigh. It seems like you didn't know you had a quirk, which is weird, but we'll talk about it tomorrow. More importantly, do you know how to activate it and deactivate it? Yes, to which Izuku replied with a no. Maybe you can try to remember what made it activate back then and what made it deactivate. All Might suggested. Izuku thought about it for a moment, before remembering that all he was thinking about earlier was saving 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. He couldn't let the villain hurt him or worse because of him. He wanted to save him, even if he was a JRK. But that's not only it, he hated himself for being useless. And right now he was remembering his sad and cursed past, but All Might's words really made a great emotional impact on him. So, he deduced that his new quirk activates from emotional stress, or at least he thinks so. So, he then proceeded to relax before his Sharingan faded. Did you figure it out? All Might asked the young teen. I think. Izuku tried to concentrate and reactivated his Sharingan, the itch in his eyes that he felt for a second confirming it until he felt tired and deactivated it. Yeah, I figured it out, but I still don't know its powers. Well, we can leave that for tomorrow. Anyways, young Midoriya, I want you to inherit my power. Your power? Izuku questioned, totally surprised by what he just heard. The tabloids called it superhuman strength and a boost, and I constantly dodged the question during interviews with a funny joke. Because the symbol of peace, all might, had to be a natural-born hero. But young man, I will tell you the truth. My quirk was passed on to me like a sacred torch. All Might explained. It was passed on to you. Izuku questioned in complete shock. That's right, and next it's your turn. Wait a minute. It's true that your quirk is something hotly debated as one of the world's greatest mysteries. So much so that not a day goes by when I don't see someone talking about it online. But, well, I don't really understand what you mean by inheriting or passing on a quirk. I've never heard of anything like that before, and it's never even been conjectured in the debate. Why is that? Is it because since the dawn of history, a quirk like that was never confirmed? In the first place, Izuku began to mutter again, but was thankfully stopped by All Might, who gave him a chop on his head. Nonsense. I may hide a lot of things, but I don't lie. The power to transfer power. That is the quirk I inherited. I was crowned with one for all. All Might exclaimed as a white light shined from his palm. One for all. That's right. One person cultivates the power and passes it on to another person, who also cultivates it and passes it on. It is the crystallization of power that spins together the voices of those who need help with a courageous heart. All Might further explained. Why are you giving me something so great? Izuku asked. Was he really worthy of such power, All Might's power? I have been looking for a successor. And then I thought it would be right for you to inherit it. You were just a quirkless hero fanboy, or so you thought, but you were more heroic than anyone else back there. All Might said as Izuku started to tear up again. So, I'm giving you this offer. Izuku Midoriya, I want you to be my successor. Izuku didn't need to think about it twice. After what All Might did for him. After he gave him hope again. Hope that was so much stronger than ever as the past embers became a roaring inferno. There was no way he could refuse his offer. I accept, Izuku responded, and All Might smirked at his successor. The next day Izuku was heading to UA early in the morning, just like All Might instructed him. While he was on his way to UA High School, Izuku was trying to process everything that happened yesterday. And he had to admit he still couldn't believe it. I got a quirk of my own, fought a villain to save 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, and not only did I meet the #1 hero All Might but became his successor. And right now, I'm just a few steps away from UA's gates. It's unbelievable. Is this a dream or something? Izuku thought as he finally arrived at UA's main entrance. He was met by the sight of his hero and idol, All Might, something he wasn't quite used to yet. In fact, it was so hard for him not to enter his fanboy mode. The only thing that was stopping him was his curiosity as to why All Might brought him to UA. He just told him yesterday over the phone to meet him there, but why, he had no idea. I have All Might's phone number. Izuku screamed in his head. It will take some time for him to stop fanboying over every little thing All Might say or do, hopefully. His thoughts were finally interrupted by All Might. Young Midoriya, you came on time just like I told you. All Might said while giving Midoriya a visitor's pass. Izuku gawked at the card for a few seconds, before he entered the school and followed All Might. They kept walking for a few minutes until they reached one of the school's buildings. Where are we going? Izuku asked while walking in the corridors. You're going to meet my personal doctor so that we could learn more about your quirk. All Might replied before he opened a door which revealed that they have arrived at the nurse's office. Young Midoriya, meet Recovery Girl, she's my doctor. Once Izuku saw the heroine, he couldn't help but go into his fanboy mode. Recovery Girl, I know her. The youthful heroine who can almost heal any injury. Izuku began to mutter, but then looked at All Might, who was face-palming. Sorry, Izuku said with embarrassment. All Might then decided to change into his true form. It was better to conserve his energy for when he'll need it. So, this is your successor 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, the one you mentioned over the phone yesterday. Quite young, to be honest. Recovery Girl pointed out as she examined Izuku. The boy was so thin and scrawny that one would think that he's malnourished or something. All Might nodded and then said, "Young Midoriya here has the heart to become a true hero. He awakened his quirk yesterday and I want you to examine him." "Very well, show me your quirk, young man." Izuku nodded and activated his Sharingan. I see you already know how to activate it. Good, now tell me, during the sludge villain attack, how did you feel? Izuku then proceeded to remember yesterday's fight. "I saw everything moving slower, or more like I was able to predict his movements every time he tried to attack me, and so I dodged them easily. I could even say that I was able to see the slightest tension in his muscles if I concentrated hard enough." Both All Might and Recovery Girl were amazed at how such a quirk made this frail boy this strong from the first time using it. "I can clearly see that it's a powerful quirk," Recovery Girl replied, which made Izuku smile sheepishly and blush as he rubbed the back of his head. "But I need more information. It seems that I can study your quirk more when you're fighting," Recovery Girl said. "So, you want me to fight him?" All Might replied, which made Izuku gulp. Recovery Girl elbowed All Might's side, saying, "Of course not, you idiot, you would be too strong for the boy." Recovery Girl sighed then said, "I have the perfect candidate for this job. He owes me anyways. However, before we get to that, young boy, did you manifest any other power?" What do you mean?" Izuku asked in confusion. "Your file here says that your mother has weak telekinesis and your father can spit fire. Can you use any of those powers?" She asked him as she and All Might's eyes narrowed, expecting something from Izuku. "When I was a kid, I tried to use any of my parents' quirks, but it didn't," Izuku explained. However, he didn't know if things could be different now. Who knows, maybe his quirk was a mutation of either. "Think you can attract my pen?" she asked. "I'll try," Izuku responded. For many years, he has watched his mom using her quirk and even asked her to explain how she uses it, hoping that somehow, he had his mother's quirk but didn't know how to use it. He tried to focus and use his mother's tips to attract the pen, but nothing happened. Maybe if I activate my quirk something could happen, he thought as he activated his Sharingan and tried to use his mother's quirk, but once again he failed. "I can't use my mother's quirk," he finally said after his failed attempt. "What about your father's? Can you use it?" All Might asked before he and Recovery Girl gave each other a quick look as if something was a little odd. Meanwhile, Izuku tried his best to make flames come out of his mouth, but nothing came out except for his salvia. "Sorry," Izuku said. "It's fine, it's part of the test," she assured him. "I think it's time now to go outside and further study your quirk." A few minutes later, Izuku, All Might in his muscle form, and Recovery Girl were in the track field waiting for the person Recovery Girl called for help. "Let's get this over with so that I can go back to my nap," a skinny man said. He was wearing black clothes, a gray scarf, and looked like he was tired and worn out with his messy black hair as if he just came from his bed. "Aizawa, this is an important matter and I want you to help me researching this young boy's quirk. Don't forget that you owe me," Recovery Girl replied, which earned her a sigh from him. Yes, I know." He then glanced at the boy and All Might. "What is he doing here?" Aizawa asked. "Well, I asked him to help me with researching this boy's quirk, since he fought a lot of villains and sure saw a lot of quirks." Recovery Girl lied easily. "Well, let's go, kid, show me your quirk." Izuku activated his Sharingan, to which Aizawa smiled. "This boy has an ocular quirk like me, that's interesting," he mentally thought. Aizawa then proceeded to attack Izuku, going easy on the young boy of course. He tried to land a kick, but Izuku was able to predict his movements and perfectly dodge. Aizawa then decided to use his scarf to capture Izuku and go a bit harder on the boy. This time Izuku hardly dodged the attack. Not bad, but this kid's physical attributes are worse than average. It seems to me that he's only able to dodge thanks to his quirk and his analysis. I wonder what would happen if I pushed him more. Aizawa then rushed and landed a roundhouse kick to Izuku's side, which made the latter fall on the ground. He managed to get up, only to be met with a punch to his face, which knocked him back. "If all you're going to do is dodge my attacks, you will never win. I thought you had potential, but it seems I was wrong about you," Aizawa said, in a cold and monotone voice as he watched Izuku shaking for some reason. Music, My Hero Academia OS. You say run. After hearing his words, Izuku was nervous and angry at himself. He clenched his fists in anger as the beating brought back some bad memories. Even after I got a quirk, nothing has changed. I'm still useless. A Deku. And on top of that, said that I had no potential in front of All Might. At this rate, All Might could give up on me being his successor. Izuku thought in frustration. All Might said I can become a hero. He offered me to become his successor. I can't let him down. I can't fail him. I need to show them all that I can become a hero too. Izuku mentally thought as he began to get up again. Aizawa is sure pushing the kid. Both All Might and Recovery Girl thought. Izuku stood again on his feet after an elbow to his chest. With a determined look in his eyes, he started dodging more of Aizawa's attacks, but it was like he was predicting every move. No, he knew how Aizawa would move. Aizawa was in awe, sure he was holding back on the kid, but this isn't something he sees every day. But then Aizawa was more shocked to see Izuku moving like him. Sure, his moves lacked the same agility and flexibility levels, but these were indeed his movements. Aizawa wasn't the only one surprised. Even All Might and Recovery Girl were shocked to see Izuku taking the offensive. The Sharingan user tried to imitate All Might's punches, which Aizawa easily dodged, but then Izuku switched to using Aizawa's kicks. Even though his moves were sloppy and doing nothing since Aizawa dodged them all, Izuku wasn't going to give up. He got a chance yesterday to change his miserable life, and he wasn't going to let it go. Mr. Aizawa. Aizawa looked at the boy in awe, his eyes widening at Izuku's determined face. I do have potential, Izuku yelled with a smile on his face. He ducked to dodge Aizawa's kick and then jumped to punch him in the face, only for the punch to graze Aizawa, who managed to dodge the punch at the last second. That's enough, Recovery Girl said. Let's all go back to my office. Aizawa wasn't able to take his eyes off Izuku for a moment. Something just happened during their battle, and he thinks he already knows what is it. Aizawa said, I want to test something first. Midoriya, right? Come with me to the gym, you guys can come too. Upon arriving at the gym, Aizawa proceeded to grab his scarf and use it to capture a dummy using one of his basic capture techniques. He then turned to face Izuku. Midoriya, I want you to capture this dummy the same way I did. Here, take it. Izuku grabbed Aizawa's scarf and stared at it. Are you sure I'll be able to use it like you? Izuku asked. Yes, just try to copy what I did. Aizawa replied. Okay. Izuku said, as he tightened his grip on the capture weapon and started to mimic Aizawa's movements, capturing the dummy the same way Aizawa did. I did it. Izuku cheered. Everyone was clearly surprised, especially Aizawa. He stared at the dummy for a moment, before turning to Izuku. Midoriya, did you know that it took me a year of training to perfect this capture technique I just showed you? What do you mean? Izuku asked. Sonny, it seems that your eyes also give you the power to copy other people's fighting style, Recovery Girl replied. Izuku was shocked as he heard what he can do. Can he copy quirks too? All Might asked. Well, that's an interesting theory, let's see. Recovery Girl proceeded to kiss Izuku's forehead to heal him, which made Izuku flinch for a second. Well, can you copy my quirk? Izuku then proceeded to try to stretch his lips like Recovery Girl but eventually failed. Good job everyone, now let's go back to my office. Recovery Girl said. I still want to check something. After they all arrived at Recovery Girl's office, with even Aizawa tagging along, Recovery Girl proceeded to check on Izuku's eyes. After a moment, Izuku said that he's tired and can no longer keep his quirk activated. It's okay, Midoriya. I think I already have everything I need. Recovery Girl said with a gentle smile, as she tapped a few things on her keyboard. Did you figure out what his quirk is, Recovery Girl? All Might asked. Not really, I never saw a quirk like his before, but I can say that it's a transformation type. When he activates his quirk, he can predict his opponent's movements, as if he was slightly seeing the future. He can even see the slightest tension in his opponent's muscles, giving him an enhanced perception, but the most shocking thing is that he can copy his opponent's fighting style and techniques, with a restriction though. His body must be physically able to do it. 𝐬𝐬𝐴 pointed out. After fighting the Sharingan user, he managed to break his quirk and know its limits and weaknesses. Exactly. Recovery Girl replied with a nod. Looks like you'll have to train your body, young Midoriya. If you do, I have no doubt that you'll become a great hero. All Might pointed out, which made Izuku smile. Well, there's something else you need to know, Recovery Girl said, while showing them a picture of Izuku's right eye and left eye beside each other. If you look at his right eye, he has only one of those things that looks like a comma, a tomo to be precise, but on his left eye he has two of them. Yeah, I was really surprised to see this when I looked at myself in the mirror yesterday. Izuku replied, curious about the reason why he didn't have the same number of tomo in both. All I can say is that maybe his quirk can awaken to a next level where both of his eyes will have the two tomos. Recovery Girl deduced. His quirk can become even stronger. Now that's good news for you, young Midoriya, All Might said, smiling at his successor. Indeed, it seems like he does have a lot of untapped potential. 𝐬𝐴 added. Finally, I realized that Midoriya can activate his quirk for 15 minutes until he gets tired since his quirk uses a lot of stamina. Recovery Girl said. We can call it Sharingan, the copy wheel eye. Sharingan, it's a cool name. Thanks a lot for today, Recovery Girl, and you too, Mr. 𝐬𝐴 and All Might. Izuku said while bowing, showing respect to his elders before leaving. Midoriya, if you manage to get into UA, I'll be sure you end up in my class, 𝐬𝐴 thought, showing a great interest in the boy. The next day, Izuku woke up early. He knew he had to meet All Might at Dogoma Municipal Beach at 5 a.m. and set off early to be on time. He had to admit, he was surprised by the sight of the dumpster in front of him. Right on time, young Midoriya, I have to say your fight with 𝐬𝐴 yesterday was impressive. Even if he won't admit it, I'm sure that he was impressed too with your quirk. But as you heard yesterday, we need to work on your physical shape so that you can become even stronger. Not to mention to be able to inherit one for all too, cause if the vessel isn't strong enough, I believe your limbs will explode. All Might said while laughing. Izuku was happy to hear his mentor's comment until the last part, which made him panic and scream. So, is this where I'm going to train? Izuku asked as he looked around him. He was wondering why would All Might bring him to a dumpster like this. Yes, you'll have to clear all the trash here. Heroes these days all think about fame and money, while in the past being a hero meant helping the community without something in exchange. I did some research and found how appealing this beach used to be until it became a dumpster, so I want you, young Midoriya, to clean this place. All Might explained, and Izuku couldn't help but think that All Might had a point. I see, I will gladly do it, All Might, Izuku replied with a determined look on his face. That's the spirit, but there's something else I want you to do, All Might said, which made Izuku curious. I want you to go 3 dojos, 1 dojo per 3 months. After you left yesterday, 𝐬𝐴 commented on how stronger you could get if you get some combat experience, and after watching your sparring match with 𝐬𝐴, I thought it would be better if you learned some martial arts. 3 dojos. Well, of course, I'll have to work harder than anyone to get to the number 1 spot in the entrance exam. Do you have any recommendation, All Might? Well, I highly recommend a Muay Thai dojo, maybe a Taekwondo dojo would help too, and the third one I'm leaving it up to you. Muay Thai and Taekwondo, Izuku murmured. But what about the third one? Izuku thought back to when he was fighting 𝐬𝐴. Maybe I can use a capture weapon like his. But I don't know the material his weapon is made of, and he won't have the time to teach me himself. I also need something I could use safely without injuring someone or myself. Izuku thought for a moment before realizing what he wanted to do. I'll train on how to use a staff. If one day something happens that makes me unable to use my quirk, I'll need to be able to defend myself. That's a good choice, young Midoriya, and quite the reasoning you got there. Here, take this, I call it, Aim to Pass American Dream Plan Dash. Follow this and I'm sure you'll be able to pass the UA's entrance exam. All Might, it's true that I want to pass, but more importantly I want to be the number 1 applicant. Izuku pointed out, to which All Might smirked. Haha. That's the spirit, young Midoriya. Now get ready because your training begins now, All Might said as he pointed at some tires. Start by clearing those tires, he ordered. And thus began Izuku Midoriya's 10 months of training. He had to admit that All Might's aim-to-pass American Dream plan was incredible, as it did even include his sleep schedule and a special diet to follow. It was also hard since he had to clean the beach early before school, then go to the Muay Thai dojo after school, then go back home to study. When you think of it, it was pretty hard, but Izuku made sure to follow it. The good thing was that after the sludge villain incident, Bakugo stopped talking and bullying Izuku, which allowed him to focus on his studies and training without any disturbance. Muay Thai dojo. Izuku entered the kendo dojo, and as he did, he saw an old man sitting at a table and drinking his tea. He had teal eyes, short ginger hair, and was well built for an old man. I am Izuku Midoriya, and I'm here because I wish to learn and train under you. Izuku Midoriya, I can clearly see that you need, well, a lot of training. The older man said as he observed the boy who was in front of him. I have to ask you though, why do you seek my training? He asked. I want to become a great hero, one who will save everyone with a smile, sir. I'm planning on getting into UA as my first step, but right now I'm too weak. I have to get stronger. Very well, I can see that you have a pure heart inside of you. I am Daisuke Kendo and I will gladly train you, Izuku Midoriya. However, I must warn you that things aren't going to be easy for you. Daisuke introduced himself. Thank you very much, and I'll do my best, Kendo-sensei. Izuku replied, eager to start his training. Excellent response. Now show me the power of youth. The man shouted with enthusiasm while Izuku had a puzzled look on his face. 2 months later, for the last 2 months, Izuku trained as hard as he can, always pushing himself, both mentally and physically. Especially the mental part was very difficult for him, or at least during the first few weeks. Izuku would go and copy his sensei's moves and techniques, adapting them to his body's height, weight, and physical attributes. Of course, he would leave the harder techniques for when he becomes stronger, but it didn't stop Daisuke and his pupils' amazement at how fast he was progressing. They all acknowledged the fact that he was some kind of prodigy, as they never knew he was secretly copying their moves with his Sharingan. Something that made him better at using it. One day though, as Izuku had just won one of his sparring matches, Daisuke noticed that Izuku became much stronger than before, but the boy still had some problems like his low self-esteem and lack of confidence, so he decided to invite a special guest for tomorrow. That and his social skills needed some work too. Maybe a new friend could help him. The next day, Izuku went to the dojo and was ready for practice, but was quickly greeted by his sensei, Midoriya, my boy, come here, it's time for a special sparring match. He patted his head and told him to follow him. Yes, Kendo-sensei. Izuku went to the training hall and saw a girl of medium height and a slim build. She had teal eyes and long ginger hair that she wore tied into a high ponytail on the left side of her head. Her bangs are split into 3 clumps around her eyes, and some of her hair sticks up in large tufts on the top of her head. This is my granddaughter, Itsuka Kendo. The old man introduced his grandchild to Izuku. And nice to meet you, Kendo. Izuku stuttered and blushed. He couldn't help but think that Itsuka must be the most appealing girl he ever met. Nice to meet you too, Midoriya. Kendo said with a sweat drop, taken back a little by the boy's antics. Itsuka will be your sparring partner today, Midoriya. What? But I can't. I can't hit a girl, sensei. It goes against my morals. Izuku replied nervously. This was the first time he ever spoke to a girl, and now he had to be less than 2 meters close to one and fight her. No, he wasn't ready for something like this at all. Unfortunately for Izuku though, what he said was a big mistake. What do you mean by that? You think I'm weak? Kendo replied with an angry tone, causing Izuku to flinch. She didn't like when boys refused to fight her because she's a girl. Which is why I decided that you'll spar against her. Look, Midoriya, you have to stop being shy of girls all the time at some point. You know that as a hero, you'll have to fight villainesses sometime. A weakness like this could cost you dearly in battle. Not to mention, your lack of confidence and self-esteem is also an issue at hand, and you know it. You want to become a proper hero, am I right? The older man whispered to the boy. Izuku could only nod in agreement, before the 2 teenagers took their fighting stances and looked in each other's eyes, ready to face each other. At least Izuku was just shaking and looking nervous. He's good I can't see an opening, Izuku thought. Even though he was shaking, Izuku's stance was still almost flawless. Is this really the right thing? How can I just hit a girl? I can't do it, Izuku thought. Izuku was the first one to attack, as she started with a roundhouse kick, but Izuku blocked it with his left hand. This strength is the real deal, Izuku thought as he felt the power of her kick. He may have blocked it, but he still felt the impact reaching his head. Izuku then tried to land a bunch of punches and kicks, but Izuku managed to dodge them until he received a powerful punch to his gut, which made him fall on the ground. What's wrong? Can't you do anything except for running away? Izuku taunted, attempting to make Izuku fight her. However, Izuku stood up again and retook his defensive pose, which made Izuku frown. Izuku decided that she had enough of this. If he wasn't going to attack her, then she may as well end this match immediately. She then rushed at him and elbowed his chest, stunning him, before delivering one last powerful kick to his face, which made Izuku fall on the ground. But why didn't you attack me? Grandpa told me about how strong you are, and that you're one of his strongest students. So why are you holding back on me? Is it because I'm a girl? Izuku said with frustration. I just can't. Izuku began but was quickly interrupted. Is it because I'm a girl that I can't enjoy fighting like boys? Tell me, how is it my fault that I'm a girl? It's not something that I could have chosen. It wasn't a choice. She yelled with a sad expression on her face. It's not like she hated being a girl, but sometimes she wished she could have been a boy if that is what it would have taken for her to enjoy fighting like she wanted to. Izuku was silent for a moment, as he was reflecting on her words before looking back at her. He saw that she had visible tears in her eyes. What am I doing? All my life, people treated me differently because I was quirkless and it made me sad, yet here I am treating Kendo differently because she's a girl. For God's sake, Izuku, you're supposed to become a hero who'll put a smile on people's faces, not make them cry. She's also strong, she's not weak at all. I really am an idiot. Izuku then stood up and took back his fighting stance. I'm sorry, Kendo, it was foolish of me to hold back. Let's have a second round right now, and I promise that this time I'll give it my all, Izuku said with a smile on his face. Izuku looked at Izuku to see if he was making fun of her or something, but she only saw a pure and honest smile. All right, but don't you dare break your promise, you hear me? She said as she wiped her tears and retook her stance, before she rushed at him with another roundhouse kick, only for Izuku to swiftly dodge it and knee her in the stomach. I never break any promises or go back on my words, Izuku exclaimed. At last, someone who won't hold back on me because of my gender, Izuku thought with a smile as she clenched her stomach. She then looked back at Izuku, who was already in front of her, and punched her in her cheek, knocking her down. Do you yield? Izuku asked, with his hand outstretched for her. I do, Izuku replied with a smile, as she grabbed his hand and got up. I have to say you're pretty strong, Kendo, and no one should ever hold back on you or he'll regret it. But you're even stronger, that punch really stung, Izuku replied as she was still clenching her stomach. I'm really sorry, Kendo. Izuku kept bowing and apologizing repeatedly. Izuku gave Izuku a light karate chop on his head before saying, Stop it. You should be happy that you won, also you can call me by my first name. Izuku blushed after saying that. Right. Let's do our best from now on, Izuku. You can call me Izuku too, Izuku said with a blush. I called a girl by her first name. I'm on a first-name basis with a girl, he thought. I won't lose next time, Izuku, Izuku said as she giggled. Daisuke looked at the two teenagers with a smile on his face. Midoriya, Izuku, this experience will surely help both of you grow in your journeys. Or not, he thought, as Izuku was becoming red and a stuttering mess after getting a friendly hug from his granddaughter before he finally passed out. Izuku, are you okay? Oh my God, I think he has a fever. Grandpa, what should we do? Izuku asked her grandfather, worried about her new friend. Just give him some space, Izuku, he's just a hopeless case, Daisuke said as he face-bombed. The next day, A student who has been amazed by Izuku's development for a while now finally decided to approach him. After hearing that he managed to defeat their sensei's granddaughter, who is by far considered one of the strongest 5 in the dojo, he just wanted to face him. That said boy had a tail that looked like a lion's tail. His hair was blonde, had a medium height, and well-built body. "You're Izuku Midoriya, right?" the boy asked. Izuku looked at the owner of the voice, before replying. "Yes. I'm 𝐻𝗫𝗄 𝗪𝗠. I heard that you defeated Kendo-sensei's granddaughter yesterday. Although she comes here from time to time, I'm well aware of her strength. Also, heard that it's only been 2 months since you joined us here." "Yeah, I guess I was lucky," Izuku replied, smiling sheepishly. "Did you need something from me?" Izuku asked. "Midoriya, I want to spar with you." "All right now?" Izuku questioned, surprised by 𝗀𝗪𝗀's request. "Yes, please," 𝗀𝗪𝗀 replied with a lot of enthusiasm, reminding him of Daisuke. "I also want to see that match," Daisuke said as he came to the training hall. "It will be a good experience for both of you, and you'll be able to see how far you've come. I expect a fair fight with no holding back." "Understood." "Yes, Kendo-sensei," the 2 boys replied as they took their stances, each of them trying to find an opening. "Then show me the power of youth," Daisuke shouted. "He's good. I can't find any opening as expected of 𝗀𝗪𝗀, that's for sure one of the top 5 students here," Izuku said in his head, as he analyzed his opponent's stance. But, Izuku thought as he rushed at 𝗀𝗪𝗀 with a punch. "Ow, 𝗧𝗬𝗧!" Izuku shouted as 𝗧𝗬𝗧 was holding a bag of ice and using it on Izuku's shoulder. "Come on Izuku, don't be such a baby, and let's get done with this," 𝗧𝗬𝗧 said as she held the bag of ice on his injury. Izuku grunted as his shoulder really hurt him. He expected 𝗀𝗪𝗀 to be strong, but not this strong. He didn't last long until 𝗀𝗪𝗀 kicked him in his shoulder and elbowed him in his chest. "You really are strong 𝗀𝗪𝗀, you destroyed my shoulder," Izuku pointed out. "You're pretty strong too Midoriya, you made me go all out to win, so don't underestimate yourself. I definitely see now how you were able to defeat Kendo," 𝗀𝗪𝗀 replied. "I kinda wish you didn't," Izuku replied as he held his injured arm. "I'm pretty sure that you'll be a worthy sparring partner. I think we should spar more often," the other teen exclaimed. "Next time, I'll be the one to beat you Izuku," Kendo pointed out. "Am I the dojo's official punching bag or something?" Izuku asked. "May I also spar with you Midoriya?" Daisuke asked with a fake innocent aura, but truth to be told, he just wanted to bully his student. "Sensei, not you too," Izuku replied while the other 2 teens laughed. Izuku looked at both 𝗧𝗬𝗧 and 𝗀𝗪𝗀. This was the first time he really socialized with kids his age in a long time. It was weird, but he kinda liked his interactions with them. They didn't seem like bad people too, and maybe they can become his first real friends. No, for some reason, he can already call them his friends. Daisuke just looked at Izuku, who had a genuine smile on his face. He was happy to know that Izuku was finally coming out of his shell. The 3 martial artists had just finished their training this morning, and since today was just another day of their summer vacation, they decided to hang out together after taking a shower and changing their clothes. And luckily, none of them lived that far from the dojo. Right now, they were currently sitting in a cafe. 𝗧𝗬𝗧 and 𝗀𝗪𝗀 were busy looking at the menu, while Izuku was more invested in his own thoughts. Izuku had to admit that having friends after 10 years of isolation was mentally exhausting. He didn't know how to converse or interact with kids his age. He didn't have any interesting topics to talk about except for heroes, not to mention his sense of humor was lacking, a lot. This made him so nervous. Deep inside, he knew that 𝗧𝗬𝗧 and 𝗀𝗪𝗀 were different from his classmates at his school, but he couldn't help but think that they would get bored of him. Izuku/Midoriya. Both teens called his name, making him flinch before looking back at them. "But," he replied. "You haven't opened your menu yet," 𝗧𝗬𝗧 pointed out. "Kendo and I are ready to order, so we're waiting for you," 𝗀𝗪𝗀 added. "But," Izuku shot back as he quickly held the menu and opened it. "Izuku, you're holding the menu upside down," 𝗧𝗬𝗧 chuckled. "Oh, I guess that's why I am having a hard time reading it." He sheepishly smiled before flipping it back. He was embarrassed about the whole thing. They must think I'm lame now, don't they? He mentally thought. That is because when Izuku used to be a kid, he used to be so clumsy, and sometimes he thinks that other than being quirkless, his clumsiness was one of the reasons Bakugo started to call him Deku. I guess I should just enjoy whatever little time left I have with them. He let out a sigh before closing the menu. I'll get an Oreo milkshake, he simply said. After getting their orders, Itsuka and Ojiro began to talk about their schools and what it's like until it was Izuku's turn. So, what is your school like? Ojiro asked. No, he thought. The two teens watched as Izuku's expression shifted into an uneasy one as if they had just asked him what is it like to be in hell. Izuku tried to think of the right words to say. He knew he was a bad liar, but he was never going to tell them the truth. He was afraid that they would start making fun of him too. It's quiet. Both Itsuka and Ojiro gave him a puzzled look. And nothing exciting ever happens, but nothing bad happens either. What he just said was actually true in some sense. Bakugo had stopped bullying him ever since the sludge villain, and because of that, the others just forgot about his existence. Even with that, Aldra Junior High wasn't the most exciting place either. I see. Ojiro hummed in thought. They lack the spirit of youth. Ojiro nodded to himself and Itsuka looked at him with a flat expression. Please don't become Daisuke Kendo too. Zero, it's kinda weird how you sometimes act like grandpa. Itsuka exclaimed. Too late, he's already my idol and I want to be like him one day. Ojiro replied, while Izuku just took a sip from his milkshake and stared at them. Well, they are fun to be around. Izuku thought he would definitely miss them. After all, even if they weren't going to leave him, this was his last month in the dojo. So, who's your idol, Itsuka? Izuku asked, seeing a chance to be a part of their conversation. That would be the rabbit hero, Miruko. Itsuka proudly exclaimed. One day I want to be like her. I want to be strong, beat the bad guys, and save people. She added only to see Izuku looking at her with stars in his eyes. He was entering his fanboy mode. I know her. He half shouted. She's one of the new rising heroes in the new generation, and I can clearly see that she'll make it to the top 10 really soon. Her quirk is called Rabbit and it grants her incredible leg strength, allowing her to jump and kick with extreme force. She can even destroy large chunks of the ground by thumping her foot. She also has excellent hearing thanks to her rabbit-like ears, and possesses animal instincts that alert her to nearby danger. Before Izuku could continue his muttering, he saw Itsuka and Ojiro, wearing confused and surprised expressions on their faces. No, he thought. He just muttered he did it. They're going to make fun of him. He'll go back to being alone with no friends. He began to panic as multiple scenarios began to form in his head. But what happened next was definitely none of them. Wow, Midoriya. You really know a lot about quirks. Call me impressed. Ojiro said with a smile. Yes, you know even more about her quirk and abilities than I do. If you don't mind, can you tell me more about it? Itsuka asked him. However, Izuku was just sitting there confused. Are you guys not annoyed by my muttering? He asked and already anticipated the worst. Not at all, it just shows us how much you're dedicated to quirk studies. It shows that you have the spirit of youth. Ojiro exclaimed with a chuckle as the last part was just there to tease Itsuka, who lightly hit him in his shoulder. Ignoring what he said about the spirit of youth. He's right, it's admirable, not to mention it's kinda cute. Itsuka added and Izuku's face turned completely red. Did she just say that his muttering was actually cute? Actually, did a girl just praise him? A cute girl told me that my muttering is cute. Izuku screamed in his head. Are you okay, Midoriya? Ojiro asked. Why yeah, I'm fine. He shot back and took more sips from his milkshake. After he finally calmed down, he began to process what he just heard. Not only did the duo had no problem with his muttering, but they also found his obsession with heroes respectable and admirable. Maybe they're really different and maybe they could be his lifetime friends. He just needed to check one thing though. How do you guys feel about quirkless people? Izuku questioned, earning him puzzled looks once again. Well, I never met one. But in the end, they're humans too, just like us. It doesn't matter if they don't have a quirk. I mean, our ancestors didn't have quirks too. 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐴 was the first to respond. Yes, same thing. I never really met one, but I would never judge people because they don't have quirk. After all, we're not flawless either. Not that I consider not having a quirk a flaw to begin with. 𝐻𝐼RO followed. Izuku looked at his two friends. No, real friends, with a shocked expression plastered to his face. Never in his life did he ever think that people who view quirkless people as humans too exist in this society. Honestly, it was so hard for him not to cry here and then. For the first time in his life, someone didn't consider him or consider what he was 2 months ago, a freak or useless and worthless. Thank you, Izuku murmured to himself. What was that? Both teens asked. I said you guys are right. Quirkless or not, I think they're humans too. Izuku pointed out. And I think that it's okay for them to have friends. He said in his mind. For the next month, Izuku and 𝐻𝐼RO kept sparring and getting stronger together, with 𝐻𝐮𝐴 visiting from time to time. At first, 𝐻𝐼RO had the advantage in most of their matches, but Izuku just kept on improving until he became as strong as 𝐻𝐼RO. In fact, he won their last sparring match after an intense battle that even Daisuke was content with. When it was time for Izuku to go to the next dojo, both 𝐻𝐼RO and Izuku were sad, especially Izuku, cause 𝐻𝐼RO was Izuku's first real friend along with 𝐻𝐮𝐴 too. He never had such a bond like this and was really sad to leave the dojo, leaving Daisuke, 𝐻𝐼RO, and 𝐻𝐮𝐴 behind. However, he knew that he had to become stronger to pass the UA entrance exam. No, as All Might's successor, he had to take his mantle and become the next symbol of peace. Do you really have to go, Midoriya? 𝐻𝐼RO asked, to which Midoriya nodded. I'm sorry, 𝐻𝐼RO, but I have a goal to achieve and I can't stop. Not after what the people who support me did for me. I have to train harder to become the #1 applicant in UA. Wait, you're going to UA too? 𝐻𝐼RO shouted in shock. He didn't think that Izuku was also applying to UA. Yes, I want to become a great hero, one who will be able to save everyone with a smile, just like All Might. Going to UA is the first step of my dream coming true. Izuku said with a smile. That's a great dream to achieve there, as expected of someone like you, Midoriya. You definitely have the spirit of youth. I want to go to UA to become a hero who'll save people too. But I also want to hone my fighting skills so that later on I can open my own dojo to train the next generation of heroes, like Kendo Sensei. That's a pretty nice dream too. You really do admire him. I guess we'll meet again in 7 months. Izuku replied as he thought that 𝐻𝐼RO had quite a noble dream. Here, this is my number so that we can call each other, 𝐻𝐼RO said, as he gave Izuku his number. Both teens just realized how their small group never got each other's numbers up until now. They laughed at it, but Izuku was a bit sad he didn't get 𝐻𝐮𝐴's phone number. He really wanted to keep in touch with her. Train well, and let's both get stronger and go to UA. Izuku said with determination, as he held his fist. Right back at you, from now on you're my rival Midoriya, so let's push each other to the top. 𝐻𝐼RO replied before he returned the fist bump. After their declaration, the two sparring partners parted ways. Izuku waved goodbye at 𝐻𝐼RO, while the latter was determined to avoid falling behind his rival and surpassing him. Meanwhile, a certain orange-haired girl was smiling as she heard the whole conversation. He's going to UA, you know. Don't you want to tell him that you're planning on going too? Daisuke asked. No, right now I don't stand a chance against him or 𝐻𝐼RO, so I want to train first and surprise him by going there. I want to show him that I have what it takes to go to UA too. Then we could have our rematch in the sports festival. 𝐻𝐮𝐴 replied. And then you can tell him that you like him and confess your feelings. Daisuke said with a smirk. WWH what? I barely know him, Grandpa. 𝐻𝐮𝐴 shot back with a blush, as she pouted at her grandfather. You barely come to my dojo, yet this month you came more than 10 times to spar with him and talk with him. You even went out a few times with him and 𝐻𝐼RO. Did you think that this old man wouldn't notice? Daisuke rhetorically asked while laughing and ignoring whatever 𝐻𝐮𝐴 was telling him at the moment. Izuku Midoriya, this kid is definitely going places. Daisuke thought with a smile on his face. The Taekwondo dojo. Izuku Midoriya, I have been waiting for you. An old man said with enthusiasm. That said man was tall and had brown and gray hair, which was natural considering his age. However, his eyes were a pretty rare color as they appeared to be yellow. You know my name? Izuku asked, surprised by the fact that this guy knows his name. Yes, my friend Daisuke told me a lot about you. I'm Hayato Mori, and for the next 3 months, I'm going to teach you all I know about Taekwondo. Thank you very much, Mori-sensei. Izuku looked at Mori, sure he was a bit old, but his age could be easily hidden by his energetic attitude. He was surely the most passionate person Izuku met besides All Might and Daisuke. He was also surprised that Mori and Daisuke knew each other. It's a small world, he thought and shrugged it off. Now come and attack me. Excuse me, sensei. Did you just ask me to attack you? Yes, now come. There are no countdowns in real battles. Izuku then rushed at Mori trying to land a punch, but Mori was able to easily dodge it by moving his head slightly. That's not good, you need to be more flexible, Midoriya. Izuku proceeded to try to land a roundhouse kick, but Mori dodged it by ducking under the kick. Your strikes have to be sharper like this, Mori said as he spun in the air and kicked Midoriya's side, which made Izuku fall on the ground. Also, from now on you'll have to use your legs. You can only use your hands when sparring against me to make it fair, other than that you're mainly using your legs. Mori pointed out. Yes, Mori-sensei. Izuku replied, determined to learn Taekwondo under this man and get even stronger. That's the spirit. 3 months later, Izuku learned Taekwondo with relative ease thanks to his Sharingan and his new physical shape. Mori even helped Izuku develop his own signature attack. Not only that, but he was also able to help Izuku with his low self-esteem and lack of confidence, as Daisuke told him about it. He always told the boy how these things could dearly cost any hero. After all, how's the public supposed to feel safe when their hero has no confidence in himself whatsoever? Something that Izuku immediately cast away. If something like this didn't fit the image of a normal pro hero, then All Might's successor shouldn't even think about it. Mori-sensei was a strict teacher, and sparring with him proved to be a really hard task, as Izuku was never able to beat him no matter how hard he tried. However, now was the time for Izuku to go to the final dojo. Speaking of his physical shape, Izuku was now standing at 5'7" with 6 packs and an overall muscular body. Of course, All Might made sure that Izuku doesn't become bulky by all means, so that he could maintain a good level of both agility and flexibility. Izuku was also able to use his Sharingan to scan his muscles and check if he was overworking himself, as All Might warned him about overworking too. All in all, Izuku became a very different person, both mentally and physically. Midoriya. Mori called for Izuku. Yes, Mori-sensei. Izuku replied. Midoriya, my boy, I have nothing left to teach you. From now on you have to hone your skills, as you'll face many opponents. So, remember, always keep your spirits high. Mori said as Izuku got ready to leave. Just know that if you ever want to train here again, my dojo will always be open for you. Thank you very much, Mori-sensei. I'll never forget your offer and your teachings. Goodbye, Midoriya. I know you'll get into UA and become the greatest hero. Dogaba Beach. Izuku was running early on the sand while lifting All Might in his muscle form, which was no small feat, considering the man weighed 562 pounds. You've improved so much during the past few months, young Midoriya. It's only a matter of time now before you're ready to inherit One for All. All Might said with his usual smile. It is all thanks to you and my sensei's All Might, but I still have a long way to go. Izuku replied while trying to focus on his breathing. That's true, you're supposed to go to the weapon arts dojo today, right? Did you find a good dojo? All Might asked. Yes, Mori-sensei suggested one. He said it was the best. Izuku replied. These are good news. How about your Sharingan, any improvements? All Might questioned as he got off Izuku, who was now doing sit-ups. Yeah, I've increased my time limit, and I'm much better at using it now. Honestly, it's much easier now to use it, although there's no sign for any awakening yet. Izuku replied, a bit upset that his quirk didn't see any improvements even after 6 months. It's alright, young Midoriya. I'm sure you'll be able to get the hang of it in no time. All Might replied. Right. Now do 150 push-ups and start moving these cars. After that it'll be the end of your training for today. All Might exclaimed. Yes, sir. Izuku replied. After their training session, Izuku and All Might, in his skinny form, sat on a bench after All Might bought ice creams for the two of them. It was a sunny day and they needed something to make them endure the heat. Are you excited to go to UA? All Might asked. Yeah, it's been my dream since I was a little kid. I always dreamt about going to UA and becoming a hero who would save everyone with a smile, just like you. Izuku replied. I'm happy that you're on the track of realizing your dream and I'm glad that I was your source of inspiration. All Might said. Thanks, my mom is also more supportive now that I have my own quirk. Izuku exclaimed. Young Midoriya, you always mention your mother in conversations, but you never mention your father, may I ask why? All Might said as he handed Izuku his ice cream. Oh, it's just that my father works overseas to provide us the money my mother and I need, so I don't remember him at all. To be honest, All Might, I'm glad I met you, because with you, I was finally able to see what it's like to have a father. Izuku said with a blush as he ate his ice cream. All Might was just shocked at the revelation and didn't know how to respond. There was a moment of silence before Izuku spoke again. I'm sorry, All Might, that was actually awkward, just dash. Young Midoriya, no Izuku, I also think of you as the son I never had. All Might exclaimed with a smile. Izuku was so touched by this. He felt like he was blessed and he just couldn't believe how much his life has changed in the past few months. He was really glad that he ever met All Might. The #1 hero was always the light in his quirkless and sad life. He was always his last hope and he's glad that he didn't let go of said hope. Thank you. Izuku murmured. The Weapon Arts Dojo. This is it. This is finally the last dojo. Izuku said as he was now in front of the dojo. Mori-sensei recommended that one, so I'm sure I'll be able to learn a lot from here. Izuku entered the dojo, where he found a gentle old man waiting for him. That said man had an average height, gray hair, and his eyes' color were black. It also seems like he had some scars on his arms and hands. Hello, I'm Izuku Midoriya and I came here to train and learn how to fight with a staff. Are you perhaps 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫? I closed my dojo a long time ago, but when I heard about you from my friends, and how highly they spoke of you, I decided to take on one final student. I'm Sharingan Quirk, and I'll be your sensei for the next 3 months, Izuku Midoriya. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 said as he threw a wooden staff to Izuku. I'll teach you how to fight with a staff and many other weapons too. I have to warn you though, my training is strict and you might wish to quit, however, I have high expectations for you. I will do my best, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. Izuku replied as he held the staff. Then let's start right now, Midoriya. 2 months later, Izuku was wearing a blindfold, holding the staff as he had to block 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's attack. You need to concentrate more. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 said as he hit Izuku on his head with his staff. But it's really hard, how can I hit you, when I can't see you, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫? You have to rely on your other senses, you must feel the wind around you, clear your head, and concentrate. Izuku tried his best to concentrate, only to receive another smack on his head. Again. Yes, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. Izuku replied but got smacked again. Concentrate on your breathing, by controlling your breaths you'll be able to concentrate more. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 explained. Yes, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. Izuku replied, but was smacked on his head once again. That's the end of today's training. We're going to the forest by the mountains next week. We need to change your training environment, and also increase the level of your training. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 exclaimed. And here I thought that Mori-sensei's training was the hardest. Izuku thought with a sweat drop, before replying. Alright, I'll make sure to ask my parents first, before accepting. Izuku replied. Yes, you should do that. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 said, agreeing with the boy. The next week came by rather quickly. Izuku asked his mom and All Might if he could go and luckily for him, they both gave him the yes. He prepared his bag and went to 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's dojo. Are you all packed up and ready for our trip? The older man asked. Yes, sir. Izuku replied. Then let's head to our training site. Alright, I'll order a taxi, just give me a minute. No, we'll walk to our destination. Come on, let's go, your training has already started. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 said as he started to walk, carrying his bag. Izuku, however, fell comically at the revelation. Don't slack off now from the start. Yes, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫-sensei. Izuku replied as tears were coming out of his eyes. Something told him he won't make it out of this trip alive. After a few, some hours of walking, Izuku and 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 finally arrived at their destination. The place had a nice hut by a river. Around the hut were many appealing trees, and if you looked behind the hut and the trees you could see a cliff with a waterfall that led to the river. Sure enough, Izuku was tired, but he couldn't help but look around at the beauty of this place. This place is so appealing, Izuku simply said as he kept looking around. For the next 2 weeks, you're going to train here. You can rest for today and look around, just don't go deep in the forest, or you might get lost. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 said. Alright, sensei. Izuku said as he went to put his bag in the hut. Dinner is at 6, and you better sleep early. We're starting early in the morning. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 pointed out. Alright, I'll go and have a look around. See you later. The next day, Izuku woke up early and found 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 waiting for him with his katana outside. He seemed to be exercising while doing some breathing control exercises. Good morning, Midoriya. I hope you slept well last night. The older man said, to which Izuku nodded. Good, now come with me, he said as he motioned to Izuku to follow him. Izuku followed him as they were climbing up a mountain, partway though, as Izuku was struggling to breathe a little. But then 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 stopped. You must go back to the hut by dawn. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 simply stated as he vanished in the fog. Anani! Izuku yelled in panic. He was quite shocked by the current events. So, all this time I was training with a ghost. Scary, he added as was shivering at the thought that his sensei was a ghost. Man, this can't be real, it's so hard to breathe and my vision is narrowed because of the fog. Izuku said until he realized something and face-bombed. I could use my Sharingan, how could I have forgotten about it? I'm so dumb, he said as he activated his Sharingan. He started making his way down the mountain, but suddenly saw a log coming towards him, which he managed to barely avoid. What is this? He said in confusion, before getting hit in his face by some pebbles. I see, so that's how it's going, then I'll make it down as fast as I can, and I'll dodge everything with my Sharingan, Izuku said as he started to run. On his way down, he discovered that he had to evade more traps than he thought. He almost got hit by knives, which made him scream in panic. Luckily though, he was able to catch the one that almost stabbed him. He had to admit he would have never thought that his training would go this way. This went on for an hour until he came back. 𝐻𝐿𝐼 I made it back, Izuku said as he was trying to catch his breath. You cheated. You used your quirk, didn't you? 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 questioned the younger boy. How did you dash? Izuku was going to ask about how he knew about his quirk but figured out that Mori probably told him. Was I not allowed to do that? Izuku changed his question. Yes, using your quirk defeats the purpose of this training, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 replied. You have to be kidding me, sensei. I barely made it out alive using my quirk, Izuku exclaimed. I figured out that you'd use your quirk, so I made things harder for you. But what if I didn't use my quirk and that knife hit me? Izuku asked as he questioned his sensei's sanity. Was he a psychopath who wanted to kill him or something? The knives are made out of plastics, they're not even sharp, the man simply replied. Izuku was relieved that his sensei wasn't at least a psychopath who was wanted to kill him, but he didn't let the ghost part get out of his head until the man spoke again. Now go back there and redo the exercise, this time without your quirk, the man said as Izuku fell on his back. Mom, I'm sorry I didn't make it out alive, Izuku simply said as tears poured from his eyes. Cut the slack and get going. My advice is that you should concentrate on your breathing, focus, and feel the air around you, and use other senses than your vision. I know that your quirk enhances your vision, but what would happen if you're in a circumstance where you can't use your eyes? The old man said. I see, so this exercise's purpose is to cover for my weakness, Izuku said as he could only agree with his sensei. He then got up and went back to the mountain. Midoriya, I know that this training might be too much on you, but if you're going to be the greatest hero, the next symbol of peace, then you should become a strong hero, capable of protecting others and himself. Alright, let's do this again. Izuku said as he was making his way down, this time without his Sharingan, and once again the fog was thick as hell. However, it wasn't long before Izuku fell into a hole. Oh demon, I hurt my arm, he said as he got up, and after a few steps, he got smacked by a log, then tackled by a rope and fell on the ground. Did I really just get smacked by a log? A freaking log! He shouted in shock. What kind of training was the guy putting him through? This is not good. Remember Izuku, concentrate, breath, and use your other senses, he said to himself, as he tried to focus on his other senses and his breath. There, he said as he dodged some pebbles. I did it. I was finally able to do it. He cheered as he started to make his way down the mountain, dodging the traps. Days went by, and each day, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's training intensity level would go further and further. At noon he would make Izuku go and meditate under the waterfall while doing breathing exercises, and in the evening he would make Izuku climb the cliff. Every day, he had Izuku doing more and more things, increasing the difficulty. He even made Izuku carry a heavy katana on his back now, while Izuku would adapt and do his best. And then soon enough it was replaced by a basket filled with heavy rocks. Yes, before Izuku would properly hold a weapon, he would forge him into a weapon. And so, it was only a matter of time before Izuku's training ended. 1 month later, Izuku was wearing the 𝐵LNDFLD, sitting on the wooden floor, outside in the garden. There was a sound of dripping water, but Izuku was concentrating and properly breathing. And suddenly, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 tried to smack Izuku's head with the wooden staff, only for Izuku to block the attack with his staff, which made the older man smile. Good job, Midoriya, you managed to finish my training. You didn't only master how to use the staff, but you learned how to use many other weapons too. You've grown in many ways since you started your journey. On behalf of Daisuke and Mori, we are proud of you, and I'm sure you'll get into UA. However, never forget that true power comes from protecting others. I won't forget 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫-sensei, and thank you for your training, Izuku said as he stood up and bowed to his sensei, before leaving the dojo. And just like that, Izuku finally completed his training under the 3 dojos, but he still had one more task, a beach to clean. The next day, young Midoriya, I see you completed your training under the 3 dojos. You've come a long way. But don't relax now, cause there's only 1 month left until the UA entrance exam. All Might said. Yes sir. All Might, I wanted to ask something. Can I return to the Muay Thai dojo? My skills at Taekwondo and using weapons are above average by a good level. But my Muay Thai skills are not strong enough. I didn't get to copy a lot of techniques back then because my body was weak. I know that the aim to pass American Dream doesn't include this idea so that I can focus on cleaning the beach and not overworking myself, but I feel that I need it. All Might paused for a second before replying. Very well, but you'll only have 2 weeks. I can't give you more than that. All Might knew well that Izuku would be able to clear the beach in no time. The boy was so much stronger now, and the training he underwent in the dojos definitely contributed to that. In his mind, he did not doubt that Izuku would be able to pass UA's entrance exam even without one for all. Thank you, All Might, Izuku replied. He couldn't help but feel happy now that he had the chance to meet Ojiro and 𝐬𝐿 again. Later that night, Izuku was training in his room, lifting some weights and working on his biceps. Once he completed the set, he grabbed his phone and called Ojiro. Hello Ojiro, it's me Izuku. Midoriya, how have you been? How's your training? Pretty good so far. I'm actually going back to Kendo-sensei's dojo to work on my Muay Thai. That's great. It would be a good opportunity to spar with each other before the exams. Yeah, how's 𝐬𝐿 by the way? She came a couple of times since you left to spar with me, but she's been absent for like 4 months now. Kendo-sensei said that she's training for some big event she had. Man, I wish I got her number to wish her good luck at least. Yeah, as well as flirting with her. No, and no, 𝐬𝐿 is just a friend, Izuku said as he blushed. Ha, I'm just messing with you. Anyways, see you tomorrow, and don't forget to prepare yourself for an exciting sparring match. We need to show Kendo-sensei the spirit of youth. Ojiro said, before ending the call, and Izuku couldn't help but laugh at his friend's antics. He really was becoming more and more like Daisuke. The next day Izuku went back to the dojo and was happy that Ojiro was the strongest disciple now, and Ojiro was happy that Izuku came back. He was content when Izuku called him. He wanted to spar against him and see how much he got better. For the next 2 weeks the two of them proceeded to spar. Ojiro had the upper hand as he practiced his Muay Thai techniques for the last 6 months, so he had more experience while Izuku had to learn 3 different fighting styles. He couldn't use Taekwondo in a Muay Thai dojo, as it would be disrespectful to Daisuke, but like always with each day Izuku got stronger and stronger. In fact, he became the second strongest after those 2 weeks. 2 weeks before the exam, Kendo-sensei, please allow Izuku to use his Taekwondo techniques. I want to fight him when he's at his full power to test myself. Ojiro asked as he bowed in respect to his sensei. Very well, I'll allow it. I understand your drive as I have once been in your place. Daisuke said. Let's see how much stronger did you get in the last 6 months, Izuku Midoriya. Are you ready, Ojiro? 'Cause today I'll be going all out. Izuku stated. Ready as you are, today we will see who's the strongest between us. Now both of you, let the power of youth explode. Daisuke shouted with enthusiasm, and Izuku could have sworn he saw the older man's pupils turning into fire. Ojiro rushed at Izuku trying to land a punch, but Izuku was swift on his feet and blocked his punch with his right leg, much to Ojiro and Daisuke's surprise. He's moving exactly like Mori, Daisuke thought. Izuku then spined in the air and kicked Ojiro in his side, but Ojiro quickly blocked it with his hand. The two of them smirked, before starting to hit each other with multiple punches and kicks until Ojiro landed an uppercut. Ojiro then decided to seize this opportunity and prepared to land his new combo. Muay Thai first stance, White Tiger. Ojiro shouted as he punched Izuku in his chest. Muay Thai second stance, Black Snake. Ojiro said as he kicked Izuku in his ribs. Muay Thai third stance, Yellow Dragon. Ojiro finally yelled as he jumped and punched Izuku with a strong fist in his face, which made Izuku fall on the ground. For a moment, there was silence as neither Daisuke nor Ojiro knew if Izuku was out for the count or not. However, they got their answer once Izuku began moving again. Izuku managed to stand up again with some effort and tried his best to ignore the pain he was feeling. He had to admit, he wasn't expecting this kind of special move from Ojiro. That special move was really amazing, Ojiro. I thought I was done for when you landed that last punch. Izuku said while breathing. You really got stronger, Midoriya, but it seems like I have the upper hand here. Ojiro pointed out, as he was smirking and breathing as well. I have to admit you've really improved during the past 6 months, but you're also underestimating me. Izuku replied. Ojiro then rushed with a roundhouse kick that Izuku just dodged by ducking beneath his leg. Flexible and sharp attacks, just like Mori-sensei taught me. Izuku thought before elbowing Ojiro in his chest. This is the end, Ojiro. Izuku shouted as he took a different stance. Triple kick. Izuku yelled as performed his new finisher. He basically starts with a jump, then kicks his opponent's side at super speed, followed by a kick to his opponent's head stunning them as he's going up, and finally before landing on his feet, a super kick to the chest making them fly a couple of meters. And just like that Ojiro was knocked away, unable to fight or even stand anymore. The match has been decided. Good job you two, both of you definitely improved so much during those 10 months. Ojiro, you won something too. This was a good experience for you, as you fought against a different fighting style. Daisuke said as he applauded both of them. Midoriya, you really became much stronger, that last attack really hurts. Ojiro exclaimed, praising his friend. You too, Ojiro. I was surprised by your performance without using your tail. You showed me today the result of your hard work, and I'm sure we'll both make it to UA. 2 weeks later, All Might had just arrived at the Dogaba beach when he heard this mighty roar. He immediately rushed to see Izuku, shirtless and yelling a battle cry, which pumped him to go into his muscle form. Oh, goodness, he really did it. He cleaned the whole beach in 10 months. I can't believe this. You really did it, young man. All Might cheered as he stared at Izuku in amazement. Izuku then started to fall, but All Might was able to catch him before he hits the ground. All Might, I did it. I cleaned the whole beach, Izuku said with a tired voice, while All Might helped him to stand on his feet. Young Midoriya, congratulations, you finally finished your training and you're now ready to inherit One for All. All Might said with a smile. Tears began forming in Izuku's eyes before he said, I feel like I have been blessed. No, young Midoriya, this is the result of your harsh training. There's a great difference between people who are born with a silver spoon in their mouth and people like you who had nothing but work there but to achieve their goal, and today my boy is your graduation ceremony. All Might said looking at Izuku who was happy and smiling. He then showed Izuku his picture of himself when they first met and how frail and weak he was, showing how far he has come. Young Midoriya, you are worthy of my power. When I first met you, you had the heart of a true hero, but now you'll have the power of a true hero. All Might proudly said before he snatched a piece of his hair. Now eat this. Izuku had now a shocking expression plastered on his face and said only one word, eat this. To inherit One for All, you have to ingest my DNA, and well, this is the least disgusting way I could think of for you to ingest my DNA. All Might said, clearly trying his best not to laugh. He has been looking forward to this moment ever since he started looking for a successor. Izuku looked nervously and disgusted at the piece of hair before taking it and swallowing it. He then started to cough when he felt it in his throat and had to drink an entire water bottle before sitting down and letting out a sigh. So, do I have One for All now? Izuku asked, clearly still disgusted by the fact he just ate a piece of hair. Not yet, young Midoriya. It should take around 2 to 3 hours for your body to digest it. Once it's done, you'll have One for All. I see, then I won't be able to test it until the exam. Could you tell me how to use it? Izuku questioned. He was wondering how to use his new quirk. All Might then explained to Izuku how to use One for All and warned him about the backlashes of using One for All for the first time, especially since Izuku was a vessel that was quickly prepared as fast as possible. It was a shame that they couldn't even take it for a test drive, so Izuku has to work with what he already has. Izuku then went back to his house, took a shower, ate his breakfast and changed his clothes before setting off to UA. Izuku Midoriya was now standing in front of UA High School, looking different from the first time he came here. He was now standing tall at 5'9" with a body that will make even a professional swimmer jealous, his muscles refined and his face was no longer the face of the child he was a year ago, but the face of a determined young man. He had the body for the perfect balance between strength and agility. Get the F out of my way, you dim nerd. Bakugo growled as he walked towards the building. Izuku only sighed and stepped away. It's true that he was a lot more confident than last year and was no longer afraid of Bakugo, but this doesn't mean that Izuku was still nervous of Bakugo's violent attitude and preferred to keep his distance from the explosion boy. He didn't really want to deal with him right now. He just wanted to focus on his exam and not deal with any trouble. Some things just never change, Hakaken, Izuku said in his mind. But I'm not the frail boy I once was. I have to remember all the hard work I have put in my training, and all the things All Might did for me, not to mention that I am now his successor. Izuku though as he began to walk, but then he accidentally tripped on his own feet. This is it. Izuku closed his eyes and waited to feel the pain coming from his face hitting the pavement, but for some reason it never came. Confused by this, he opened his eyes only to see that he was floating off of the ground. Are you okay? Izuku heard a sweet and high-pitched voice beside him. He tried to look at the person who owned this voice, but he was stuck in midair, moving his arms as he tried to regain his balance. She then grabbed his arm and pulled him, before he felt the gravity returning to his body again. I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask you first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. I think it would have been a bad luck if you had fallen. Izuku just kept looking at the girl with a blush on his cheeks. She was a normal-weighted girl with big round brown eyes, shoulder-length brown hair and fair skin. She also had 2 permanent pink blush marks on each cheek. Aren't you nervous? She asked. Izuku then began stuttering until the girl interrupted him. Let's do our best today. See ya, she said before heading to the building. I talked to a girl for a second time. Izuku thought with a blush on his cheeks. It didn't matter if Izuku got a major confidence boost from his intense training, he was still shy with girls, especially if the girl in front of him was as cute as the one he just saw. Izuku then felt a hand grabbing his shoulder, so he turned around and saw 𝐻𝐼𝐻. "Hey 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻, are you ready for the entrance exam?" Izuku asked his friend. "Ready as you are, and just so you know I don't intend to fall behind you," the other teen replied, determined to do his best. "Well, you have to do your best 'cause I'm aiming." "No, a lot of people here are aiming to be the #1 applicant to UA," Izuku exclaimed as he thought about Bakugo. He respected the explosive teen's drive. The two rivals then walked to the building together, each one of them telling the other about his training journey until they split up. UA Hero Course Entrance Exam Orientation. The written exam was easy. Izuku was confident that he did a great job. All those years spent on my hero journals weren't for nothing, Izuku thought. Also, during his 10 months of training, Izuku made sure to focus on his studies as well when he wasn't training. After all, All Might always told him that a pro hero should be both strong and smart. "I guess being a nerd and fanboy helped me out in the long run," Izuku muttered to himself as he found his assigned seat in the auditorium. He saw that the person adjacent to his right was none other than Bakugo. Izuku concluded that it must be because they were from the same middle school. "Great. Just what I needed," he sarcastically thought. As the last few people entered, the lights turned out, and out in center stage was none other than the voice hero, Present Mic. Present Mic is a tall, slender man with long, spiky blonde hair and a small mustache. He wears a pair of headphones with the word "Hage" written on the headband and a pair of sunglasses. He is almost always seen with a large smile on his face. Present Mic's hero costume consists of a black jacket with an upturned collar complete with studs. He sports a tan, studded shoulder pads, black briefs with a red studded belt, black boots, and black fingerless gloves. His neck is completely covered by a directional speaker. "What's up, UA candidates? Thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ. Come on and let me hear ya." Present Mic shouted to only receive silence as a response. "Keeping it mellow, huh? That's fine, I'll skip straight to the main show. Let's talk about how this practical exam is going to go down, okay? Are you ready?" Once again, he was met by silence. "Oh my goodness, it's the voice hero Present Mic. So cool. I listen to his radio show every day of the week. It's so crazy that all of the UA teachers are pro heroes." Izuku exclaimed in excitement, being a fanboy as usual. "Shut up," Bakugo growled in annoyance. Knowing Izuku as well as he does, this pretty much is an everyday occurrence. Seriously, could he stop fanboying for 5 minutes? Like your application says, today you rocking boys and girls will be out there conducting 10 minutes mock battles in super hip urban settings. After I drop the mic here, you'll head to your specified battle center. Sounds good. For the third consecutive time, Present Mic was responded back with silence. "I see. They're splitting us up so that we can't work with any of our friends," Bakugo said as Izuku looked at his and Bakugo's cards to see that they were in fact assigned to different battle centers. Izuku's card says Battle Center B, while Bakugo's card read Battle Center A. "Yeah, you're right. Our examinee numbers are one after the other, but we are assigned a different battle center," Izuku replied as he took a peek at Bakugo's card. "Get your eyes off my card. DMN, I was really looking forward to crushing you." Izuku just smiled and shrugged. "Of course you were. Why would I expect anything less from you? Just try to keep up with me and don't fall behind, could you?" Izuku clenched his hands as he murmured that last part. He managed to grab Bakugo's attention, but in a bad way. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock. Did Deku just talk back to him? Thing pathetic Deku. His expression was soon replaced with anger. "What the F? Do you think you're better than me or something, Deku? Do you think that a quirkless freak like you will really pass the entrance exam?" Bakugo angrily said, and his voice was getting a bit louder. "Why did I have to open my mouth now? I wanted to avoid him today just for this reason. I'm such an idiot, but I'm also tired of him belittling me like that," Izuku mentally thought and let out an exasperated sigh. "Are you ignoring me, Deku? Are you looking down on me?" Bakugo kept going. There was no stopping him now. Let's check out your targets. There are 3 types of foe villains in every battle center. You'll earn points based on their level of difficulty, so you better choose wisely. The goal in this trial is to use your quirk to raise your score by immobilizing the foe villains. But attacking other examinees and any other unheroic actions are strictly prohibited. May I ask a question? One examinee asked. Okay. Present Mike pointed towards the examinee as a spotlight was put on him. On the printout, there are 4 types of villains. If that is a misprint, then UA, the most prominent school in Japan, should be ashamed of that foolish mistake. We examinees are here in this place because we wish to be molded into exemplary heroes. The person who said that is a tall and muscular young man. He has black hair and wears rectangular glasses, which go with his serious attitude. His eyes are also somewhat rectangular, as is his jaw. He turned around and pointed towards Izuku and Bakugo. In addition, you 2 over there. The ones with curly hair and spiky hair. You 2 have been muttering this whole time. It's distracting. If you're here on a pleasure trip, then you should leave immediately. Izuku then immediately covered his mouth in embarrassment. I'm sorry, he muttered, while every other examinee present began to chuckle and snicker. However, Bakugo wasn't going to do the same. Listen here, you 4 eyes extra. The one who's disturbing others here is you. If you can only lose the stick you got in your butt and listen carefully, you would understand that the final robot has another purpose. Bakugo shouted and everyone straight up began to laugh, causing Tenya's face to turn completely red in embarrassment. Izuku had to admit that he was relieved, now that the attention wasn't on him, especially Bakugo's attention. Okay, examinee number, thanks for the great message. The 4th type of villain is worth 0 points. That guy's an obstacle, so to speak. There's one in every battle center. It's an obstacle that will go crazy in narrow spaces. It's not impossible to defeat, but there's no reason to defeat it either. I recommend that you listeners try to avoid it. Present Mike said, finishing his explanation of the 4th villain. Thank you very much. Please excuse the interruption. The serious kid said, before he sat back down, still embarrassed by what happened earlier. I see. It's like the obstacles you avoid in video games, huh? A student questioned. The whole thing is like a video game, said another examinee in the auditorium as they all absorbed the information they just learned about the upcoming practical exam. That's all from me. Finally, I'll give you listeners a present our school motto. The hero Napoleon Bonaparte once said, a true hero is someone who overcomes life's misfortunes. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Now everyone, good luck suffering. Present Mike finished with an evil grin. UA High School Hero Course Entrance Exam Battle Center B. The bus arrived at the battle center, and Izuku was in awe. The setting for the practical exam is a giant mock city with many tall buildings and structures. It just shows how UA is the top hero course school in Japan. Being able to afford all of these building sites for an entrance exam is no easy task. Izuku stepped out of the bus wearing his green tracksuit. It's time to do it, to show the results of my training and giving it my all. I won't let All Might down by becoming the number 1 applicant. He mentally pumped himself. Izuku was a bit nervous though. He only got his Sharingan 10 months ago, and he didn't even get to test one for all, while the others had their quirks since they were kids. However, for some reason though, he was excited to show his power, to see how far he has come. He was going to give it his all. He then looked at the other examinees. They were all confident in their abilities and were focused and determined. He kept looking until he saw a familiar face. It's the girl I met at the school gates. She was assigned to the same battle center. The nice person. I have to thank her properly for earlier. Izuku thought, as he began to walk towards her until he felt a hand on his shoulder. Izuku turned around to see that it was the same serious kid with glasses who called him and Bakugo out earlier for muttering. He's here too. That girl appears to be trying to focus. What are you doing? Are you taking the entrance exam to interfere with everyone else? That said boy said with a serious tone. Izuku immediately jumped back and began moving his arms in his defense. And no, of course not. He quickly replied, embarrassing himself furthermore in front of everyone. I feel like the others think they lucked out because I'm here, better concentrate on the exam now. Okay, start. Present Mike shouted. Everybody stood there confused as they failed to process what was going on. What's wrong? There are no countdowns in real fights. Run, run. The die has been cast, you know. Come on, one of you already started his rampage. Present Mike announced. The examinees looked ahead shocked to see Izuku already running ahead of them. If there's one thing that Izuku learned from the 3 dojos is that there are no countdowns in real fights. When did he? The boy with the serious attitude questioned with shock, before the other examinees started to run at full speed behind Izuku. Izuku immediately activated his Sharingan and found 3 one-pointers at the next left. He scouted their weak spots thanks to his Sharingan, another thing he learned from using his Sharingan during his training. He noted that some parts of the robots weren't covered in hard steel, probably to allow the robots to move without any hindrance. It seems like if I smash these parts hard enough, they'll get short-circuited and explode. Izuku then proceeded to use his Taekwondo's kicks, smashing their heads with his kicks and destroying them easily. The commotion he just caused managed to grab the attention of a 2-pointer. Target found. Must eliminate. The robot said in a monotone voice. That must be a 2-pointer, let's see if he could withstand this. The 2-pointer approached Izuku so fast with a right hook ready to be delivered any second now. Lowest round kick. Izuku ducked, dodging the right hook easily thanks to the Sharingan, then did a 180 roundhouse kick, knocking the 2-pointer off his feet. Izuku then stomped the robot's head, destroying it altogether. And that's 5 points for me. Izuku pointed out with a smirk on his face. Izuku then destroyed more robots before encountering a 3-pointer. This must be a 3-pointer, I bet he's tougher than the others, I'll have to finish this fast. Izuku said, before he prepared to land one of his signature attacks. Triple kick. He kicked the robot in his side, then his head and finally launched a powerful kick to his chest, knocking it a few meters and effectively destroying it. 8 minutes left. Present Mike yelled. I have about 15 points now. I need to do even better if I want to be the number 1 applicant. Izuku then looked at the 3-pointer that he just defeated and saw a piece of metal lying there in the debris of the robot. I can use this as a staff to get more points. Izuku thought as he grabbed the piece of metal and started to do a number on the robots. The judge's room. In this practical exam, the examinees have not been informed of the number of villains or their locations. They have a limited amount of time in a vast area. They have to draw the villains out from there. It was a dark room with many monitors showing each of the examinees and how they are conducting in the practical exam. There were UA staff members sitting in chairs as they assess the performance of the examinees and how they decide to adapt to the conditions that were just previously stated. Information gathering ability to understand the situation before anyone else. One of the teachers said, as the screen was focused on a big bulky examinee with what seemed to be tentacles on a rooftop using his arms to scan or look for something. Mobility that can be used in many different circumstances. Another monitor showed the serious guy with the glasses, using his speed to pick off enemies one by one. Discernment to be able to stay calm in any situation. A blonde French kid is shown shooting a laser from a device on his waist and decimating the faux villains with complete and utter confidence. And pure combat ability. A monitor screen showed Bakugo in a path of utter destruction as all around him are fallen robots with smoke all around them. He looked like he was constipating as he was maniacally laughing like a crazy psychopath who has been let out of his cage. Everything that came in his way, he destroyed it using his explosion quirk, which is an ability very suitable for this practical exam. These basic abilities needed to keep the peace in the streets are turned into points in this test. Doesn't this year's group look promising? A feminine voice said. One monitor showed Izuku using the staff to pierce the head of a 3-pointer before kicking the staff, making it go further in until it got out from the other side of the robot's head. Izuku was not joking when he said that he's going to be the number 1 applicant. Well, we can't know for sure yet. Their true test is still to come. Another staff member said, as he pressed a large red button. Back with Izuku, and that should be more points for me. Izuku said, leaving the staff in the robot's head and running to face more robots. 3 minutes left. 3 minutes left. I guess I'll try using one for all now. All Might warned me about the backlashes of the first time using it, but I don't have a choice. I'll give it my all to win. Suddenly the ground began to rumble as buildings around Izuku began to collapse. When the examinees saw a giant robot, they recognized him as the zero-pointer. It's huge. Izuku nervously yelled. He was shocked by the size of the 25 meters robot. That must be the zero-pointer. Isn't it a little too big? He asked. Then the zero-pointer proceeded to throw a punch towards the ground which caused a giant dust wave. When the dust wave settled, everyone ran for their lives, terrified by the zero-pointer. All Might then started to speak from the judge's room. An overwhelming threat. How people act after they've seen this shows their true nature. The serious-looking guy who called out Izuku before ran past him with the rest of the examinees, while Izuku was frozen in his place and just looking nervously at the zero-pointer. That thing was the real deal. It wasn't like the other robots he just faced. Less than 2 minutes left. Less than 2 minutes. Izuku repeated in shock. Damn it, I need to get more points. Izuku decided that it wasn't worth it. He can't defeat that thing. He was ready to run away and get out of here until, oh. Music. You say run. Izuku stopped and turned back around to see under a pile of debris the nice person who saved him at the front gates. She was trapped under said pile. Her legs seemed to be stuck and she couldn't get out. I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask you first, but I figured you wouldn't mind me catching you. I think it would have been a bad luck if you had fallen. Izuku remembered the words which this girl told him earlier and the kindness she showed him. I didn't even thank her. He thought. He needed to do something, he had to do something, he had to save her. At that moment, something snapped inside Izuku as he began to run to face the zero-pointer head-on, completely forgetting how nervous he was earlier. He didn't have to think for a second between saving the girl or getting more points. There is absolutely no merit in taking on that faux villain, but that creates the opportunity for it to shine brightly. Izuku used the power of one for all in his legs as it coursed his veins, and jumped with all his might, going more than 20 meters up in the air. And rise to the surface. The staff members of UA widened their eyes as they saw what was transpiring in Battle Center B. They weren't expecting one of the examinees to face the zero-pointer head-on by himself. A skinny examiner wearing black clothes and a white scarf could be seen shocked, but his shock quickly changed into a smirk. While Izuku was floating in the air, going higher and higher, All Might's words on how to use one for all came to his mind. Squeeze your buttocks. Squeeze your buttocks. He repeated. Unbeknown to Izuku, the other examinees stopped running away. Everyone was looking at him in awe as he demonstrated his power, including both the serious kid with glasses and the nice person. And yell this inside your heart dash. And yell this inside your heart dash. The full power of one for all coursed through the veins in his arm. Smash. Izuku yelled as he smashed the zero-pointer in the face so hard. The robot's head flattened and many explosions erupted from its head before it fell on its back and was effectively immobilized. That's right. It rises to the surface. The most important qualification of a hero. The spirit of self-sacrifice. Izuku couldn't feel the pain of his broken arm and legs. He was so shocked by the power of one for all that his mind was still processing what just happened. He has one for all Might's quirk. The same power he just used to decimate the zero-pointer. This power belonged to him now. It was so weird. Just a year ago, he was quirkless and so weak. Never in his life did he imagine that he would get such power. But now, things were different. 1 minute left. Present Mix's words managed to bring Izuku back to reality. Izuku screamed as he started to fall. Realizing that his arm and legs were broken, his mind finally started to process the pain. His only choice now was to use a Detroit smash, but that would mean breaking his other arm, and then he won't be able to get more points. What should I do? What should I do? He panicked as he remembered what All Might told him after giving him one for all. You have become a proper vessel, but it was one that was made in a hurry. Prepare yourself for the physical repercussions it'll have on your body. Oh yeah, I'm such an idiot. A mere 10 months was just barely enough time. I can just barely hold this borrowed power. What to do? What to do? Izuku tried to think of any solution to save himself. However, before he could touch the ground, he felt a slap to his face and then realized that he was floating off the ground. He looked and saw that the nice person used her quirk on him. She then proceeded to move her hands closer to each other before shouting "release" and vomiting while Izuku fell on the ground. "Stop!" Present Mike yelled, but no one seemed to hear him despite his loud voice. They were all just shocked at Izuku's power. I mean, he defeated the zero-pointer by himself after all. They did wonder though what kind of life he had that made him so jumpy, but they all agreed that he was amazing. I wanted to get more points. I really wanted to be the best applicant for this year, but it's okay, I don't regret my actions. Izuku said with a sad face. He really wanted to make All Might proud of him. He wanted to live to his expectations. "Hey, thank you for saving my life." Izuku thanked the nice person. "She saved him twice today after all." "What are you saying? You're the one who saved my life, risking the remaining time you had and injuring yourself." Izuku just laughed, until Recovery Girl came to heal his injury. "Oh dear, you were hurt this much by your own quirk." The reason she said this was because Izuku's arm and legs were bruised as they were a reddish-pink color with many cuts and pores open. She recognized Izuku immediately and was in awe at how much he changed. She could clearly see how hard he trained for the past 10 months. She then used her quirk and healed all of Izuku's injuries. Everyone was amazed at her quirk, while the serious kid with glasses was carefully thinking about the events that just happened before him. 1 week later, Izuku was looking at the fish with an emotionless expression. For the past week, he wasn't able to reach All Might on his phone and the latter didn't call him. He thought that maybe All Might gave up on him for not getting the #1 spot. "No, it can't be. Maybe he's just busy," he said in his mind. He was worried and thinking too much. Izuku, it's here. It came," Inko said while holding an envelope with a red stamp showing the UA symbol. After 5 minutes of waiting, Izuku opened it and a small metal device fell on his desk. A light projection showed up and revealed All Might himself in his muscle form. "I am here as a projection. All Might." "Wait, this is from UA. What?" All Might was in a pink background wearing a yellow suit and blue tie. "I had to do some paperwork that took some time, so I couldn't contact you." All Might coughed and bowed. "I'm sorry. Actually, I came to this town to work at you." "All Might is working at you?" Izuku said in surprise. He never expected this kind of news. What is it?" Somebody was trying to talk to All Might behind the scenes, explaining to him that he had to wrap it up soon. "Wrap it up? But there is something I must talk to him about. It's going to push everything else back." "All right." Izuku swallowed in anticipation for what his mentor and idol was about to say next. "Congratulations, my boy. You got a perfect score on the written exam and 50 points on the practical exam. Of course, that means you passed with a great score." Izuku smirked when he heard the news, before saying, "Yeah, I already knew that All Might." Sure, he was sad for not being the #1 applicant, but at least he got in with a great score. But there was a secret component added to the test. Izuku raised his eyebrows, curious to what the #1 hero was talking about. "I'm an entertainer as well. First, take a look at this video." All Might clicked a button on a remote and it showed a video. "Excuse me, the nice person," Izuku said in shock as the video showed the girl that Izuku saved from the zero-pointer during the practical exam. She came to negotiate directly in person after the exam. Negotiate what? Keep watching to find out. All Might pressed play and resumed the video. The person with green curly hair and freckles. Do you know who I'm talking about? He's kinda tall and muscular." Izuku was surprised for a moment. "She's talking about me," he exclaimed. "Is it possible for me to give him some of my points?" There was still time left and he could have gotten more points if he wanted to. But instead, he came and saved me from the zero-pointer. I heard him saying that he wished he could have gotten more points. The girl explained the situation. She clearly felt guilty that Izuku wasn't able to get more points because of her. "What the hell can you do?" Izuku heard the voice of Bakugo in his head. "At least the points he lost because of me," she pleaded. There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger. Izuku also began to hear the voice of Death Arms. He saved me, she desperately said to convince them. Izuku gasped as he stood up from his chair. He was utterly speechless. Please, please, please. All Might paused the video. In addition to now having a quirk, your actions spurred others to act. All Might turned and looked at the camera. The entrance exam the other day was not graded only on villain points. All Might then resumed the video. Even if you asked to, you cannot give him your points. Anyway, there's no reason to give him any female listener. Present Mike said as he patted her head. All Might paused the video and gave Izuku his full attention. How can a hero course reject people who save others and do the right thing? Call that lip service. Bring it on. This is a job that requires risking one's life to put that lip service into practice. Rescue points. And they're given by a panel of judges. It's the other basic ability we at UA look at. A scoreboard showed up displaying all of the examinees' scores from top to bottom, and Izuku saw his name at the number 1 spot. Izuku Midoriya, 60 rescue points. It then showed the number 4 spot. And Ichigo Uraraka, 45 rescue points. You both pass. And 50 villain points and 60 rescue points makes a total of 110 points. You, Izuku Midoriya, have scored one of the highest amounts of points of all time in the UA practical exam. And you're also one of the 4 people to ever score over 100 points, including myself, the number 2 hero, Endeavor, and the number 4 hero, Best Jeanist. Izuku's eyes began to water as tears were threatening to spill out. This is too crazy. It's unreal. I must be dreaming. Why am I so blessed? All Might opened his hand towards the camera. Come, young Midoriya. This your hero academia. Izuku wiped the tears out of his eyes as he could barely control his tears of joy from exploding. Yes, sir. He was filled with many emotions, and no matter how hard he tried, the tears just kept coming. Izuku did it. He finally took the first step towards his dream. Many people told him that it was impossible, laughed at him, mocked him. However, he proved them all wrong. He proved that he can become a hero too. However, this is only the beginning of Izuku's journey as. This is the story of how Izuku, the Sharingan hero, became the greatest hero of all time. The video projection has just ended and the small metal device turned off. Izuku was so happy. He was as happy as when All Might told him that he can become a hero, maybe even more. He just discovered that he finally took the first step to achieve his dream of becoming a hero. On top of that, he managed to achieve his goal of becoming the number 1 applicant in UA. He made All Might proud. He quickly wiped his tears that didn't dry yet and grabbed his pen and one of his notebooks. Izuku then wrote something and quickly closed his book before putting it away. Now was the time to tell his mother the good news. I did it. I got accepted to UA. I even got first place in the practical exam. Izuku cheered as he burst out of his room. He wasn't surprised to see his mother still outside of his room. Hearing this, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 immediately pulled her son in a tight hug. Izuku, sweetie, I'm so proud of you. You did it. You got into your dream high school. I'm so happy for you. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 said with tears of joy running down her cheeks. She had to admit, she still regretted the day when she couldn't tell Izuku that he could become a hero. After all, she couldn't let Izuku risk his life fighting villains without a quirk. He's her one and only child. But when Izuku came back from the sludge villain incident and told her that his quirk finally appeared, she was so happy. Even though she was surprised because her quirk is telekinesis and his father's quirk is fire breath, so it didn't make sense for her son to get an ocular quirk, she was so happy for him. It didn't matter as long as Izuku had a chance to achieve his dream of becoming a hero. After all these years, and after all they both went through, she was finally relieved that her son's eyes were no longer empty, but filled with the fire that was once there when Izuku was a kid. You're crushing me. I can't breathe, Izuku said, having a hard time breathing from his mother's bear hug. Oh right, I'm sorry dear. We should celebrate your achievement, so I'll make you some 𝐀𝐮𝐬𝐴 for dinner, his mother said as she brought her hands together and gave Izuku a warm smile. Yes, my favorite dish. Thanks, Mom. He cheered. Today was definitely one of the best days in his life. Izuku. His mother called him, grabbing his attention. You're so cool. She pointed out. She was so proud of her son, who never gave up despite what he went through. He never gave up despite many people telling him he won't make it. Izuku never gave up despite no one believing in him, including herself. She had a feeling that never giving up is a trait that will stick with him forever, even as a hero. Inko then went to the kitchen to prepare the meal, her smile still on her face, while Izuku went back to his room and grabbed his phone to call his best friend, 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼. Hey 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼. Izuku called with visible excitement in his voice. Midoriya, congratulations. You did it. You made it to the first place. 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 congratulated his friend and rival. But how did you know? Izuku asked, wondering how 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 knows about his rank. 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 just chuckled, knowing his friend. Any other information that came in after hearing that he achieved his goal wasn't entirely processed by his brain. The leaderboards, they showed it to us in the video projection and I managed to see who got the first place. Right, I forgot about that. Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. What about you? How did you do? Izuku questioned. Well, I did manage to pass the written portion of the exam and I secured the 10th spot in the practical. 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 exclaimed. Izuku felt a bit sad for his friend, knowing 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 he might be a little bit upset over the fact that the gap between them is that big. The two teens declared their rivalry half a year ago and he was worried that it might come to an end soon. No, he hated this whole idea and couldn't stand it. After all, 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 is a worthy rival who pushed Izuku to better himself during their training together. However, is that still possible, now that he possesses the power of one for all, of All Might himself? Hey, no need to worry about me. 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 said with a calm voice. You know, I think I never told you about my real dream, haven't I? Your real dream? Izuku questioned. He thought that 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼's dream was to become a hero who will save people. Is it actually something different? Well, it's not that it's another dream, but I like to consider it a life goal, my objective. 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 began before he took his breath. I want to show the world that even if you don't have a flashy quirk, even if you don't have any talent, that with enough hard work, you could still become a splendid hero. 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 said from the other end of the phone, but Izuku was able to easily feel 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼's determination. Silence filled Izuku's room as neither of the teens spoke, but then 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 spoke again. It's no secret that my quirk isn't flashy. It's just a tale after all, but I'm still determined to achieve my goal. Izuku thought that he's an idiot. How did he even think that 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 might not be able to keep up or give up on their rivalry altogether? 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 had an iron will. No matter how strong he ever got, 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 always found a way to catch up to him and surpass him. There was no way he was going to give up. His spirit is unbreakable. Yeah, I think that you're capable of doing that, 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼. No, I'm sure of it. Izuku finally replied, making 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 smile. He was glad that Izuku didn't mock him or anything but instead believed in him. That's my rival for you, he thought. Getting to UA was only our first step. Izuku began. Yeah, from now on, we will compete and push each other to the top. Because that's the spirit of youth. 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 said with a lot of enthusiasm before the two boys laughed. The two boys then ended the call and Izuku felt motivated. In fact, he decided that he was going to train again, starting from tomorrow. All Might offered him to relax and take a break until his first day at UA, but he wasn't going to take it. Right now, I have a new quirk to learn how to use and practice. Not to mention it's All Might's quirk himself. Izuku shouted in his mind, entering his fanboy mode. As a child, he always used to put on his All Might onesie and act as if he was All Might. He would then come to his mother's rescue while saying All Might's catchphrase. Izuku blushed at the memory and chuckled. I guess that game will soon become my daily life. He mentally thought, but his thoughts were interrupted by the sound of the doorbell. Izuku quickly went to open the door but was shocked when he saw who was waiting in front of it. 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼? He questioned in surprise. Of all the possible days, why did he have to come today? In fact, why is he even here? They stopped going to each other's house since they were 7. How did you get a better score than me? Did you cheat, you DMN nerd? How did a quirkless extra like you took the first place from me? CRP. I was so shocked and happy by what I saw in the video projection that I forgot that 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 placed second, right after me. He must be mad right now, especially after what I told him before the exams. I'm sure he won't even let me get away from this. Knowing him, he came for a fight now to prove that he's the best. Izuku said in his head with a bit of worry. 𝐀𝐮_. Izuku began but was interrupted. DMNIT. UF brat. Show some respect to your friend. Mitsuki Bakugo. Katsuki Bakugo's mother yelled before hitting her son with a fist on his head. He's not alone. Izuku comically screamed in his head. DMNIT. What was that for you old hag? Bakugo growled. We are at my best friend's house, so I expect you to be on your best behavior, UF brat. You hear me? Mitsuki replied. I guess like mother like son. Izuku thought with a nervous smile on his face, weirded out by this family's antics. After all, it's been a long time since he last saw the whole Bakugo family together. Oh, hey Mitsuki, how are you doing? What brings you and Masaru Katsuki's father here along with Katsuki? Inko asked her friend. Izuku's eyes drifted from Katsuki and his mother to Masaru. The man was clearly embarrassed by his family's behavior. Izuku wondered how was he able to live with such a family on a daily basis. Isn't it obvious, Inko? We're here to celebrate Izuku's and this brat's success in the UA practical exam. They got first and second place after all. Mitsuki replied, which made Katsuki angrier, much to the writer's surprise who thought that such a thing was impossible. We even brought a cake. Masaru added. If that's the case, then come in. Inko exclaimed. They all sat at the dining table, eating and chatting. Well, most of the chat was done by the adults. Katsuki was mad and angrily glaring at Izuku. That is until a certain subject was brought up. But wow, Izuku, you were able to get first place in the practical exam without a quirk. How did you do that? Masaru questioned the Sharingan user. How did you dash? Katsuki began, but before he had a chance to finish what he wanted to say, his mother smacked him on his head. Izuku has a quirk. Inko responded before Izuku could say anything. The Bakugo family was surprised by this revelation as Katsuki's parents' eyes widened in shock. As long as they knew the Midoriyas, Izuku was quirkless. So, when did he get a quirk? On the other hand, Katsuki's shock was replaced by fury. Was he looking down on me this whole time? All this time he had a quirk but never said anything. Does he think that he's better than me? That DMN nerd. Katsuki thought as he also remembered how Izuku challenged him before the exams. At first, he thought that Izuku was just saying some random bullshit because he was desperate. However, when he saw Izuku's name in the first place slot, he knew that something was up. What is your quirk, Izuku? Masaru asked, curious about what kind of quirk did Izuku get. Can he breathe fire like his father? Or can he use telekinesis like his mother? It's called Sharingan. Izuku replied, earning him a puzzled look from Masaru. Sharingan. What a dumb name, Katsuki thought. And what does it do? Masaru asked, interested by the young boy's quirk. However, before Izuku could reply, his phone started to ring. So, he took his phone out of his pocket to see who's calling him. It's All Might. Izuku thought. I'm sorry, I have to answer this call. Izuku said before going to his room. His girlfriend. Mitsuki said as she grinned. It seems that my Izuku is growing up to become a lady killer, Inko said with a smile. Katsuki only scoffed as he wanted to learn more about Izuku's quirk. Izuku's room. Young Midoriya, I'm sure you were celebrating your success in the practical exam, but I want to talk to you. Could you come to Dogoba Beach now? All Might said over the phone. Sure, All Might. I'll be there in a few minutes. Izuku replied before getting ready. Honestly, he was relieved by this. He didn't want to spend another minute with Bakugo. Over the past year, Izuku and Bakugo stopped interacting with each other, and as busy as he was with his training, Izuku just kind of forgot about Bakugo altogether. He had an important duty to become All Might's successor, and while he wouldn't like to say it like that, he didn't want to waste his time on Bakugo. Izuku then went to the dining hall to inform his mother that he's going out. Mom, I'm sorry, but I have to go, it's urgent. You guys can eat the cake without me, I'll come back later tonight. Oh, Deku come back. Katsuki tried to say something, but once again his mother smacked him. Sure, take your time, Izuku. Inko and Mitsuki said in unison while giving him thumbs up, to which Izuku was confused. I'll let you go this time, Deku, but next time you won't get away, you DMN nerd. I'll kill you. Katsuki thought, looking forward to the day he and Izuku would face each other. Dogoma Beach, All Might. Izuku yelled. Who's this? All Might, who was in his skinny form, quickly replied. All Might, a bystander questioned. No way. Where? Said another bystander. Repeat after me. I had the wrong person. All Might quickly whispered, not wanting his secret identity to be discovered. Oh, I had the wrong person? Izuku quickly repeated, much to the bystanders' disappointment. Congratulations on getting the #1 spot. I can't even begin to exclaim how much I'm proud of you, my boy. All Might exclaimed as he raised his hand for a high five. Thank you very much. Izuku high-fived All Might back. Just so you know, I didn't tell the school about my connection to you. You're the type that would think that's cheating, right? I wasn't one of the judges. Thank you for your concern. But I was surprised to find out that you were a teacher at UA. So that's why you came here. I mean, your agency is in Roppongi in Minato, Tokyo at Dash. Izuku's muttering was quickly cut off by All Might. Stop that. All Might sighed before continuing. I couldn't tell anyone before the school announced it. I just happened to be offered a job from UA when I was looking for a successor. I see. He was originally planning on choosing one of the students. Izuku deduced. My body broke with one jump and one punch of one for all. I can't control it at all. Izuku explained as he remembered the events that happened last week. That can't be helped. It's like if you asked a person who suddenly grew a tail to do a trick, they wouldn't even be able to control it. All Might replied, assuring the boy that this was normal. Wait, did you know that this would happen all along? Izuku asked as he was surprised that All Might didn't tell him that his bones would break from the first time using one for all. Well, there wasn't any time. But it turned out all right. It turned out All Might. All Might nervously said, realizing the mistake he had done. Right now, you're either at 100% or 0. All Might said as he grabbed 2 empty cans. But once you control it, you'll be able to adjust to what your body can handle. Actually, I think you can control about 3% of One for All's power. Control? Izuku asked with a little bit of confusion. The more you train a vessel, the more you'll be able to move the power freely. All Might further explained, before going to his muscle form and squeezing the 2 cans with one hand. Like this. Wait, is that All Might? The same bystander from before yelled. No way. When did he get here? Let's go, young Midoriya. All Might said as he began to run. Yes, sir. Izuku responded as he ran behind his idol. The flame I passed on to you is still small, but in the future, it'll be exposed to wind and rain and grow even bigger. And then I will slowly become weak and disappear, and I will finish my job. Yeah, that's deep. All Might thought as he looked at Izuku, who was running behind him. After a few minutes of running, All Might, now back to his skinny form, and Izuku finally stopped. I'm sure we lost them by now. All Might said before looking at Izuku. I knew I called you while you were celebrating, but how was it? Don't worry, All Might, I wasn't really having fun there as 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. I mean, Bakugo and his family were there. My mom and his parents were chatting while he was just glaring at me, ready to explode at any moment, and his parents asked me about my quirk. Izuku described how the situation was at his home. And what did you say? All Might questioned. I told them that it was called Sharingan, but I didn't have any time to explain the powers it grants, because you called. I made sure not to mention One for All, as it is a big secret that no one can know about. Good job, young Midoriya. After all, if people knew about it, many will try to get their hands on its powers. Only 4 people besides you and me know about One for All's existence, including Recovery Girl. I see. You should go back now. You don't want to be late. There's actually one more thing. Izuku said. What is it? All Might questioned, wondering what Izuku wanted to ask him. I'm going to restart my training tomorrow. And why is that? As you just said, I can only control 3% of One for All. Not only is that percentage low, but I also need to know more about One for All. There's only about 1 month left till the start of UA, and I can't just wait until then to restart my training. I already secured my place at the top and I don't want to lose it. So, that means I can't just sit around and do nothing, I have to work harder than anyone. Izuku explained with a lot of determination, which reminded All Might of how he wanted to become stronger to become the symbol of peace in his younger days. Very well, meet me here at 5 a.m. like we used to. We're going to get you ready for your first day at UA. All Might replied. Yes, sir. Thank you for everything, All Might. Izuku said his goodbyes and went home. Around 1 month later, Izuku, do you have tissues? Inko asked. Yeah. And your handkerchief? What about your handkerchief? Your hanky? Izuku rolled his eyes and smiled. Yes, Mom, I have it. I'm going to be late. I have to hurry. Oh, one more thing, Izuku. Inko exclaimed. What is it? Izuku asked. I'm really proud of you. She replied. Thanks, Mo. I'll see you later. Izuku said with a smile. Today was the first day of Izuku's first year at UA. He has been eagerly waiting for this day to come, and honestly, anyone in his shoes would be as excited as him. After all, UA is the best hero course high school in Japan. The school that formed many top heroes like Best Jeanist, Endeavor, and most importantly his mentor, All Might. Class 1A, 1A. This place is too big. Izuku said as he was looking for his homeroom. He was wearing a standard UA uniform, which consisted of a gray-colored blazer with yellow buttons, a white collared shirt, a red tie, and dark blue briefs. There it is. Izuku said, but was surprised by the size of his homeroom's door. It was huge. Must be for the people whose quirks make them bigger. Izuku thought before opening the door. Don't put your feet on the desk. The serious guy with glasses, the one from the entrance exam, said. Huh. A familiar angry voice replied. Don't you think that it's rude to the UA upperclassmen and the excellent craftsmen who made the desk? Nope. What junior high did you go to, you side character? Bakugo asked with his usual rude tone. Izuku's sweat dropped. Of course, these two would be in the same class as me, just my luck. Izuku thought. The tall, serious teen with glasses stopped for a moment as he began to speak again. Let's start over. I attended semi-private academy. My name is 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐸. Bakugo scoffed. Semi. So, you're a elite. Looks like I'll have fun crushing you. Crushing? That's cruel. Do you truly aim to be a hero? 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐸 replied, but noticed Bakugo's attention shifting somewhere. Curious, he looked at the source of attention, only to find Izuku standing there. It's him. 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐸 said as he recognized Izuku as the one who destroyed the 0-pointer in the entrance exam. All of the students present in the classroom proceeded to look at Izuku. Some of them recognized him too. After all, it was hard to miss a kid who destroyed a giant robot. Oh, Izuku said awkwardly as he wasn't used to having all of the attention on him, due to him being a social outcast for as long as he can remember. Izuku then saw Ojiro as he scanned the classroom. Relieved by this, he waved his hand at Ojiro, who returned the gesture. Bakugo furiously glared at Izuku. He still remembers that Izuku took first place from him. Deku is in my class. Good, 'cause I will crush him too. He thought. Good morning. I am from semi-private academy. My name is Dash. I heard you before. I'm Izuku Midoriya. Nice to meet you, Ida. Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head, a habit that has seemed to have stuck with him. Midoriya. You realized there was something more to that practical exam, didn't you? Huh. Izuku responded dumbly. I had no idea. I completely misjudged you. I hate to admit it, but you are better than me. 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐸 said as he praised Izuku. Sorry. I actually didn't. Izuku began but was interrupted. Oh, that curly hair. You're the plain-looking one. A familiar cheerful voice said. Izuku turned around to see the same cute girl that he saved during the entrance exam. He blushed at her comment as he took a good look at her. It's the nice person. Izuku said in his mind, surprised that she was in his class too. You passed just like Present Mike said? She exclaimed with a cheerful tone. She was glad that the guy who saved her during the entrance exam passed as well. She looks good in a uniform. Izuku thought. Of course you did. Your punch was amazing. Achiko nodded as she imitated Izuku's smash. Izuku's face was now red, definitely embarrassed by this. Oh, well, it was thanks to you going to speak with him directly that Izuku stuttered. How did you know about that? Oh, that's because. Bakugo looked at the scene in front of him as he kept thinking. How was Deku able to get so strong? Just what is his quirk? And for how long did he hide it from me? He was also angry at the fact that he wasn't the only one from their school to get into UA like he said he would. I wonder if today's just the entrance ceremony and orientation. I wonder what our teachers are like. Aren't you nervous? The girl, identified as Achiko, asked multiple questions, getting closer with each. So close. Izuku thought as he did his best to hide his red face. He wasn't used to girls his age being so up close and personal with him. Well, except for Itsuka, who he got used to her more or less. Go somewhere else if you want to play at being friends. A monotone voice pointed out. Achiko and Izuku looked outside the door to see a man inside a yellow sleeping bag. This is the hero course, the man said as he drank a juice box. Mr. Aizawa. Izuku questioned in shock as he identified the man. The man stood up and unzipped his sleeping bag. Okay, it took 8 seconds before you were quiet. Is limited. You kids are not rational enough. He lectured them. Mr. Aizawa, are you by any chance our teacher for this year? Izuku asked. Yes, and that would be Aizawa-sensei from now on. He's as worn out as the last time I saw him. Izuku thought, with a sweat drop running down his face. Aizawa then entered the class and presented himself, before asking them to put on their gym's uniform and to go out onto the field. Meanwhile, All Might was in the teacher's lounge reading the teacher directory. The UA system does not follow the beaten path. Depending on the homeroom teacher, even the first day can be a quirk assessment test. The class asked in unison. What about the entrance ceremony? The orientation? Achiko asked, if you're going to become a hero, you don't have time for such leisurely events. UA's selling point is how unrestricted its school traditions are. That's also how the teachers run their classes. Aizawa responded as he turned around to see the shocked faces of Class 1A. You kids have been doing these physical tests since junior high, too, right? Physical fitness tests where you weren't allowed to use your quirks. The country still uses averages taken from results from students not using their quirks. It is not rational. Well, the Ministry of Education is procrastinating. He then looked towards Izuku. Midoriya, you finished at the top of the practical exam, right? You were the only one who scored above 100 points, earning one of the highest scores ever in the history of UA. You were also able to destroy the 0-pointer, while everybody else was forced to run away. Pretty impressive to say the least, considering your quirk manifested a year ago. His quirk manifested a year ago. Class 1A yelled in unison, surprised by their fellow peers' feats, except for Ojiro, who knew about this since their results came in. However, he was surprised about the matter of his quirk awakening a year ago. Izuku never told him that. Meanwhile, Izuku wasn't too happy with the revelation. He wanted to hide the fact that his quirk manifested a year ago, that before that he was just quirkless. But it seems like life had other plans for him. He also wanted to hide the fact that he got first place in the entrance exam, to avoid unnecessary attention, but that was no longer possible too. I guess it can't be helped, I'll just go with the lie All Might and I prepared. But for now, I need to leave a strong impression and there's no better way to do it than acing this test. He thought as he took a glance at Bakugo. I guess with him around my secret wasn't going to be safe for long either. The reason why Izuku thought this is pretty simple. To Izuku, quirkless and isolation meant the same thing. Once the doctor announced that he was quirkless, his father left him, Katsuki stopped being his friend, he started to get bullied at school and then soon enough, became a social outcast. Everyone he ever cared about left him, with the exception being his mother of course. Ojiro and Itsuka are different though. as Izuku knew without a doubt that they were amazing and irreplaceable friends. However, he also knew that all people aren't like them. Amazing. I didn't know you were able to get that many points, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 said as his respect for Izuku only grew. Wow, you must be stronger than I thought. And your quirk is surely amazing, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 said as she too was impressed by Izuku's achievements. Izuku blushed and rubbed the back of his head as he smiled sheepishly. I just trained a lot for 10 months. Bakugo was irritated. What? 10 minutes? How were you able to get so strong in only 10 months? It doesn't matter, it must have been because of those DMN rescue points, Bakugo thought, but he was clearly said by Izuku's sudden growth and even nervous. Anyways, that aside, Midoriya, you injured your body in the process. Don't expect that every time you injure yourself that someone will save you. Understand? Why yes sir. Bakugo, you're the one who got the most villain points with 77 points, placing second to Midoriya, 𝐻𝐿 pointed out much to Bakugo's annoyance. In junior high, what was your best result for the softball throw? 67 meters. Then, try doing it with your quirk. Give it all you've got. Bakugo then stood in the circle and said, then, well. And as he threw the ball he yelled, die. Die. Izuku repeated. Know your own maximum first, 𝐻𝐿 said as the ball hit the ground after a few seconds. That is the most rational way to form the foundation of a hero. He held up his phone as it read 705. 2 meters as the students were getting excited to use their quirks. What's this? It looks fun. A pink-skinned girl with yellow horns and yellow eyes said. We can use our quirks as much as we want, as expected from the hero course. Another student yelled. It looks fun. 𝐻𝐿 said ominously. You have 3 years to become a hero. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? Alright. Whoever comes in last place in all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Huh. Most of the students of Class 1A shouted. 𝐻𝐿. It seems like Izuku is going to be facing a lot of suffering from the start. I still remember how he was impressed with the boy's potential, and I'm sure he wants to push him further, All Might said as he looked at Shota Aizawa's profile in the teacher directory. Punished with expulsion. From our last encounter, I'm pretty sure he's not bluffing, Izuku thought as he remembered how serious his teacher is. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. Welcome to UA's hero course, Aizawa said as he moved his hair out of the way, showing his freaky smirking face. 𝐻𝐿 spoke up, last place will be expelled. But it's the first day of school. No, even if it wasn't the first day of school, this is too unfair. Natural disasters, big accidents, and selfish villains. Calamities whose time or place can't be predicted. Japan is covered with unfairness. Heroes are the ones who reverse those situations. If you wanted to go talk with your friends at Mickey D's after school, too bad. For the next 3 years, UA will do all it can to give you one hardship after another. Go beyond. Plus ultra. Overcome it with all you've got. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 took out his water bottle and began to drink. This is too serious to be hazing. However, this is the best of the best. There is no choice but to do it. Oh, I can't wait to blast everything in my path, Bakugo thought. All right, demonstration is over. The real thing starts now, he said as he looked at Izuku, who unlike many of his classmates was calm and not nervous at all. All right, demonstration is over. The real thing starts now. Test 1, 50-meter dash. The first test was the 50-meter dash. 2 students will line up and race each other at a time. A camera-like computer machine will read and measure each student's time. The first 2 students lined up ready to race are 𝐻𝐻𝐿 and a green-haired girl with features similar to that of a frog. On your mark, get set. Then the machine made the sound of a gunshot signaling the beginning of the race. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 blasted off and was the first one to finish the race. 3, 4 seconds. The computer announced as soon as 𝐻𝐻𝐿 passed the finish line. Shortly after, the frog-like girl was able to cross the finish line as well. For 50 meters, I can only go up to 3rd gear, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 thought. Name, 𝐻𝐻𝐿 Quirk, engine. He has engines in his calves which allows him to move at super high speeds, Well, he's like a fish in water. He's certainly in his element. However, speed isn't the only attribute that is essential for a pro hero. It'll be worth seeing what others do. Aizawa said in his mind. Name, 𝐒𝐮𝐦𝐬𝐴 Quirk, frog. Well, the name speaks for itself. She can do whatever a frog can. Tsuyu's 50-meter dash time was recorded as 5:58 seconds, which is not too shabby. Lighten up my clothes and shoes, she said to herself, as she reduced the weight of her clothes using her quirk. Name, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 Uraraka Quirk, 0 gravity. Anything she touches will become weightless, and she will have absolute control over it. However, her drawback is that if she overuses her quirk, she will begin to become nauseous. I have to give it my all today. Midoriya and I promised each other to reach the top together, so I need to avoid expulsion at all costs. Ojiro said in his mind as he prepared himself for the race. The machine made the gunshot sound as Ochako and Ojiro began to race. Ojiro crossed the finish line in 5:0 seconds while Ochako did so in 7:15 seconds. Not bad, Ojiro, not bad at all. Izuku murmured with a smirk before his and Ojiro's eyes met. This was going to be yet another one of their competitions. Everyone, you're not being creative enough. I'll show you what it's like to be allowed to use your quirk. A blonde, French kid said. Name, 𝐻𝐿𝐼 Aoyama Quirk, naval laser. He can shoot a laser from his belly button. But he's limited by the amount of time he can shoot continuously. 5:51 seconds. If I shoot for more than a second, I get a stomachache. Aoyama pointed out. What the heck? Thought the various students of Class 1A, as they thought that his quirk's drawback was pretty weird. Looking at the upper limit of your quirks and the room for growth in each result, it becomes clear what you can and can't do. Aizawa thought before he looked at the last two students, who were getting ready to race. They were none other than Izuku Midoriya and Katsuki Bakugo. On your mark. Bakugo looked to his right and said, try not to fall too far behind me, Deku. Get set. Oh, we'll see about that, Kaken. Izuku said in his mind with a smirk appearing on his face. He decided to activate his Sharingan and use 8% of one for all in his right foot. He was going to boost himself and give himself a push before running with his pure physical strength. That will connect to the creativity needed for you to survive. Aizawa thought as the gunshot sound went off and both students blasted off. Explosive speed. Bakugo shouted as he ignited his hands with explosives that allowed him to get a boost of speed. For 10 seconds, Bakugo grew angry as he saw Izuku taking the lead thanks to the boost he got earlier. During this whole race, he was just trying to catch up to him, which contradicts what he told Izuku before the race. For 13 seconds, Bakugo finished the race slightly after Izuku. Minute. How did he get ahead of me? Bakugo angrily thought. I have to use both the Sharingan and one for all at the same time so that no one suspects that I have two quirks. Izuku mentally thought as he looked at his hand. I managed to increase my control of one for all up to 8% during the month between the exam and the school's first day, but I still have a long way to go. He looked at his score before his eyes drifted to Ojiro, who complimented his friend by giving him a thumbs up, which Izuku returned too. They were going to push themselves to do better and better. Test 2. Grip strength. Izuku proceeded to reactivate his Sharingan and one for all at 8% in his right hand before grabbing the object. He was surprised to see that his grip strength was 175 kilograms, placing him in second place after the tentacles guy named Shoji. He's holding back, Aizawa thought to himself. This definitely wasn't the power Izuku showed during the practical exam. But Aizawa also didn't understand how Izuku got super strength. He didn't have it last year when he came to UA. Ojiro came at 4th place. He used both his hand and tail, giving him a grip strength of 150 kilograms, placing him after a tall girl with a ponytail that created a special device to help increase her grip strength for the test. So far, I can say we're doing a great job. Ojiro exclaimed, snapping Izuku out of his gaze. Yeah, we're doing so well. If we keep up the good work, we won't risk expulsion. Izuku replied. Is something wrong? You seem troubled. Ojiro commented as it seems like Izuku had something on his mind. Nothing to worry about. Izuku replied. Why are they using their quirks like that? Izuku said in his mind. Test 3. Standing long jump. Izuku activated his Sharingan and started to run at full speed. Just as he was about to jump, he activated 8% in 1 foot and jumped, giving him a decent score. Bakugo was happy that he managed to beat Izuku in that test. He and a few students were able to clear the entire sandbox thanks to their quirks. I still don't understand. They're using their quirks differently, Izuku noted as he observed many students with his Sharingan. Test 4. Repeated side steps. Izuku decided not to use his quirks for this test. He didn't really need to. The last person to go was Mineta, and he was the only one to get a higher score than Izuku. He used the purple ball placed on his head to bounce him back and forth with little to no effort. Something is off, Izuku thought. I can see with my Sharingan that everyone is using their quirks, not like an on and off SW. They're channeling the blue energy of their quirk through their entire body. Izuku began to solve the problem that has been troubling him ever since the test started. But that means that everything I've been doing till now is wrong. It means that I haven't been using one for all correctly all along. Flashback, Detroit Smash. Izuku shouted as he hit the punching bag All Might brought him. Alright, that's it for today, All Might said. Izuku had just finished his training at Dogoma Beach. His control over One for All had improved from 3% to 5%, but he thought that something was still off. He didn't know how to put it, but despite having the power of All Might, he didn't feel like he was All Might. His initial thought was that it was due to his lack of control. However, he felt that there's another trick to it. All Might, Izuku called his mentor, grabbing his attention. Is there a special trick when it comes to controlling One for All? He asked. The trick to controlling One for All. All Might put his hand on his chin and began to think about it. What's feeling? All Might dramatically shouted. That's All Might for you. Izuku shot back in enthusiasm. You've already pulled out the 100%. All Might said, remembering his successor's performance. It destroyed me though, Izuku replied. But now that you have it, it'll be easy. You should have already grasped the feeling. What was it like? All Might asked. Izuku began to think about it. He had stopped thinking about the feeling ever since he discovered that he's able to see One for All in his body. He was really surprised that day. It was weird, but he deduced that his enhanced perception made him now able to see this blue energy in his body or whatever it is. And upon looking at other people, he discovered that other people had it too. He further deduced that people use this energy to use their quirks. After all, it was the same thing with One for All. He was able to see the energy of One for All flowing in his muscles. And make sure that he wasn't using 100%, thus not breaking his bones. Shortly after, he finally remembered the feeling. It was like BZZT or a whoosh. Izuku said, and seeing the puzzled look on All Might's face, he tried to be more specific. I know. Like an egg put in a microwave. Hearing this, All Might burst out laughing and BLD came out of his mouth. That's boring but unique. If that's the image you have, then lower the wattage or shorten the cooking time. Anything's fine, just focus on the image of the egg not exploding. The image. Izuku repeated as he found a piece of the puzzle he was trying to solve. You have 3 weeks until school starts. Keep focusing on that image. It won't happen overnight, but I'm sure you will be able to control One for All more fluently someday. At some point, it'll even be as easy as breathing. Back to the present. So, during the month between the entrance exam and the first day, Izuku learned more and more about both quirks. He learned that with his Sharingan, he could faintly see a blue energy that grew and moved whenever people used their quirks, and that he had to grasp a certain feeling in order to fluently control One for All. However, unlike him, the students were using this energy in an entirely different way, and he couldn't help but find it really odd. Could this be the final piece of the puzzle I have been looking for? Maybe if I channel my blue energy like them and slightly change the image I have in mind, I might be finally able to fluently control One for All. Test 5. Ball Throw. I wonder why Midoriya isn't using the super strength he displayed during the entrance exam. Tenya asked, curious why Izuku was holding back, especially after Aizawa's threat. What do you mean by super strength? That pitiful nerd is weak as F, 𝐻𝐿𝐲 replied. I'm sure all he did was some training, and martial arts or something. There's no way Deku could ever get a strong quirk. He added with his usual violent tone. You're wrong, you didn't see him when he destroyed the zero-pointer with one punch. He was truly amazing. Tenya replied while 𝐻𝐿𝐲 scoffed. Tenya clearly remembered that day, and until now, he is still amazed by the display of strength Izuku put during the exam. Yeah, I heard about the rumors that someone from Battle Center B destroyed the zero-pointer with one punch, not to mention he got first place on the entrance exam, so let's not underestimate him. A red-haired boy added. Meanwhile, Izuku went to his designated spot, activated his Sharingan, and charged his arm with 8% of one for all. But before he could throw the ball, he saw from the corner of his eyes Aizawa using his capture weapon to bind him, so he dodged the attack. I see you're still quick on your feet, Midoriya, Aizawa said in a monotone voice. Come with me for a second. Everyone was in awe at Izuku's reflexes. It's like he predicted his attack. Tenya shouted. He thought that unless his quirk was super speed, there was no way he could have dodged the attack that easily. He had to admit, if he was in Izuku's shoes he wouldn't have been able to dodge the attack. But isn't Izuku's quirk some kind of super strength? But Aizawa-sensei doesn't seem impressed. I don't think it's their first time meeting, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 exclaimed as she put a finger on her chin. Now that I think of it, Midoriya did recognize Aizawa-sensei immediately. Tenya replied as he recalled the events that happened earlier. Class A then began to make assumptions and try to guess how the student-teacher duo knew each other. One of them even suggested that Izuku might be Aizawa's secret love child. I wonder who suggested that. Why are you holding back? Aizawa asked. What do you mean? Izuku replied with another question, confused by what Aizawa meant. Why are you not using the same power you used to destroy the zero-pointer or something even close to it? Are you half-butting my test thinking that I won't expel you because we're acquainted? Aizawa sternly said. No, it's not like that, not at all, sensei. Izuku said as he waved his arms in defense. It's just that I discovered this new part of my quirk on the day of the exam, and I can't use it to the maximum, or I'll break my bones, just like the day of the exam. He added, fully explaining the situation. Aizawa let out a sigh, understanding Izuku's situation. That makes sense considering that super strength wasn't your thing last time we met. Fine, given you only discovered your quirk last year I can't expel you, and as your teacher, I can't ask you to break your bones and end up incapacitated. However, you must know that in the future, dire situations will require you to use your maximum. It's part of the job of being a pro hero. I won't pressure you, but you better learn how to properly control your power soon instead of being a glass cannon, or I'll expel you. I have high expectations for you, so don't disappoint me. He then gave Izuku another ball to retry the test. You can throw however you want, but consider what I said to be your first lesson. Izuku went back to redo the ball throw test, thinking about Aizawa's words. He's right, I have to learn how to fully control one for all soon. I cannot use the control excuse forever. I have to work harder than everyone to become the #1 hero. But until then, it's likely that I would face some situations that will require my full power. And I'll have a maximum of 2 punches before I'm entirely useless. I need to find another way to use my full power and stay in a fight. Deku seems in deep thought. Hachiko commented, to which Tenya nodded. Whatever Aizawa-sensei told him, it must have been serious. Tenya added, You're just a pebble, Deku. There's no way you'll beat someone like me. 𝐻𝐿𝐲 said in his mind as he observed Izuku. Suddenly, an idea popped out in Izuku's head. If he wants to see a power remotely close to what I showed during the entrance exam and limiting the risk of injury, I guess I could give it a try. Music, My Hero Academia 𝐂𝐮𝐬𝐴 run until now, I didn't get any limit-breaking score and all that's left is this, the long-distance run, sit-ups, and the seated toe touch. It's now or never. I won't lose the first place I worked so hard to get. I'm All Might's successor after all, so I can't accept this. I have to live up to his expectations. It's about time. Aizawa murmured as he could clearly see Izuku's sheer determination in his Sharingan. Izuku, you're really cool. Inko's voice came to Izuku's head. You can become a hero. All Might's voice came to his head. I'll definitely become the greatest hero. He shouted in his mind, and everyone was able to feel the rising tension in the air. Izuku then gripped the ball nice and hard and prepared to throw it. Meanwhile, All Might was hiding at a corner and watching his successor, but then he saw what was he about to do. Hey, is he serious? The Sharingan user charged 100% of one for all in his index finger, as the energy was coursing through his veins. However, just as this was happening, the blue energy grew more intense and changed from blue to cyan. He then threw the ball, pushing it at the end with his index, breaking it, and then yelling with all his might. Smash! The ball launched into the air so fast that it broke the sound barrier, creating gusts of winds one after the other. All of the students were knocked off their feet, and many of them quickly closed their eyes and covered their ears, desperately trying to shield their eyes from the dust and protect their ears from the sound. There was even a purple-haired girl who screamed in agony because of how loud the sound was. It doesn't hurt as much as before. Oh wait, it hurts even more. Izuku thought, as for some reason the pain was even more unbearable than last time. It didn't make any sense to him. He didn't know why, but he knew he had to stand tall. He then turned his attention to Aizawa and closed his fist. Aizawa-sensei, I can still move. Izuku said, looking at Aizawa, with a victory look in his eyes and a smirk. Music ends. However, he was surprised to see Aizawa covering his ears and in pain. Izuku then looked at the class to find the mess he created. I killed half of my class during my first day at UA. Izuku comically panicked as his eyes bulged from their sockets. After a few moments, the class recovered and pulled themselves together. Aizawa immediately sent the purple-haired girl to the infirmary because her ears were bleeding while the others still had a hard time hearing anything, including Izuku himself. Shortly after, they finally began to process what just happened. Aizawa just groaned before saying, "It seems like you always find a way to surpass my expectations, kid." He then held up his phone as it read 1200 meters, and immediately all of the Class 1A's students' jaws dropped. Congratulations, you earned the title of Problem Child. For God's sake, I already suffer from dry eyes, don't go and make me deaf too. Aizawa added, 1,200 meters. That's crazy. The red-haired boy yelled while trying to pick up his jaw from the floor. Oi, how are we supposed to compete with that? A yellow-haired boy asked, with visible shock in his voice. Izuku Midoriya, looks like you'll be more troublesome than I initially thought. A certain bicolor-haired teen murmured to himself. This is it. This is the power he displayed during the exam. Achiko cheered as she jumped in her place. Incredible, his power never fails to amaze me. Tenya said while nodding to Achiko's statement and agreeing with her. No, this power is even stronger than the one he used during the entrance exam. He shouted. However, his finger is swollen. He broke his arm and legs during the entrance exam as well. His quirk is really powerful, but it is also very strange. Tenya added with his finger resting on his chin as he pondered about Izuku's abilities and his unique powers. I came because I was worried, but what the heck, young man? You still can't control 100% of one for all, but you also couldn't become incapacitated. So, you propelled the ball at the last point of contact, by sending the power of one for all to just your finger, minimizing the injury while maximizing the power. What the heck, young man? You're so cool. All Might screamed in his head, thinking how cool his successor is, but then his expression turned into shock. But young Midoriya, what the hell is this power? It might be as strong as the power I once had during my prime. What's with that power? Everyone's quirks manifest by the age of 4. It's already unthinkable that his quirk manifested last year, let alone becoming this powerful in a short amount of time. Bakugo thought. He was furious. To think that Deku's power was strong enough to knock him off his feet. What is the meaning of this? Tell me what's going on, Deku, you be. Bakugo roared as he charged at Izuku with explosions in his hands, unable to contain his anger anymore. As he was charging, Aizawa used his capture weapon to bind him and erased his quirk. Try something like this again, and you'll be immediately expelled. Aizawa said, His eyes were red and his hair was rising and floating. I see, those googles, you're the pro hero, Eraserhead. Izuku deduced after seeing Aizawa's quirk and putting 2 and 2 together. Eraser? I don't know him. One of the students questioned. I've heard of him. He's an underground hero, one of the students replied. In reality, the only reason Aizawa wasn't famous was his hate for the media. Yaoyorozu, create a bandage for Midoriya's finger. Midoriya, after the exam I'll give you a letter to go to Recovery Girl. Aizawa said, releasing Bakugo in the process. Izuku went back to stand beside his classmates, but when he did, some of them took a few steps away from him. They were definitely afraid of him. Midoriya, what was that? Ojiro asked his friend. This was unbelievable. Izuku just rubbed the back of his head and smiled sheepishly. I don't know, I just used the full extent of my quirk and as you see, I got injured. But still, that was incredible. It was so manly. The red-haired kid told Izuku. Man, you threw the ball over 1 kilometer away. Sheesh, you're definitely something else. A yellow-haired teen added. Soon enough, many other students began to praise him and Izuku couldn't help but blush and shrink under all this attention. For the first time in his life, Bakugo wasn't the one who was being praised, the one who everyone fawned over him. Normally, he wouldn't care, but the idea of Deku being the one who's getting all that praise and attention instead of him shook him to his core. When Achiko's turn came, she used her zero-gravity quirk on the ball and threw it as it kept on floating and floating until it became a twinkling star in the sky as it went into space. Aizawa showed what his phone read, and everybody was aghast to see that it read a pink infinity symbol. Infinity! Class 1A shouted, guess I lost this one and to think I had to break my finger. Izuku thought as he had a flat expression on his face, but he shook it off and smiled. Test 6. Sit-ups. Izuku and Ojiro destroyed this competition with their pure physical strength. Bakugo tried to keep up with them but lost them when they reached. Are you going to give up, Midoriya? Ojiro asked. No, I can still go on. Izuku replied. That's the spirit of youth. After seeing both boys not stopping even after 500 sit-ups and not wanting to waste any more time, Aizawa decided to end this in a draw, much to the two boys' dismay. Test 7. Seated toe touch. Due to Izuku's taekwondo training that required him to be flexible, he was able to ace that test, getting first place. Seeing this, the pink-skinned girl who placed second approached Midoriya and said, I've never met someone more flexible than me. I'm Mina Ishido. She then moved near his ear and whispered, maybe we can dance together and see how flexible you are, Midoriya. At that moment, Izuku's face became completely red and steam could be seen coming out of his ears. He began stuttering and waving his arms, which made Mina laugh. Test 8. Long distance run. After about half an hour, the only people that were still running around the field were Izuku, Ojiro, and Momo Yaoyorozu. Since Izuku's quirk, Sharingan, uses a lot of stamina, All Might made sure that Izuku had to run 10 kilometers every day, in order to increase his quirk's time limit from 15 minutes to 30 minutes. That and his training with Kurigen-sensei pushed him to his absolute limits too. However, first place went to Momo, who created a bike and kept pedaling. However, she had to admit, the two boys gave her a hard time. She almost dropped out and was really tired after this test. She was happy that it was the last one. After the end of the tests, Aizawa made his calculations before showing them their overall placements. Class 1A Quirk Assessment Test Results. Izuku Midoriya, Momo Yaoyorozu, Shoto Todoroki, Katsuki Bakugo, Masahiro Ojiro. Tenya Ida, Fumikage Tokoyami, Mizo Shoji, Ijiro Kirishima, Mina Ishido, Achiko, Uraraka, Koji Koda, Rikido Sato, Tsu Azui, Yuga Oyama, Hantas Siro, Denki Kaminari, Kyoka Jiro, Toru Hagakure, Minor Mineta. Izuku was quite surprised to see his name at the top and ranking first, but he was happy. This gave him more confidence in himself and his abilities. Looks like you defeated me again, Midoriya. It seems like I have to improve more. I'm your rival after all, and I can't fall behind you. Ojiro exclaimed, willing to get stronger to catch up to his rival. Well, you did pretty good yourself, look, you're at the top 5. Izuku exclaimed, trying to cheer up his friend. Almost there. Ojiro murmured. He was happy that the gap between them somewhat decreased. Meanwhile, Mina's eyes began to tear up as he saw that he got the last place in the quirk assessment test. In a way, I'm getting expelled on the first day. But right before he started to sob fully, Aizawa cut him off. By the way, I was lying about the expulsion. No one is going home. Everyone in Class 1A, besides Momo, was speechless as their eyes were as wide as saucers. Aizawa smirked as he made his trademark freaky face. It was a rational deception to draw out the upper limits of your quirks. What? Class 1A yelled beside Momo as the rest of the class did not take kindly to being deceived so easily. Of course, that was a lie. It should have been obvious if you just thought it through. It's the first day of school for crying out loud. Momo said. Bakugo just scoffed in annoyance, probably because he got 4th overall in the quirk assessment test and Izuku was number 1. Something that he had never even considered being possible, not even in a million years. With that, we're done here. There are handouts with the curriculum and such in the classroom, so when you get back, look over them. Aizawa then walked towards Izuku with a slip of paper in his hand. Midoriya, have the old lady fix you in the nurse's office. Tomorrow will be packed with even more rigorous tests. Prepare yourself. Aizawa said as he gave Izuku the slip of paper and walked away. Izuku looked at the slip of paper as he was immersed in his thoughts. I got through this for now. I may be strong, but there are still things that I can't do. I made it to first place, so I have a good head start. I just need to make sure I keep working harder than everyone. Aizawa, you liar. Oh, good morning, All Might. So, you were watching. You got too much time on your hands. Aizawa said as he passed by All Might when he was on his way back inside. A rational deception, you said. Ha, nice joke, but April Fool's was last week. You punished a whole class of last year's first years with expulsion. You cut those you judged to be without hesitation. For a man like that to take back his words, that must be because you also felt it too, right? Izuku Midoriya's incredible growth and potential. All Might bellowed as he pointed at Aizawa. Aizawa gained a suspicious look on his face as a smirk appeared on his face. Also, you seem to be supporting him quite a bit. Is it too far-fetched to say that maybe you have been giving young Midoriya a little favoritism? All Might widened his eyes as he realized his mistake. 𝐶𝐲𝐵, I need to be more careful with the way I speak about Izuku towards others. Is that how a teacher should be acting? Aizawa started to walk away, but he decided to say one last thing before he and All Might parted ways. It's true what you say. He does have an enormous amount of potential, probably the most potential a UA student has ever had, including you and Endeavor. Aizawa pointed out, making All Might flinch. So he noticed that too. But potential will only get you so far in this world. Execution is what matters. There are still many things he needs to learn for him to become a pro one. He needs to stop breaking his bones and control his quirk. A mistake like that could cost his or other people's lives if he's not careful. Also, it seems like he's using his quirk as an on and off 𝐬𝗓𝗏, not as an extension of his body. I'll make sure to tell him this tomorrow during the hero basic training. I will always cut those without potential. There's nothing crueler than letting a dream end midway. That was the last thing he said before he walked off, leaving All Might to his own devices. All Might smiled as he heard Aizawa's harsh, but honest words. But then he thought about that last part, like an on and off 𝐬𝗓𝗏. So, you're being kind in your own way, huh, Aizawa? All Might sighed. I guess we don't really get along after all. Classes were now over as the first day of UA High School for Izuku Midoriya ended. The students were leaving the front gates as they conversed with one another, speaking about how the first day went for them, how the classes and the teachers were, and whatnot. The first day of the school year always has the most energy, more than most of the days in the school year. I'm so tired, Izuku said as he walked out the main gates of UA, feeling very fatigued as he did. Ojiro had to leave early to train with Daisuke-sensei, so Izuku was walking all alone. Just then, a strong hand grabbed Izuku's right shoulder. He already knew who the person was since he got used to it by now. Izuku turned around and greeted them. Hey Ida, what's up? Is your finger healed? Tenya asked, concerned about his peer's health. Yeah, thanks to Recovery Girl. Izuku said as he showed Tenya his bandaged finger. Flashback. Nurse's office. Kiss. Recovery Girl kissed Izuku's broken finger as a green light illuminated it and healed it completely. Wow. It's healed. But I suddenly feel very tired, I need a nap. Izuku said as he instantly felt the fatigue kicking in. My quirk can only 𝐬𝗓𝗡 a person's healing ability. Healing requires stamina. If you keep getting major injuries, you'll use too much stamina and end up dying instead, so be careful. Recovery Girl said as she gave Izuku candy so that he regain some energy. I'll end up dying instead. Izuku cried in horror. Izuku then noticed the purple-haired girl that he indirectly injured after his ball throw. Hey, I just wanted to say that I'm so sorry for what happened during the test. I didn't mean to. He began as he started to repeatedly bow and mutter, still ashamed of himself. She got hurt because he couldn't control his quirk properly. However, the girl stopped him. It's fine. I'm all healed up now and you didn't know what my quirk was. Aizawa-sensei also seemed to have put a lot of pressure on you, so it can't be helped. She said as she opened the nurse's office door. See you tomorrow, Green. And with that, she left, leaving Izuku all alone. Green. Izuku questioned the nickname the girl gave him because she didn't know his name. Back to the present, I can't just keep getting help from others. I have to hurry up and learn to control and 𝐬𝗓𝗧 one for all. No, I also have to awaken the second tomo in my right eye. Izuku said mentally as he and Ida walked side by side. I was really taken in by Aizawa-sensei. I even thought, this is the best of the best and such. I didn't think a teacher would encourage us with a lie. But it seemed to have worked out in the end. Although, I don't understand how you two know each other. Ida said as he crossed his arms, curious about the relation between Izuku and Aizawa. Well, you can say I fought him last year. Izuku replied. You what? Tenya asked with visible shock. Was his classmate a villain or something before coming to UA? Yes, I fought him when my quirk manifested. He was helping Recovery Girl study my quirk, 'cause it's unique. Izuku replied, not mentioning All Might. I see. Tenya simply responded as he put a hand on his chin, processing what he just heard. I thought Ito was scary, but he's just earnest. Izuku thought as he was impressed by Tenya's diligence. Hey, you too. Going to the station, right? Wait for me. Achiko shouted as she walked towards Izuku and Tenya. Uraraka. Oh, you're the Infinity Girl. Tenya said as Uraraka caught up with them. I'm Achiko Uraraka. She introduced herself. You're Tenya Ida, Achiko said as she pointed at Ida. And you're Deku Midoriya, right? Deku? Izuku asked with visible confusion. But during the fitness test, the boy named Bakugo said, Deku, you be 𝐬𝗓𝗧𝗟. Right? Achiko questioned while trying to imitate Bakugo. My real name is Izuku, but Deku is what Kaken calls me to make fun of me. Izuku said as he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. An insult? Tenya questioned. Oh, is that right? I'm sorry, I didn't know. But Deku sounds like the Japanese word Dikairu for, you can do it. It has some sort of never give up vibe, so I kinda like it. You it is. Izuku said immediately with no hesitation as his face was bright red. What? But Midoriya, you're accepting it too easily. Wasn't that an insult? Tenya said as he was perplexed by the situation. It's like a Copernican revolution. Izuku mumbled as he hid his blushing face with his hands comically. Kopi? Achiko asked confused as she didn't get the reference that Izuku was making. Midoriya, you mentioned that your quirk was unique, that even Recovery Girl was studying it. Can you tell us more about it? Tenya asked, curious about the Sharingan user's quirk. Well, it's called Sharingan. When I activate it, my eyes become red, with a black ring showing around my pupils. On my right eye's black ring, I have one tomo, but on the left one I have two. Izuku said, but both of them looked confused, so he activated it to show them. I see, and what powers does it give you? Tenya replied, interested in Izuku's quirk. It gives me the power to read my opponent's movements and predict them like I'm slightly seeing the future thanks to the increased perception it grants me. It also gives me the power to copy other people's fighting styles and techniques, making them my own. But my body must be physically able to do it. Also, it can boost my physical strength, but if I overdo it, I'll break my bones. That's all I know about it for now. Midoriya, that's amazing. Tenya exclaimed. Yes, Deku, compared to you our quirks are outmatched. Achiko added as she thought how amazing Izuku's quirk was. No, please don't say that. You guys have awesome quirks too. Although he said that, Izuku was happy that people thought his quirk is amazing, well, technically his quirks. But imagine envying him, the same kid who used to be quirkless a year ago. Pushing that aside, the group of three began to walk towards the train station, conversing on the way there. There are so many things I can't do yet. I have to work hard and do my best. This is only the beginning of my journey to become a hero. But All Might, I can at least be happy that I have friends, right? Izuku thought as he finally had people who he can call friends. It has been a while since he has socialized with his classmates or other people in his school. It made him feel happy that now his life was finally taking a step forward from the darkness and sadness it used to be. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, All Might was sitting down as he stared at his hero costume, which was currently in his hands. You don't have time to relax, young man. The real thing starts tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the teacher's lounge, All Might was sitting down as he stared at his hero costume, which was currently in his hands. You don't have time to relax, young man. The real thing starts tomorrow. That night, my phone is ringing. I wonder who's calling me. Izuku said before getting up. He was currently in his room, finishing a push-up set. It's All Might. Hello, young Midoriya. How was your first day at school? All Might asked his protege. It was cool. I got first place in the quirk assessment test. Izuku replied while using a towel to wipe his sweat. That's my successor for you. Anyways, I want to meet you at Dogoba Beach. Right now. Yes, it's about one for all. Alright, I'll be there in a few minutes. Izuku ended the call and then went to take a shower and get ready to meet All Might. Dogoba Beach, Toshinori-sensei. All Might looked at the voice's owner and was glad to see Izuku, who had made sure not to call him by his hero name this time. Young Midoriya. Sorry if I made you wait. No, it's my fault for calling you on short notice. So, what is this all about? Izuku asked. Well, I've watched your performance today in the quirk assessment test. I even talked with Aizawa and he thinks you're doing something wrong while using the new ability of your quirk. One for all to be precise. Is it about me breaking my bones? Izuku questioned, thinking that his teacher wasn't happy with what happened during the ball throw test. Not to mention how he hurt everyone present too. No, not exactly. All Might then looked around to make sure no one was around just in case and then powered up to his muscle form. Young Midoriya, I want you to punch my hands 2 times. One with your right and the other with your left using one for all. All Might instructed, to which Izuku nodded. Izuku then proceeded to power up and charged the power of one for all at 8% in his right arm. The energy coursed through his veins before Izuku punched All Might's hand. All Might was surprised to see his hand pushed back a little. He was holding back, but he should have had perfectly blocked the punch with the amount of strength he put in. Something is definitely different about him. All Might thought before he quickly shrugged it off, waiting for Izuku's second punch that for some reason didn't come. Izuku, who was still charging the power of one for all in his left arm, was cut off by All Might. Why are you taking so much time to punch my other hand? All Might asked. I was charging the power of one for all in my left arm. Izuku replied, a bit confused by the question and why All Might stopped him. Am I doing something wrong? Wait, is he trying to tell me? Izuku thought. He's using his quirk as an on and off 𝐬𝗓𝗡. All Might remembered Aizawa's words. You're using your quirk like an on and off 𝐬𝗓𝗡. And not like an extension of my body. Izuku continued as he figured out what was All Might trying to tell him. Wait, you knew? All Might quickly replied, surprised by his successor's words. He didn't expect Izuku to know the answer. All Might, do you remember when I told you how I'm able to faintly see a blue energy inside people's bodies? Izuku asked. Yes, I do remember. You said something about how this energy is actually what makes people use their quirks. All Might replied as he tried to remember Izuku's explanation from that day. Correct. By channeling this energy and using it, anyone can use his quirk. Before I started to imagine the egg in the microwave, I used to observe with my Sharingan this energy and channel it in a way that makes me able to safely use one for all without breaking my bones. Izuku explained as All Might paid attention to understand everything that Izuku was saying. Yes, but with practice, you were able to control the output by getting used to the feeling and imagining the egg in the microwave. All Might explained, helping his student with the puzzle he was trying to complete. However, when I observed my classmates' quirks during the quirk apprehension test, I noticed something different. What is it? They were channeling this energy in their entire body. For example, that blonde-haired kid named Aoyama. The energy that is spread through his entire body concentrates in his stomach, allowing him to shoot his beams. The pink-skinned girl named Mina. She spreads the energy in her entire body before she can shoot her acid from anywhere. The same thing with that girl named Momo Yaoyorozu, except that her energy lets her create anything. Izuku replied. Let me guess, you channel it in one limb, right? Yeah. Izuku replied with a sheepish smile on his face. All Might could only smirk at his protégé's words. The boy was a natural genius. I see, your analysis skills are as sharp as always, young Midoriya. So, do you have any idea on how to improve? Izuku then shook his head and began to think out loud. One for all and the Sharingan are really different. In order to use the Sharingan, all I have to do is activate it through my eyes and then I can use its powers freely, but for one for all I have to activate it. Wait, the Sharingan is a quirk that all I need to do to use it is activate it from the start, and one for all is a quirk like the Sharingan, so all I have to do is channel the energy in my entire body before I use it. No, I have to channel it and keep it spread out while controlling the output and making sure that I don't go over 8%. All Might. I figured it out. All Might just looked at Izuku with a puzzled expression and sweat dropped. He had to admit that Izuku's muttering was really helpful to the kid. No, a very weird powerful asset that could be considered a quirk. Then show me what you can do, young Midoriya. Yes, sir. Izuku then concentrated and activated one for all. He also activated his Sharingan to make sure that the blue energy was spreading through his entire body at 8%. However, he was surprised to see that it's cyan. Can you move? All Might asked. Izuku waved his right arm, trying to get the feeling of this new power. I think I can, but there's something else I just noticed. He replied. What is it? The energy's color changed to cyan. It's not blue anymore. All Might was really surprised by this. He already had little to no info about this whole blue energy thing, but now Izuku was telling him that his energy went from blue to cyan. He was afraid that something bad might happen. However, the next thing that happened surprised him more, as green/cyan lightning began to swirl around Izuku's body. Is this normal? Izuku asked, not knowing if All Might ever went through something like that. No, this isn't normal by any means. All Might replied. Seeing that nothing else was happening, All Might decided to test Izuku's new form. Try to throw those 2 punches again. Izuku was able to perfectly land 2 consecutive punches at a high speed. All Might was surprised by this. He was glad that he put in more strength in his hand before the attack. Good job, young Midoriya. Try 2 kicks now. Izuku then landed 2 kicks without any delay. All Might was now sure that Izuku reached a whole new level of power. How do you feel? He asked to make sure that his successor is okay. I feel like my body is much lighter and stronger now. Izuku responded. He was in awe by this new power, as there was so much he could do now. The possibilities were endless. All Might hummed in thought, trying to come up with some theory about Izuku's new form. My theory is that since one for all gets stronger with each generation, it might have reached a new level, and it could explain why your energy changed to cyan. I think it just took its time until it finally blended with your DNA. It could also explain why your ball throw was too powerful today. Izuku nodded as he couldn't help but agree with everything All Might said. After all, it was the only reasonable explanation they had. However, little did Izuku and All Might both know that this wasn't a regular power-up, but something much bigger. I think I'll call this form, One for All, Full Cowl. Izuku pointed out and All Might nodded, having no problem with the name. Then it seems like we're done for today. Prepare yourself, because we will start sparring together next Saturday. We need to gauge this new power after all. Really? Sparring with you All Might? That's amazing! Izuku shouted. Ha! I like your spirit. You better go back home now. We don't want to worry your mother. See you tomorrow All Might. Izuku exclaimed as he waved goodbye to his hero. All Might waved back at Izuku, and the latter went back home content with his progress. The next day, the first class in Class 1A's curriculum was English, which was boring to everyone even though it was Present Mike who was teaching it. Lunch was at the main cafeteria, where students can buy gourmet food for reasonable prices. Of course, Izuku immediately started to fanboy once he met Lunch Rush, the cook hero in person. And then in the afternoon, Class 1A had hero basic training. I am. Izuku smirked as he knew exactly who it was. Coming through the door like a normal person. All Might burst through the door very dramatically, which was not normal at all. It's All Might. Kaminari said excitedly as he truly was hyped to be taught by none other than the #1 hero. Wow, he really is a teacher. Kirishima cheered as he stood up. That's a costume from the Silver Age, isn't it? Tsuyu said observantly. Its style is so different, it's giving me goosebumps. Ojiro stated as a bead of sweat rolled down his cheek. All Might marched to the teacher's podium. I teach hero basic training. It is a subject where you train in different ways to learn the basics of being a hero. You will take the most units of this subject. Let's get right into it. This is what we'll do today, combat training. All Might exclaimed as he held a card that read the word battle. Bakugo smirked in anticipation, combat. Training. Izuku finished as he too was smirking. He had to admit, he was just so excited to try his full cowl and test it against someone. And to go with that are these. All Might pointed to the wall as from holes installed there, came out numbered boxes from 1 through costumes made based on your quirk registrations and requests you sent in before school started. The students cheered in delight as they couldn't wait to try their new costumes on. Costumes? Izuku said to himself, eager to try his. After you change, gather in ground beta. Yes, sir. At ground beta, All Might stood at ground beta waiting for his students to arrive. After a couple of seconds, figures can be seen coming out through the tunnel. They say the clothes make the man, young men, and ladies. Be fully aware. From now on, you are heroes. As he said that, students from Class 1A all entered through the tunnel with their hero costumes equipped. Every costume was unique and fitted each of the aspiring heroes in training. All Might smiled as he greatly approved of everybody's gear. That's great, everyone. You all look cool. Now, shall we begin, you zygotes? Flashback to 3 weeks ago. I need to go to City Hall to get my quirk registration for the clothing allowance. Izuku said as he was sitting on his couch with papers spread all around the table. He got caught up with all of the training with All Might that he forgot to send in his request for his costume. And he left it for the last minute. Oh wait, but I'm already registered as Quirkless. Oh CRP, what should I do? He decided to call All Might for help. Quirk registration. Oh yeah, you can update that. All Might said blatantly as he sat in the teacher's lounge. Just like that. All Might chuckled. Everyone is examined and registered all at once when they enter elementary school and junior high, right? But there are cases where people discover their quirks are not what they thought they were. So, you're allowed to update it once or twice. They won't accept outrageous changes, but if you had none before, it's probably fine. I'm home. Inko yelled from the front door. Izuku got nervous, afraid that his mother could find out All Might and Izuku's secret, so he panicked and hung up by accident. Damn it, I hung up by mistake. I'll have to apologize to All Might later. Welcome back. Izuku greeted his mother. Hey, Izuku, 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 began as she pulled something out of her bag. Congrats on getting into UA. She added as she showed him the jumpsuit she bought for him. I might have jumped to conclusions though. A jumpsuit? Izuku repeated as he inspected it. It's not much as it is now though. When you dozed off while studying, I happened to see your notebook. What? Izuku blushed. However, 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's expression changed as she looked sad and bothered by something. The terrible thing I said kept bothering me. I gave up back then. But you didn't give up. You kept chasing your dream, didn't you? 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨 said as she recalled the time when she couldn't tell Izuku that he can become a hero. She began to tear up, but Izuku stopped her from going any further. His facial expression was now matching his mother's. Mom, please. We both know that's not true. I gave up. That day. And there has been a couple of times when I felt low and that I would never make it. So, don't blame yourself because you don't need to. You were just worried about me and you have every right. Izuku then pulled his mother in a tight hug. He noticed how she was shaking. Seems like she never got over that day and it was definitely a bad idea to bring it up. Thank you for being my mother and sorry for all the trouble I caused you, especially when you had to raise me all alone. As he finished his little speech, his mother began to sob and he tried his best to console her. After a few minutes, she finally calmed down and looked at her son again. Still, Izuku, with everything that happened to you, you ought to be proud of yourself. No matter how much life put you down, you stood up again, you never gave up. And let me tell you this is something that many adults fail to do. What I've done back then was still wrong and I'm sorry. I'll support you openly with everything I've got from now on. She exclaimed as she forced a smile and handed him his jumpsuit. Seeing this, Izuku had a few tears in his eyes too. He was going to use this jumpsuit to come up with the best hero costume he can come up with. After all, these were his mother's feelings. Back to the present, Izuku jogged through the tunnel as he was a little behind everyone else. It took him a little more time to get into his costume, so he had to hurry or else everybody will wonder where he's at. He finally entered ground beta as everybody had their eyes on his costume. Izuku's costume consisted of a dark green jumpsuit like the one from costume beta. He only changed the color to a darker green. A red belt in which he had some belt pouches to carry first aid items like a roller gauze, medical tape, and some elastic bandages. He also had leg bracers and his red shoes, a pair of white gloves, with 2 blue stripes at the base and elbow pads. On his face, he had a metal mask that he could move from his neck to his mouth and looked like All Might's smile. His ears had special green earpieces that looked like All Might's 2 bangs. Each one had a button that once Izuku pressed, would make a light green mask made of toughened glass appear over his eyes, to protect them from danger. In case the danger was too strong for the glass, it would immediately go back to his earpieces so that no sharp glass shard could hurt Izuku's eyes. Finally, on his back was a symbol that looked like a fan. The upper half was red and the lower one was white. This is my costume, he said to himself. Oh, Deku-kun. Hachiko said once she noticed that Izuku arrived on ground beta. Uraraka. Izuku called her, but once he got a good look at Hachiko's costume, he began to blush. That looked so cool. Very original and unique. I should have written what I wanted. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. It's embarrassing. The hero course is the best. Mineta said as he gave Izuku a thumbs up. Oh, Midoriya, you look cool. Ojiro complimented his friend. Izuku really wanted to return the compliment if Ojiro didn't just stick with his martial arts uniform. Haha, don't worry, I know what you're thinking. He reassured the Sharingan user. What is that symbol? Uraraka asked as she inspected the back of his costume. Ojiro was also interested to know more about it. I actually don't know, but I saw that symbol in my parents' room. It was a painting. I even saw it on some of my dad's old clothes. I kinda like it for some reason. I have to admit, it looks very stylish. I wonder if it's a brand. Hachiko added, making Izuku blush. All Might saw Izuku's costume and couldn't help but chuckle at the similarities. So obvious, he thought. All Might then noticed that everyone was here, so he began to give his instructions and explain the exercise. Now, it's time for combat training. Sir. This is a battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 asked, and Izuku recognized him from his voice and hand movements. And that is because 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 had a knight armor for a hero costume. Izuku had to admit that 𝐻𝐻𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫's costume looked cool and suited his personality. No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, atrocious villains appear indoors at a higher rate. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals. In this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into villains and heroes, and fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Without basic training. 𝐬𝐮𝐴 asked, wondering if they were up to the task. This is a real battle to understand those basics. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can just beat up. How will wins and losses be determined? Momo questioned. Can we beat them up anyway? Bakugo asked, hoping to blast whoever his opponent is. Will the punishment be expulsion like with Mr. Aizawa? Achiko asked, as she didn't want to experience that kind of pressure again. How shall we be split up? 𝐻𝐻𝐿 questioned. Isn't this cape crazy? Aoyama said randomly. All Might began to become overwhelmed as he wasn't used to being asked like 10 questions at once. He was a novice when it came to teaching. I'll answer all of your questions. Now listen here. All Might brought out his teaching notes. A script. Izuku thought with a sweat drop as he found amusement in his mentor's antics. The situation is that the villains have hidden a nuclear weapon somewhere in their hideout. The heroes are trying to dispose of that. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the nuclear weapon back in the allotted time. The villains need to protect the nuclear weapon for the whole time or catch the heroes. All Might explained. This situation feels very American. Izuku commented. All Might brought out a yellow box. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They're being decided so haphazardly. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 asked. He thought the selection would be more organized. Pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies. So maybe that's why. We need to always be prepared to team up with another hero and work with them if the situation asks for it. Izuku pointed out, and All Might was happy to see his successor's analytic mind already working. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 nodded his head as he understood Izuku's point. I see. The discernment to look ahead. Please excuse my rudeness. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 said as he bowed. It's fine. Let's hurry up and do this quickly. All Might bellowed as the students went and drew their lots to see who they were paired up with. Team A, Izuku Midoriya and Achiko Uraraka. Team B, Shoto Todoroki and Mizo Shoji. Team C, Momo Yaoyorozu and Minoru Mineta. Team D, Katsuki Bakugo and Tenya Ida. Team E, Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F, Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G, Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H, Fumikage Tokoyami and Tsuyu Azui. Team I, Hantashiro and Toru Hagakure. Team J, Ijiro Kirishima and Masahiro Ojiro. Wow, it must be fate. I'm counting on you. Achiko said cheerfully as she was excited over the fact that she and Izuku will be working together. However, Izuku was nervous over the fact that he got paired with a girl. Seriously. I have to speak properly, or else. Izuku's thoughts were cut off. Midoriya, come with me for a second. A familiar voice said. Everyone looked to see that it was Aizawa-sensei and were frightened, thinking that he's here to expel the losing teams or something. Don't worry, I won't expel anyone today. Aizawa said, much to the class's relief. Izuku went with Aizawa to a corner, wondering what did Aizawa-sensei want from him. In the quirk assessment test yesterday, you were using your new physical enhancement ability as dash, as an on and off SW. Yeah, I know, I already fixed that problem. Izuku replied. Did you figure this on your own? Aizawa asked while looking at a very nervous All Might. He felt like All Might was giving Izuku some favoritism. Yes, sir. Izuku lied to protect the secret of his relationship with All Might. Fine, we'll see what you can do today. The man replied, suspicious by how Izuku already figured out his problem and fixed it in one day. All Might put his hands in 2 boxes, a white one labeled hero and a black one labeled villain. The first teams to fight will be. All Might dramatically took his hands out, and in his hands appeared a black ball labeled D and a white ball labeled I. These guys. Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the villains. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but it seems that fate has other plans for you today. All Might thought as he had an idea on how bad the relationship between these two is. Izuku and Bakugo both gasped. They didn't expect to be fighting each other so soon. Today is the day I show you that I've surpassed you, 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. Izuku thought as his mind was already forming a plan. Perfect. I finally get to crush Deku with my own hands and show him that he's just a pebble in my way. Everyone else, head toward the monitor room. Yes, sir. Besides the 4 students participating, the students of Class 1A did as they were told and left to go to the monitor room, accompanied by Aizawa-sensei to watch the battle that was about to unfold. Izuku looked towards Bakugo and saw that he was giving him a mean glare. At first, Izuku was taken back by it, the years of countless beatings flashing in his mind. But then, he clenched his fists and smirked as he looked back at Bakugo. He was telling him, "Come and get me." Bakugo was taken back by this gesture and the sight of Izuku's eyes as Izuku had activated his Sharingan to appear more intimidating, and it seems to have worked. Bakugo then got even angrier as he silently growled. Villain team, go in first and set up. In 5 minutes, the hero team will break in, and the battle will start. Yes, sir. The students minus Bakugo said as the villain team began to make their way into the building. Young Ida, young Bakugo, learn to think from the perspective of the villains. This is pretty close to a real battle. Go all out. Don't be afraid to get hurt. Yes, sir. Ida replied. If things go too far, I will stop it. Yes, sir. All the while, Bakugo looked towards Izuku, gritting his teeth in anger. He was utterly infuriated by him. When the villain team made it to the floor where the fake nuclear weapon was located, 𝐻𝐼𝐴 began to speak. Even if this is training, it pains me to become a villain. So, our job is to protect this. He proceeded to knock on the fake weapon. It's paper mache. Hey! 𝐻𝐼𝐴 turned around to see that Bakugo had his back turned towards him. Deku has a pretty strong quirk, doesn't he? As much as he hated to admit, Bakugo knew that Izuku had a strong quirk, which was proven during the ball throw test. He didn't know what it was exactly as he was sure that his special eyes weren't for show, but he knew that his super strength wasn't a joke. Well, yes, he has increased perception, he can predict attacks, he can copy fighting styles and has increased physical ability dash. Enough. Bakugo said, cutting off 𝐻𝐼𝐴. Bakugo was shaking in anger as a certain thought came to his mind. Has he been tricking me all this time? Playing me for a fool when in reality he had a strong quirk all along. That DMN nerd. His quirk manifested a year ago, my butt. This is bullshit. No quirk can be this strong in a year. I bet he was hiding it all along. Meanwhile, the hero team was still outside discussing their battle strategy. It's a lot of work to memorize the building's floor plan. But All Might is just the same as when he's on TV. Unlike Aizawa-sensei, it looks like there's no threat of expulsion. But even he said that there's no expulsion today, so we can relax, and you're not relaxed at all. Achiko exclaimed as Izuku was visibly shaking. However, it wasn't because of nervousness, but it was because of excitement. This has been the moment he was waiting for. Well, it's because we're going up against 𝐾𝐿 and there is something that I always wished I could do, for both me and him, even though he won't like it. I see. Bakugo's the one who makes fun of you, right? Achiko said as she remembered what Izuku told her yesterday about him giving the name Deku to Izuku as an insult. Izuku sighed. He's amazing. I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. Bakugo's voice echoed in Izuku's head. It's true that he can be really annoying and a JRK, but his goal, his confidence, his physical strength, and his quirk were way more amazing than mine. Izuku then stood up and tightly balled his fists. But that's all in the past. Now I have my own power, my own confidence, my own drive, and my own goal. So now I refuse to lose to him. I refuse to make him believe that he's superior to me. Izuku said as his Sharingan came to life. Achiko stood in awe at the sheer determination that was coming from Izuku. It made her feel motivated and inspired her to do her best. She smiled at him. So it's a fated battle between rivals, huh? Izuku smiled sheepishly before saying, "Oh, well, I guess you could say that." Achiko raised her fist high and cheered, "All right then, let's do our best, we are a team, right? So, let's work together and win." "Yes," Izuku replied before grabbing the mask from his neck and adjusting it to his mouth. He then pushed the button on his earpiece that was also equipped with a communication device, for his second mask to appear. Shortly after, All Might began to speak through the intercom speaker at ground beta. "Now, let's start the indoor person-to-person combat training with Team A and Team D." Izuku looked towards Achiko and said, "Okay, listen up, 𝗧𝗓𝗧. Here's the plan." "Okay, everyone, you all should think as well." All Might told the class as they were all gathered in the monitor room. There were monitor screens all over the place that showed various shots of the building. This allowed All Might and the students to see exactly what was going on and assess their performance as such. "Young Midoriya, here, you are no more than a single student. I'll grade you strictly, without playing favorites. So do your best and remember our training together." All Might said mentally as he, Aizawa-sensei, and the rest of the students present stared at the monitors, waiting patiently for one of the teams to make a move. At that moment, Izuku and Achiko entered the building through an open window. "We've infiltrated successfully," Achiko said as they landed on the floor. "There are a lot of blind spots, so be careful to not get caught off guard," Izuku stated as the two began to walk through the hallways. Izuku kept his guard up, looking around with his Sharingan. Ida should be on the top floor, guarding the nuclear weapon, Izuku thought. He then looked around again and saw Bakugo coming from behind the corner. Just as according to plan, Izuku quickly grabbed Achiko and moved out of the way. The second Bakugo came around the corner and blasted an explosion aimed directly at Izuku, but it just hit the wall. "𝗧𝗓𝗧𝗟, are you all right?" Izuku asked with genuine concern in his voice. "Yeah, thanks for the save," Achiko responded as dusted herself off. The smoke cleared as Bakugo swiped his arm through it. "Come D, don't dodge and fight me like a man." Izuku chuckled as he stood up straight. "I figured you would come for me first, 𝗀𝗏𝗏." Izuku's eyes narrowed, staring at Bakugo's form and trying to anticipate his next move. A surprise attack from the start. A student questioned. "Bakugo, that's cheating. A surprise attack isn't manly at all." Kirishima, a redhead guy, said angrily as he threw a fist to his palm. "A surprise attack is a strategy too. They're in the middle of a real battle right now," All Might said as both he and Aizawa had their grading books in their hands. Midoriya avoided it. Mina happily cheered for Izuku. "There goes Bakugo," Kaminari warned as through the monitors they could see Katsuki charging straight towards Izuku. "I won't do so much damage that this fight gets stopped, but I'm gonna get close," Bakugo yelled as he aimed a right hook at Izuku. Music, Naruto OS, the raising fighting spirit extended, but before Bakugo's right hook could connect, Izuku countered by grabbing his right arm. The explosion team gasped in shock as his feet were off the ground now. Izuku lifted him above his head and brought him down crashing to the ground with a strong force. "What the hell? Did he read my moves with his quirk?" Bakugo thought in panic. He then felt the air in his lungs coming out immediately as soon as his back slammed to the ground, causing a loud thud. "Wow, he's like a martial arts master." Achiko cheered as she was impressed by Izuku's amazing counter. In the monitor room, everybody, except for Ojiro and All Might, had their eyebrows raised as they weren't expecting Izuku to move so swiftly like that. They never knew that Izuku was a martial artist. He has improved so much over the last year. His stance, his throw, his movements, they were all flawless. Very well executed, Aizawa noted, clearly amazed by Izuku's development. "I can't believe it. I did it. I managed to hit 𝗀𝗏𝗏. I still can't believe it," Izuku said in his mind as he never imagined that a day like this would ever come. A day when he would see Bakugo as just another teen like him. "𝗀𝗏𝗏." Izuku began to speak as Bakugo began to pull himself up. "If you think I used my quirk to predict that attack, you're dead wrong. I know you usually start with a big right swing. How much do you think I've been watching you?" I wrote an analysis for all of the heroes I thought were amazing in my hero journals, including you. Yes, in that same notebook you blew up and threw away last year. What? Bakugo shouted in bewilderment as he too remembered when he threw out Izuku's notebook from the window. The name Deku. The same one that you always use as an insult to call me useless and worthless. Well, guess what? The name Deku isn't going to mean useless or worthless or good for nothing anymore. Kaken, from now on, Deku is a name that will mean, you can do it, it will mean never give up, it will inspire others. From this day forward, Deku is not the name of the frail kid you bullied, but the strong man in front of you who'll become the greatest hero. Deku is the name of the person who will bring you down today. Izuku shouted as his Sharingan was violently spinning. They were full of determination due to the intense emotions that Izuku was feeling at the moment. Achiko's cheeks had a slight tinge of red as she remembered that those were the exact words that she used to describe the name Deku yesterday. Oh, is that right? I'm sorry, I didn't know. But Deku sounds like the Japanese word for, you can do it. It has some sort of never give up vibe, so I kinda like it. Bakugo now stood completely on his feet. Izuku's words were now engraved forever in his memory. Deku. Bakugo angrily yelled. If you come any closer, I'll get angry. Bakugo remembered the day when Izuku first stood up to him. He was a weak, small child. He trembled and shook in fear as he stood in front of him and defended the other little boy that Bakugo and his lackeys were bullying. Izuku's face was full of tears that day. But now, 11 years later, it was a much different picture. The person that stood in front of him now was by no means a small, weak child. He was a strong, well-built young man. No tears could be seen on his intimidating eyes as he had an expression that screamed with an undying will and determination. His aura was full of power and bravery. Izuku Midoriya was no longer afraid of Katsuki Bakugo. Izuku was no longer inferior to Katsuki Bakugo or anyone else. Deku, I'll kill you. Bakugo rushed at Izuku, but the latter didn't wait and got closer to the ash-blonde hair boy. Bakugo released an explosion at Izuku, aiming for his chest, but Izuku immediately ducked under the attack. He had already seen this coming, thanks to his Sharingan. Lowest round kick. Izuku shouted before performing the attack, making Bakugo fall off of his feet. But before Bakugo could hit the ground, Izuku punched him in the guts, sending him flying to the other side of the corridor. Kaken. Izuku paused for a moment, as Uraraka and everyone from the monitor room were looking at him in awe. From now on, we're equals. Kaken. Izuku paused for a moment, Uraraka and everyone from the monitor room were looking at him in awe. From now on, we're equals. Bakugo started to stand up again, his stomach was aching from the pain of that punch. You never stopped going after me, trying to catch up to me, even after all the trauma I've put you through. You just kept standing up and moving again, always looking down on me. And now look at you, you're declaring that we're equals to my face. And that you'll beat me. You're just a pebble, you dumb nerd. Bakugo's hands ignited with small explosions, as his whole body and mind were consumed by his rage. That's what I hate about you, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Because Kaken and I lived in the same neighborhood, we've known each other since we were little. Izuku said in his mind, before some old memories came flashing through his head. Flashback 11 years ago, let's go kill the enemy. Kid Bakugo said as he pointed towards a gate to a forest that read no trespassing. Okay. Bakugo's lackeys yelled as they were willing to follow the blonde explosion quirk user wherever he went. Okay. Kid Izuku added a little more hesitant than the others. Kaken was the type who could do anything he tried his hand at, a rascal who led the group of neighborhood kids. Good or bad, Kaken was full of confidence and I thought he was so cool. But after his quirk manifested, it accelerated him down the wrong path. Back to the present, all men are not created equal. This was the harsh reality that I learned about society at the young age of 4. Hey, Bakugo. Give me your status. What happened? Tenya said through Kaken's earpiece. Just shut up and defend. I'm really angry right now. Bakugo replied. I'm not asking about how you feel. But right before Tenya could say anything further, the connection was cut off. He hung up, going off on his own like that. What is wrong with him? Jeez. The monitor room, what was Bakugo saying? Can't tell with just the cameras in a fixed position and no sound. Kirishima said, curious about what Izuku and Bakugo were saying. He's talking to his partner over the small wireless radio. You can bring that plus the building's floor plan and this capture tape. Once you wrap this around your opponent, it shows that you've captured them. All Might replied. The time limit is 15 minutes, and the heroes don't know where the nuclear weapon is located, right? Mina asked. Yes. All Might answered his student. The heroes are clearly at a disadvantage here. Mina pointed out, thinking that the situation was unfair for the heroes. Heroes should be able to turn the tables on whatever predicament they're in. Besides, didn't Aizawa-sensei tell you, too? You know, here we go dash, plus ultra. The students of Class 1A shouted their school's motto, with enthusiasm. Next time you forget that I'll expel you all. Aizawa added, which made the whole class flinch. Monsieur, Bakugo is dash, Aoyama began. All Might looked towards the monitors, at Aoyama's comment. Back to the battle. Bakugo put his left hand behind his back as he began to ignite an explosion. Izuku saw what he was doing and yelled at Achiko. Uraraka, go. Right. Achiko replied as she made her way towards the upper floors. Bakugo fired an explosion to propel himself towards Izuku at high speeds. He aimed a roundhouse kick towards Izuku with his left leg, but Izuku managed to block the attack with his forearm just in time. Looking away during a fight. You must be sure of yourself. DMN right I am. Izuku shouted back. He then grabbed Bakugo's leg and began swinging him around before he threw him away. However, Bakugo managed to safely land on his feet by using his explosions. He's being cautious now. I won't win against him in a small room like this. His explosion quirk is way too powerful in a small area, and I won't be able to dodge. I'm going to have to fight him in a larger room, but I need to make him come to me. Izuku thought as he carefully planned his next moves. Bakugo stood up after Izuku's swing and placed both of his hands behind him, but then he noticed Izuku running around the corner. DMNIT. Don't you dare run away from me, come back here. Bakugo yelled as he chased after him. After a few minutes of searching, Bakugo was growing impatient. Hey! You tricked me, didn't you? Was it fun tricking me all this time? You've got a flashy quirk there, don't you? Awakened it a year ago. Yeah right, you think I'm a fool to believe this bullshit. Come out and face me. I'll prove to you that I'm better than you. Over here. Bakugo turned his head around at Izuku's voice. Reverse sweeping kick. Izuku shouted as he was spinning around. He then delivered a devastating kick in a wide arc to Bakugo's head. The kick sent Bakugo twirling around as he got knocked off his feet again. You DMN nerd. I'll kill you. Bakugo growled. By the way, I forgot to tell you something Kaken. Right now, I'm not even using my full. This is my base physical strength and not the enhanced one. Izuku exclaimed in an attempt to taunt Bakugo. Something that was part of his plan. He was going to use Bakugo's anger against him. In the monitor room, Izuku Midoriya's quirk is broken. Bakugo can't even land a single hit on him, despite being second to him in the practical exam. Kaminari commented. Man, he's so OP, 𝐬𝗎 added. If you think that his strength is the result of his quirk, you're dead wrong. Aizawa pointed out. What do you mean, sensei? Can't you see how he's dominating this match? Kirishima asked. When his quirk first awakened a year ago, it was so unique that Recovery Girl was studying it and even called me and All Might for help. She asked me to fight him, and honestly back then all what he was capable of was dodging my attacks and copying them. Still, with the restriction of being able to keep up with my movements. If I moved faster, it was impossible for him to dodge my attacks at all. Not to mention that he SCKD at fighting. But after 10 months of hellish training, his physical strength went to a whole new level. He got better at using his quirk, and he even learned 2 different fighting styles, as well as how to use weapons. So, don't say that his strength is the result of his quirk. because his strength is the result of his training. 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐴 explained. Upon hearing this, the whole Class 1A were amazed at Izuku's achievements. Their respect for their classmate only grew more and more. I can vouch for that. Ojiro murmured to himself as he saw Izuku's growth with his own eyes. However, he was surprised to hear that Izuku met All Might and 𝐻𝐻𝐿-sensei before, and the fact that they were studying his quirk. Why did he never mention that? Ojiro thought, wondering why Izuku hid something like that from him. I'm not going to lie, when I heard he was the #1 freshman for this year, I thought he was just your usual arrogant kid who's blessed with a strong quirk. However, it seems like he's totally different. Momo thought as she couldn't help but admire the Sharingan user. While I have to agree with you, Aizawa, I'm afraid that's not why young Midoriya has the advantage. He was always good at reacting quickly in a crisis. He spent years writing his notes and internalizing them, and his fanboy knowledge is helping him now. It's not that young Bakugo is weak or anything, but young Midoriya knows much more about young Bakugo's quirk than his own quirks. He knows everything about young Bakugo's movements. He's just reading him like a book, and his using young Bakugo's anger issues against him. All Might thought as he stared at his successor through the monitor. All Might's eyes then drifted to Bakugo. Meanwhile, young Bakugo here has little to no info about Izuku's quirks and abilities, and his judgment is clouded by his anger. He's in denial and can't accept the fact that someone might be stronger than him, especially if that someone was the same person who was considered the weakest of the weakest. Back to the battle. You're just a pebble, Bakugo said, before memories of him and Izuku as kids came back to his head. Wow, Kaken, Kid Izuku said as he was impressed by Kid Bakugo's display of skill of kicking a ball up and down. This is easy. But when Kid Izuku tried to emulate Kid Bakugo, he failed and busted his behind. Oh. Izuku, you really can't do anything, can you? You can read the characters for Izuku as Deku, you know. Kid Bakugo pointed out. Kaken, you can read. One of Bakugo's lackeys asked. You can't. And Deku means someone who can't do anything. Someone who is useless. Kid Bakugo said as this was the origin of the name Deku. Really? Bakugo's lackeys began to make fun of Izuku for the new nickname that Bakugo came up with. Stop that. Kid Izuku said as he did not like the way that Kid Bakugo and his lackeys were treating him. It made him feel sad and he didn't like that feeling at all. Why don't you know? Kid Bakugo thought. Kid Bakugo threw a stone across the river and made it skip a bunch of times. His lackeys and Kid Izuku were really impressed by his performance and wanted to be just like him. Kaken, how many times did yours skip? One of the lackeys asked. 7 times. Kid Bakugo said proudly. Wow. That's Kaken for ya. What about you, Deku? Kid Bakugo asked as he looked towards Kid Izuku. Kid Izuku put his head down in shame and embarrassment. 0 times. Kid Bakugo and his lackeys proceeded to laugh at Kid Izuku. Why can't you do it? Kid Bakugo thought again. Kid Bakugo was in the middle of the classroom as every student plus the teachers were watching intently as small explosive sparks lit up his hands. His quirk has just manifested. Wow. That's so cool. Lucky. Kid Izuku said. Wow, that's an amazing quirk. The male teacher of the class said. It really is. It is a flashy quirk just right for a pro hero. Right, Katsuki? The female teacher replied. I'm amazing. No one is as amazing as I am. Kid Bakugo thought, as this was only the beginning of how his ego got bigger and bigger, which made him the arrogant person he is today. You're so lucky, your quirk is so cool. I hope I get mine soon too. Kid Izuku said as he and Kid Bakugo were walking through a forest, while Kid Bakugo had a fishing net in his hands. No matter what quirk you get, you'll never beat me. He's just a pebble. Bakugo said as he was still lying on the floor. Hey, did you hear? Deku doesn't have a quirk. What? Really? Yeah, it's called being quirkless. That's so lame. Too bad for him. He's so weird. Don't worry about it, Izuku. Kid Izuku remembered the words of his mother, telling him not to worry. But that was thrown out the window as soon as the news spread about him not having a quirk. That is when the isolation for Izuku Midoriya began, and he was officially deemed a social outcast by his peers. "You're the least amazing, Deku," 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 thought. Forward march, members of the Bakugo Hero Agency. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 sang as he, his lackeys and Izuku went across a huge log that acted as a bridge since it was above the river. However, as 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 was singing, he tripped and fell off the log and went straight towards the river. "𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫," Izuku shouted, genuinely concerned about his friend's safety. "Hey, are you okay?" "He's fine. 𝐾𝐮𝐿's really strong. See?" 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 emerged from the water, completely unscathed. "I was fine," Bakugo angrily said. "Hurry up and get back up here." "Okay, no problem," 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 responded, as he put his hand behind his head and smiled sheepishly. Nothing was wrong. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 heard footsteps coming towards him. He turned his head to see Kid Izuku with his hand outstretched for 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 to hold and use as support. "Are you all right? Can you stand?" Kid Izuku asked sincerely, as he was truly worried for his friend and wanted to help him in any way he can. 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 was speechless as his whole world was shaking upside down. "It would have been bad if you hit your head." As soon as those words left Kid Izuku's mouth, something snapped within 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. "Don't look at me with that face. You looked like you were asking for help." Bakugo remembered Izuku's words from when he saved him from the sludge villain, even though he was losing consciousness. "Stop it. I'm better than you." Bakugo yelled with all his might as his voice could be heard throughout the entire building. He immediately got up, ignored whatever pain he was feeling, and used his explosions to propel himself forward to where Izuku was. "Found it," Achiko said in her head as she peeked around and saw 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐴 guarding the nuclear weapon. "Now I just have to tell Deku and hide until he gets here." Right before she was about to communicate to Izuku, she heard 𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐴 beginning to say something. "Bakugo is a natural at being bad, but that fits this training perfectly. Then I must also devote myself to being a villain. That's right. This is another trial to turn me into a man who will not bring shame to the Iida family. Become a villain. Be dyed with evil in order to become a hero. I am extremely evil." Achiko couldn't contain her laughter as she saw the scene unfolding in front of her. He's taking this so seriously. However, that slip-up cost her dearly as it announced to 𝐻𝐼𝐴 that she was hiding in the room. "Have you arrived, Uraraka?" "Oh no, my cover has been blown," Achiko thought. Knowing that she has been caught, she came out of hiding and revealed herself. "I knew you would come here alone the instant Bakugo ran off by himself. Your quirk allows you to make the objects you touch float. That is why I put away all the things on this floor before you arrived. Now you cannot play your little tricks. You have blundered, hero." 𝐻𝐼𝐴 then laughed like an evil maniac, knowing that he managed to corner her. "He's starting to look like a villain," Uraraka said as she decided to communicate with Izuku. Deku heard his name through his earpiece as he touched it to respond. "Uraraka. How's it going?" "Iida found me. Sorry. I'm evil." Izuku heard someone talking dramatically through his earpiece, which confused him for a moment. "Right now he's..." "Where are you?" "The middle of the 5th floor. Almost directly above us. We probably don't have much time left either. If we run out of time, our opponents win." Izuku gripped the capture tape tightly. "I'll have to finish this fight now." Just then Bakugo made it to where Izuku was, blinded by rage and heavily breathing. His right gauntlet glowed red. Bakugo smirked. "They're loaded. 𝐾𝐮𝐿," Izuku said as he got into a fighting stance. "Why aren't you using your full power, Bakugo asked. He continued, "Are you saying that you can beat me without using your full power? Are you underestimating me?" "Yes, I can beat 𝐾𝐮𝐿, I will." Izuku shot back with confidence. "From now on, we're equals." Bakugo widened his eyes as he remembered the words that sprouted from Izuku's mouth. "Equals. Like how we are. Beneath me it," Bakugo thought, but then he calmed down a bit and raised his right arm. "With all your stalking, you probably already know, but my quirk, explosion, let me secrete nitroglycerin like sweat from the sweat glands on the palm of my hand and make it explode. If they made this the way I asked, Then these gauntlets will store the nitroglycerin inside them and... Bakugo began to pull the firing pin on his grenade-like gauntlet. Don't tell me that's... Young Bakugo, stop. Are you trying to kill him? All Might yelled through the earpiece. If I don't hit him, he won't die. You have to be kidding me. Izuku shouted as he knew what Bakugo was going to do. But he also knew that he couldn't stop him. His eyes widened in fear. He had no idea if he was going to survive this explosion. At that moment, Bakugo pulled the firing pin as an explosion bigger than anything Izuku has ever seen Bakugo produce fired directly at him. Its attack potency was so strong that it rocked and made the entire building shake as Ichigo and Tenya were knocked off their feet in the top floor. The explosion was even so strong that everyone else in the monitor room could feel it. This is supposed to be a class. Kirishima yelled, as the rest of Class 1A were in complete shock of Bakugo's violent and brutal attack that could actually kill someone. Young man. Young Midoriya. All Might yelled as he was worried for his successor's safety. The smoke cleared as Izuku could be seen under a pile of debris. He was lucky that he jumped and avoided the blast, but the power of the explosion's shockwave threw him into a wall with a crashing force. Is that even allowed? This is insane. Izuku exclaimed, and blood could be seen dripping from his head and covering most of his face. He couldn't believe that Bakugo just pulled an attack like this. Luckily for him, his eye mask worked correctly and went back to his earpieces. Bakugo made his way through the smoke. The more that's stored in these gauntlets, the stronger the blast. Bakugo said, as his left gauntlet glowed red, signaling that it was completely loaded up. Come on, show me your full power. I'll force you to surrender even if you're at full strength. Bakugo said as he made a smiling face that resembled that of a psychopath. You're f***ing crazy. Izuku replied. He usually wasn't the type to swear, but right now he couldn't help it. Bakugo, answer me. Did you do that? What in the world did you do? Explain yourself. Tenya shouted through his earpiece, clearly curious about what the hell happened down there. This is my chance. If we retrieve the weapon, we'll win. Ichigo thought as she decided to take advantage of the situation and reach the nuclear weapon. Tenya saw what Ichigo was doing and was immediately on the defensive. I won't let you, hero. Ichigo used zero gravity on herself and jumped right over Tenya as she floated above the air. Can she make herself float now too? We need to touch the weapon itself for it to count as being retrieved. Release. But before she even got a chance to reach the weapon, Tenya used his engine quirk to dash towards the weapon and snatch it as then Ichigo landed HRD on the ground. Your quirk is not a threat if you cannot touch anything. I'll hold out until time runs out. Tenya then did his evil laugh as he was really adapting the villain persona. Deku is trying so hard, though. Ichigo thought as she got back up to her feet. Back to Izuku. Hi, what's wrong, Deku? I didn't hit you, so you can still move, can't you? Do you still think that you'll beat me? Come at me with your full power, you dumb nerd. However, Izuku reached for his earpiece. Uraraka, what's the situation? Deku. Ichigo responded as she was relieved to find out that he was all right. Bakugo had an angry look on his face. Ignoring me again. I can't believe this DMNF nerd. Meanwhile, back in the monitor room, all of the spectators were watching the scene unfold. Sir, you should stop them. That Bakugo's really crazy. He's gonna kill him. Kirishima pleaded to All Might, worried about Izuku's safety. All Might, I don't approve of this at all. Ojiro added. He was genuinely concerned about Izuku being out there with a maniac like Bakugo. I agree with the kids. This has gone too far. Aizawa added. All Might said as he looked at the monitor screens. Strangely enough, part of him is still sane. I don't know if it's small-minded or what, but anyway. All Might replied as he spoke through his microphone. Young Bakugo, the next time you use that, I'll stop the fight, and your team will lose. Huh? Bakugo dumbly questioned, as if what he did was completely normal. To attack on such a large scale inside is inviting the destruction of the stronghold you should be protecting. That is a foolish plan for both heroes and villains. You will lose a lot of points for it. As a teacher, I should stop this. However, All Might gained a puzzled look on his face once he heard Izuku's voice. He was surprised by Izuku's response. Don't you dare to stop this fight, All Might. No matter what, don't stop it. I'm going to finish this battle right now. Izuku yelled as he stood up, taking his fighting stance. What the F did you say, Deku? Bakugo yelled as he couldn't believe Izuku's words. I said that I'm going to win and surpass you. 𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐷. All Might and Aizawa were speechless as they were surprised by Izuku's words. Young Midoriya, I believe in you. He knew that these were the first emotions Izuku showed, besides wanting to become a hero. At that moment, everyone could feel the rising tension, making them anxious as they had no idea what was going to happen now. Fine then. Let's fight it out with our fists. Bakugo angrily yelled, as he propelled himself with his explosions towards Izuku. Izuku tried to land a solid punch to Bakugo's face, but the latter used an explosion to dodge and move around Izuku. Bakugo then caught Izuku's arm tightly. You're not going anywhere now, Bakugo shouted as his other arm ignited with explosions, showing that he was going to blast Izuku with it. However, before he could, Izuku quickly slapped his wrist, causing the explosion to fire at the roof. Unfortunately for the two of them, the explosion was strong enough to make a small part of the roof come down on them. Bakugo quickly let go of Izuku's arm and both teens managed to dodge the incoming debris. Dust filled the room they were in and no one was able to clearly see what's happening, including those who were in the monitor room. Once the smoke somewhat cleared, Bakugo tried to look for Izuku but was surprised to see Izuku coming out of the smoke. Unfortunately for Bakugo, he had no time to dodge. Izuku managed to land a devastating roundhouse kick, slamming Bakugo in a nearby wall. Izuku then tried to continue his assault, having no intention to show Bakugo any mercy. But unluckily for him, Bakugo shot an explosion from point-blank range at him. It was weaker than his previous explosions, but enough to knock him away. Hurry up and show me. Show me your full strength, 𝐴𝐵𝐵𝐷. Bakugo exclaimed while heavily breathing. He was near his limits. I don't need to use my full power to beat you. Izuku shot back, causing Bakugo to become even more furious. Both teens then stood up, covered in blood and bruises, and stared at each other. Shortly after, Bakugo dashed over Izuku again with his explosions. He tried to punch Izuku using the built-up momentum he got. However, his fist was caught by Izuku. Bakugo then tried to kick Izuku in his head, but Izuku caught his leg too. I got you now, dude, he said as he aimed to fire an explosion at Izuku with his free hand. Seeing this, Izuku had to quickly think of something. He pulled Bakugo towards him and kneed him in the stomach. Unfortunately for Izuku, not using his full cowl costed him dearly as his attack wasn't powerful enough to stun Bakugo, who seized the opportunity to fire an explosion at Izuku. Die Deku! Bakugo shouted. Oh no! Izuku murmured. His back slammed to the ground with a loud thud. Bakugo then got on top of him and began to relentlessly punch his face. He's not giving me the chance to take my breath, let alone think. Did I fail? After all that training, did I really fail? Izuku questioned in his mind, as his face received one punch after the other without a moment to spare. Monitor room. Everyone in the monitor room cringed at this sight. How is this supposed to be a hero core school, let alone the best? Allowing a student to injure another helpless student to this extent was so wrong. This is a lynching. He can capture him for this exercise by just wrapping the tape around him. Mina cried out, unable to watch the match anymore. Those are not the actions of a hero. The Raven-head kid, Tokoyami, added. I thought Midoriya was pretty amazing too, but in terms of combat power, Bakugo is definitely a ball of natural instincts. Denki commented. All Might, Aizawa-sensei. Please, stop this match. I came here to learn how to protect other people, not massacre them. Ojiro shouted, unable to contain his anger. He was so angry over the fact that his friend was getting beaten and he couldn't help him. He was useless. Shortly after, other kids followed the previous kid's example and demanded the teachers to stop the match. That's it, the kids are right, All Might. I'm stopping this match, and I'm going to give Bakugo a serious talk about this. 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐴 pointed out, but All Might stopped him by putting his arm in front of him. 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐴's eyes widened in surprise. This has to be the most irrational and stupid thing he ever saw. What's the meaning of this, All Might? 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐴 questioned. I know I should stop them, but I don't want to stop them, for his sake. All Might thought, before looking at Izuku again. Seeing him taking hit after hit, he finally decided that this was the enough. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, you didn't use your full cowl and it costed you the match. Please forgive me. I'll stop them myself, 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐴. All Might pointed out. Both of you All Might began but was interrupted by Tsuyu. All Might look, Midoriya Meanwhile with Izuku, with each punch coming down his face, Izuku began to remember some of his past childhood memories. Flashback. The situation wasn't any different. Kid Bakugo was on top of Kid Izuku relentlessly punching his face left and right. He was surrounded by his classmates who had formed a circle around them to make sure that Kid Izuku doesn't escape. It wasn't anything new to Kid Izuku though, as this happened countless times before. Oikyu. How are you going to become a hero when you're so weak, huh? You quirkless piece of you're even worse than any extra here. Kid Bakugo continued his assault and the other children were cheering for him. Tell me, do you think that you can become the greatest hero? Do you think you can surpass me? Teen Bakugo asked. Normally, Kid Izuku would have protected his face with his hands, but they were pinned down by Tsubasa and Kid Bakugo's other lackey. I will. Hero. Kid Izuku weakly said, before his face was met by another punch. I will become the greatest hero and surpass you. Teen Izuku replied. Sorry, I think I didn't hear you well. Can you repeat what you just said? Kid Bakugo exclaimed with a cocky smirk. Teen Bakugo growled in anger. Why can't this nerd ever give up? Both versions of Bakugo were met with silence. Kid Bakugo's hand ignited with an explosion, threatening Kid Izuku, before he got closer to his face to hear his answer. Teen Bakugo pulled his fist back and shouted, Don't look at me like that, you dumb nerd. Music. My Hero Academia 𝐬𝐴 run Izuku's Sharingan were now intensely spinning. He was filled with so many emotions. Disappointment, sadness, anger, fury and hatred, all caused by the memories he just saw. He then carefully observed Bakugo's incoming punch, reading his movements. Bakugo's fist was so close to hitting Izuku's face now. However, he was surprised to see that Izuku managed to catch it with his hand. Then the next scene showed both versions of Kid and Teen Izuku pulling their head back and giving both versions of Kid and Teen Bakugo one hell of a headbutt. Bakugo shrieked in pain and was pushed back a couple of feet. He put his hands on his forehead. It was aching so much from the pain. Bakugo yelled, both from the physical and mental damage. He too was just reminded by that day and how Izuku gave him that hellish headbutt. It was back at the time when Izuku still had some fight in him. Izuku slowly stood up again, although with some effort. He was silent, watching Bakugo recovering from that last attack and carefully planning his next moves. Bakugo then looked at Izuku with a very furious expression. His entire focus was on Izuku. To hell with this match, he was going to put Izuku through a whole world of pain. You're below me, Bakugo jumped in the air and was ready to fire an explosion to go behind Izuku's back, but before he could, Izuku jumped towards him and punched him in the face. Upon making contact, Izuku's fist knocked Bakugo a couple of feet away from him. Die you DMN nerd. Bakugo yelled as he fired more explosions towards Izuku. Izuku just kept dodging the explosions quickly, jumping over the first one, then going to the right as he jumped on a wall and propelled himself, dodging the second explosion. Finally, as the distance between him and Bakugo grew shorter, he dodged the last explosion by sliding underneath Bakugo's legs, going behind his back. Bakugo turned around, but it was too late as Izuku was done preparing his next attack. Twin strike. Izuku clenched both of his fists, pulled them back and punched Bakugo, with equal force and at the same time, disturbing the latter's balance. But before he could go flying away from the attack's force, Izuku grabbed the capture tape and used it the same way 𝐻𝐮𝐬𝐴 showed him last year to capture Bakugo. Young Bakugo, you're out. All Might spoke through his microphone, as Class 1A cheered for Izuku's victory. Many students let out a breath they didn't know they were even holding, as this match was nerve-wracking. Izuku just stood there, dumbfounded. He just defeated 𝐒𝐿𝐲, and he was having a hard time believing it. However, he quickly snapped out of his gaze. There was almost no time left, and they still didn't seize the nuclear bomb. He gave 𝐒𝐿𝐲 a quick look, and the latter looked shocked and broken. Izuku couldn't help but sympathize with him and decided to give him a few words. It's true that I was a pebble compared to you a year ago, but now this pebble became a strong big rock. However, even this strong rock knows that somewhere in this world, there's a strong mountain, but that said rock won't stop becoming stronger. Izuku looked at 𝐒𝐿𝐲, who was still in shock from what had just happened. Izuku hoped that 𝐒𝐿𝐲 finally learns his lesson. Yes, Izuku wanted to teach 𝐒𝐿𝐲 a lesson, and that lesson was humility. Izuku then knew that there was no time left. He powered up and activated his full cowl at 8%. The scent of ozone filled the air as he powered up. One for all, full cowl, 8%. He said in his mind as green lighting surrounded his body. Monitor room, what's this? Midoriya looks different. Kirishima voiced everyone's thoughts as he and everyone present were gawking at Izuku's new form, except for All Might. He looks magnifique. 𝐿𝐿𝐴𝐵 commented, happy to have found a sparkling buddy. So, this is what he meant by finding a new way to control his quirk. Aizawa thought, clearly surprised by Izuku's new form. Hurry up, young Midoriya. There's not much time left. All Might thought as only 1 minute was left. Back to Izuku. Izuku decided to stop wasting any more time. He had to go help Hachiko. So, without any delay, Izuku sprinted off towards the top floor. Seeing his new form, 𝐒𝐿𝐲 was even more shell-shocked to see how much stronger did Izuku get. He lowered his head and gritted his teeth. Deku was in a whole different league than him, and he knew it was the truth. Izuku quickly arrived to the 5th floor, thanks to his super speed. Tenya was about to attack Hachiko, but Izuku immediately dashed over Tenya and pulled his fist back. Detroit Smash. Izuku punched Tenya right in his guts, sending him flying and crashing into a wall. Tenya was surprised. His mind couldn't even comprehend what just happened. He had no idea what just hit him, that is until he saw Izuku's new majestic form. I'm sorry Ida, but I'm here. Izuku said as he finally touched the nuclear weapon, getting the win for his team. For a moment, everyone was silent. They were all in awe at Izuku Midoriya's extraordinary power. All Might then grabbed the microphone and shouted, Hero Team wins. And shortly after, everyone began cheering, clearly hyped up by the conclusion of this epic battle. Hero Team wins. All Might announced in the microphone, as everyone began cheering, clearly hyped up by the conclusion of this epic battle. What did Midoriya do at the end? What was that form? Kaminari questioned, as he and the others were still shell-shocked by what just happened during the last minute of the match. He was so much faster than Ida, yet maybe stronger than even Shoji. He took him out with one punch. He's so manly. Kirishima replied with a lot of enthusiasm. It wasn't every day that you had the chance to see an exciting match as this one. He was so cool and shiny. Mina commented. Maybe a limited time boost. He only used it at the end of the match, Ribbit. So you tried to make an assumption while putting a finger on her chin. It seems like Midoriya found a new way to control his quirk without injuring himself. Aizawa pointed out, as the students were impressed at how quick was Izuku able to negate the drawbacks of his quirk. After all, it only took him a day and that was thanks to the Sharingan. This kid is really something else. There's no doubt that 𝐒𝐿𝐲 is pretty strong and talented in combat, but it appears that Midoriya is what you can call a prodigy. However, I wonder why Midoriya wasn't using his full power from the start. Aizawa thought as he graded Izuku on the battle trial exercise. Izuku may have won the match and overall performed well, but Aizawa was definitely going to deduct some points for holding back. If this was a real-life situation, it wouldn't be wise to waste time like that, especially when the villains had a bomb. That is, unless it was really a limited time boost. Meanwhile, a white and red-haired boy was staring at Izuku through the monitor in utter silence. I thought that I could easily be the best with only my right side, but Midoriya proved to be a much bigger threat than I initially thought. he said in his mind as he truly thought that Izuku was the only one who can match his power. Ever since the ball throw test, the bicolor-haired teen knew that Izuku wasn't your average student. Back at ground beta, "Hey Uraraka, are you alright? Are you hurt or anything?" Izuku asked his teammate, making sure she was fine. "I'm alright, but what about you? You look like you had a trip in a minefield or something." Achiko assured him and chuckled, as she already knew why Izuku looked so bad right now. Izuku took a quick look at himself. Aside from the few burn marks on his arm and the bruises he got here and there and notably on his face, judging from the stinging pain, he noticed that his new costume was really damaged. The right sleeve of his costume was torn off, the costume had a few holes and one of his earpieces broke, probably after that big explosion Bakugo fired at him. "Always count on Bakugo when it comes to explosions," he replied in a deadpan voice. He was a bit annoyed by the fact that his new costume got damaged. Heck, this was the first time he tried his hero costume, so it definitely SE. "But you were really amazing back there, Deku. You just came out with lightning sparkling around you, and next thing I saw, you were in front of Ida and were like Detroit Smash." Achiko mimicked Izuku's punch with a giggle. "After that you touched the weapon, securing the win for us, and were like I'm here," she added. Izuku, now finally out of battle mode, began to realize that he was holding a conversation with a cute girl. And on top of that, that said girl was now praising him and giving him compliments, causing his face to turn red. That was a new idea I came up with too. To control my quirk," Izuku replied, trying his best not to stutter or embarrass himself. "Hee, if only I can get rid of my quirk's drawbacks too." Achiko responded with a sheepish smile. "I'm sure you'll be able to figure something out. Maybe the support department has something to fight nausea," Izuku pointed out as he regained his composure. "Maybe, I'll make sure to check it out later," Achiko replied, as she and Izuku made their way out of the building. "Are you sure you don't need to go to Recovery Girl with these injuries?" "I'm fine, I can go after the class ends," Izuku replied. He wanted to stick around and study his classmates' quirks, and technically, he was used to getting these types of injuries from Bakugo. It wasn't the first time after all. Izuku's had a hint of sadness in them as the last thought crossed his mind. Speaking of Bakugo, the explosion teen was still where Izuku left him, utterly silent. His eyes were still wide open in shock. It was obvious that he wasn't taking this loss so well. Deku defeated. Bakugo murmured to himself and finally broke the silence. He was still sitting on the ground and shaking. He never imagined in his life that he would ever hear himself saying those 3 words. I didn't stand a chance against him, and he wasn't even using his full power. Then does that mean that if Deku fights me using his full power, I'll be completely destroyed? Does that mean I'm not even in his league? Bakugo rhetorically asked himself. Despite how much he wanted to deny this, to say it was a fluke or that this was all possibly a bad dream and that he'll soon wake up, Bakugo knew it wasn't. Deku, the quirkless kid who, despite how much he tried to put him down, always got up, finally did what Bakugo always feared. He rose above him and bested him. When did Deku even get this strong? How did I not notice this? Bakugo added, as tons of questions were popping in his head right now. His panic was becoming more and more evident the more he questioned Izuku's. That is until he felt a hand on his shoulder. "Come back, young Bakugo. It's time to review the results. Whether you win or lose, looking back and learning from your experiences is a part of life," All Might said from behind Bakugo, finally able to snap him out of his shock. Bakugo then somewhat regained his composure before he followed the pro hero. The monitor room. As the participants returned to the monitor room, the teachers finished grading each one of them and decided on who was getting the MVP. Well, even if I say that the MVP for this battle was young Midoriya, I want to hear all of your opinions on this match. "Midoriya rocks," Mina shouted. "Young Ishido, we're talking about detailed comments for the 4 of them here," All Might sternly replied, as this is supposed to be a serious discussion. "Sorry," she apologized. "Anyone wants to share his opinions about the match?" All Might then noticed Momo Yaoyorozu raising her hand and naturally gave her the permission to speak. Yes, All Might Sensei. Momo replied. Midoriya is the MVP because he adapted the most to the context of the training. He managed to capitalize on Bakugo's weakness and got his attention, in order for 𝗧𝗏 to locate the weapon. He defeated Bakugo with minimal damage to the building, and finally secured his team's victory. However, it is also to be noted that it was a mistake from him to hold back during his fight with Bakugo. After all, as we all saw, he could have finished the battle much earlier if he had used that special form from the start. But if it was for the purpose to conserve some stamina to fight Iida later, then I believe we can ignore this mistake. Momo gave her input on Izuku before turning towards Bakugo. From watching the match, it was evident to me that Bakugo acted on his own because of an obviously personal grudge, which is a critical mistake that, as I said before, Midoriya was able to capitalize. Not only that, but as All Might Sensei said, it is foolish to launch a large-scale attack indoors. As for 𝗧𝗏, she let her guard down in mid-battle, which could have cost her dearly if this was a real battle. On the other hand, Iida did pretty well. He had prepared for his opponent's arrival and assumed it would be a fight over the weapon, which made him late in responding to the final attack. Honestly speaking, Iida wasn't too far from being the MVP either. Momo finished, as everyone was clearly awestruck at her analytic skills. That is except for Bakugo, who was just upset and looking down, and Iida, who was now happy with his overall performance. She said more than I expected. Both All Might and Aizawa thought in unison. That was correct. All Might said with a thumbs up. I'm sorry for holding back until the last minute of the match. Izuku apologized. His personal feelings got in the way of the exercise and he knew that what he did was unnecessary. After all, his objective today was to test the full extent of his full cowl. While I'm going to deduct some marks over the fact you held back, I'll give you a bonus since you managed to figure out a way to control your quirk in just one day. Aizawa commented, making Izuku smile. However, hold back again and I'll expel you. The exercises you're doing this week are a way for us teachers to gauge your full strength, so that we can then plan on how to make you improve and such. Aizawa added, and Izuku flinched at the threat. Name, Momo Yaoyorozu Quirk. Creation, she can create anything from the lipids in her body, as long as she knows its molecular composition. Momo is a fairly tall teenage girl with a rather mature physique, considering her age. She has long black hair that is normally tied into a spiky ponytail with a large strand hanging on the right side of her face and onyx eyes that point slightly inwards, which seem to resemble a cat. She is also one of the 4 students admitted to the hero course based on recommendations. Alright everyone, let's change locations and start the second match. Tackle this training after thinking about what we just talked about. Yes, sir. The students responded. They were really excited to give it their all after watching the previous match. Battle Building B, Match 2. Team B are the heroes, and Team I are the villains. The villain team was Toru Hagakure, with a quirk that makes her invisible, and 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟 with a quirk that makes him shoot tapes from his elbows. The hero team was 𝗎𝗎𝗎𝗓 quirk, Dupli Arms. He can create replicas of his own body parts on the tips of his tentacles. And Shoto Todoroki, quirk, half cold, half hot. He's another one of the 4 admitted to the hero course based on recommendations. He freezes with his right and burns with his left. The range and temperature of his ability is unknown, as he froze the whole building along with the villain team, winning the match in an instant. Everyone in the monitor room was freezing as his power was so strong, it managed to drop the temperature in the monitor room as well. Everyone was gobsmacked at his power while Bakugo grew more frustrated. He clenched his fists as he realized that Izuku wasn't the only student who is stronger than him. Speaking of Izuku, the Sharingan user already had his hero analysis notebook number 14 in his hands and began writing some information about his classmates' quirks. It seems like Hagakure's quirk is just plain invisibility, which could work well in espionage missions and such. 𝗧𝗏's quirk lets him shoot tape from what I saw, but I don't have any more info since the match ended quickly. I got a good look at Shoji's quirk, but Todoroki is a different story. His ice alone makes him a powerful foe, and we didn't even get to see his fire. Izuku thought as he added more things to his notebook. When the participants returned, Shoto passed by Izuku, but not before giving him a glance over his shoulder, and the latter just glanced back at him. Shoto Todoroki. I'll have to be careful if I ever fight him, Izuku said in his mind. Battle building C. The villain team was Ojiro and Ejiro Kirishima, whose quirk makes him able to harden any part of his body, becoming a great offense and defense in one body. The hero team was Fumikage Tokoyami, Quirk, Dark Shadow. A dark shadow of him comes out from his body with a mind of its own, and Tsuyu Ajui. Ojiro's team was able to win, thanks to Kirishima taking the blows and distracting Dark Shadow, while Ojiro managed to sneak on Tokoyami with a surprise attack. Ajui had no chance of winning once it came to a 2 versus 1 match. The competitors returned once the match ended and MVP was given to Ojiro for the outstanding plan he came up with. Nice match, Ojiro. Izuku complimented his friend. I expected nothing less and your plan was well executed. Thanks. As much as I hate to admit it, there is no way in hell we could have defeated them in a 2 against 2 match. I figured out that letting them come to us and taking down whoever comes first should give us the advantage, and luckily that person was Tokoyami. He excels at long-range but short-range combat isn't his thing. Ojiro explained his plan. It seems like your analysis skills rubbed off on me. Ojiro chuckled. Izuku laughed back as he remembered how he made the both of them analyze quirks in their free time before UA. Both teens may be rivals, but they make sure to share any valuable skill they have with each other, that is in order to reach the top like they promised each other. Izuku had also noticed before UA that Ojiro is pretty clever when it comes to battle strategies, and he was sure that combined with the quirk analysis skill, Ojiro could prove to be a deadly strategist. Yeah. Ojiro is so manly. Kirishima came in out of nowhere, surprising both teens. The matches continued till everyone was able to show their abilities, and the teachers were content with their students' performance. Izuku was also happy with the information he got on his classmates' quirks and was definitely going to expand on them once he returns home. Recovery Girl's office. The school year has just begun, and he's already been in here 3 times. Why didn't you stop him, All Might? Recovery Girl scolded the pro hero. I apologize, Recovery Girl. All Might apologized. What are you apologizing to me for? Geez, I know he's your favorite and that you passed on your powers to him, but doesn't mean you should spoil him. Recovery Girl sternly added. There is nothing I can say to that. Because I wanted to consider his feelings, I hesitated to stop the training match. Even so, will you please not talk about One for All so loudly? All Might responded, fearing that his secret might be uncovered. Yes, yes, Mr. Natural-born Hero. Mr. Symbol of Peace. Recovery Girl sarcastically replied. My injury and this form of mine are common knowledge among the UA teachers and a certain group of pros, but the secret of my quirk, One for All, is known only to you, the principal, my close friends, and young Midoriya. All Might exclaimed, reminding her how his secret is important. Don't forget the elders, she added, but All Might gave her a glare, showing that she shouldn't have mentioned them in front of Izuku. However, Recovery Girl just scoffed at his reaction. I know it's not like you want to rest on your laurels at the top, but is being a natural-born hero or the symbol of peace really that important? She asked, which snapped Izuku out of his earlier gaze and grabbed his attention. If I no longer am, then the superhuman society will be seized by evil. This is the responsibility of those of us with this power. One for All was created to save people and defeat the villains. It's not your just average quirk. All Might replied with a very serious tone, which contrasts his usual personality. Hearing this, Izuku was once again reminded by the heavy responsibility he shoulders now. However, Izuku couldn't help but feel guilty. All Might, Recovery Girl. I'm so sorry for holding back during the battle trials. I didn't use One for All when I fought 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 because of a personal grudge. I only used it to show him how much stronger I am. I was so stupid. I don't deserve that power. Izuku said as the guilt sank in. All Might sighed before he put a hand on his shoulder. You wanted to show yourself that you can beat him even without your borrowed power. That's why I let the match continue. It was something I believed you needed. It's true, you went too far and using your full power from the very start to show him the difference in your powers, Should have been enough to teach him his lesson. After all, I do believe that he needed this too. However, we all make mistakes and you're still a hero in training. Not so long ago, you were just a quirkless kid with no power, but things changed now. You don't have one quirk, but two. In a hero comic before the quirk era, there was this famous quote that said, "With great power comes great responsibility." I chose you because I knew that you were selfless, and because I know that you're going to use it to save people. I'm sure you're up to the responsibility. Now don't feel bad, even I did let my emotions influence my actions in my younger days. Just remember, learn from your mistakes before moving on. All Might gave a few words of advice to the young hero. You can become a hero. So, I'm giving you this offer. Izuku Midoriya, I want you to be my successor. Come, young Midoriya. This is your hero academia. Izuku remembered what he's fighting for again, he remembered his responsibilities, and he remembered why he's here. I promise to use this power for the greater good, and I promise you that I'll become the next symbol of peace. Izuku said with conviction, he wasn't going to fail. All Might and Recovery Girl just smiled, before Izuku went back to his class and spent a normal school day. Eventually, the school day ended, and everyone started to pack their stuff to go back home. Midoriya, I really have to say you were so manly back then. Kirishima said while Izuku noticed that a lot of his classmates were approaching him. Man, I don't know what you were saying during the match, but you were fired up. He added, I can't believe how you dominated the fight with Bakugo, who was second only to you in the practical exam. 𝐀𝐮𝐬 exclaimed. You did a good job dodging. Mina shouted with enthusiasm. You guys did that in the first match, so the rest of us had to give it our all too. Rikido Sato, a giant guy, added. You weren't as elegant as me, but 𝐴Oyama wanted to say something but was cut off. You did a good job dodging. Mina shouted again. Midoriya was overwhelmed right now, he wasn't used to all of that attention at once. I'm Ejiro Kirishima. We're all going over the training together right now. I'm Hanta 𝐶𝐮𝐬. I'm Yuga Elya 𝐴Oyama was cut off again. I'm Mina Ishido, though you already know my name. Mina said as she winked at Izuku, who immediately blushed and got nervous, knowing what she was referring to. I'm Tsuyu Azui. Call me Tsu. I'm Sato. I'm Mineta. Midoriya, if I stick with you, I'm sure I'll be able to get a lot of girls. A short pervert boy yelled as he jumped in the air, but was smacked on the back of his head by Tsuyu's tongue. I'm Yuga 𝐴Oyama. 𝐴Oyama was finally able to say something without being cut off. The various students of Class 1A introduced themselves and Izuku tried his best to give them his attention, but couldn't help himself and looked over Bakugo's empty desk. He immediately realized that he already left the classroom. So, he decided to go after him and ran off, much to the students' surprise. Hey! You tricked me, didn't you? Was it fun tricking me all this time? You've got a flashy quirk there, don't you? Awakened it a year ago. Yeah right, you think I'm a fool to believe this bullshit. Come out and face me. Izuku remembered Bakugo's words during the battle as he was running through the hallways, heading to the school building's exit. Kaken. Izuku called his ex-best friend, who was a few feet away. Bakugo stopped for a moment, before turning back to look at Izuku with an angry glare. What? Are you here to boast your victory in my face? How much more do you intend to humiliate me? You're getting back at me for all the trauma I put you through, isn't it? Bakugo violently answered. No. That's not it, Kaken. I just want you to know that I didn't trick you at all. I really did get my quirk last year. And what I did today, during the battle, wasn't to get back at you for bullying me. I did this for the both of us. I really wanted to surpass you, and prove to you that I'm not that weak and frail boy who you used to bully. And that I don't see myself beneath you anymore. Izuku shot back, explaining his motives for holding back. Hearing this, Bakugo gritted his teeth in anger. And to show me that I'm not the best like I thought. I already know that you dim nerd. Whether your quirk manifested last year or not, I lost to you today. That's all it is. That's all. Bakugo said, with frustration as he started to remember Todoroki's performance. As I watched the ice guy, I thought, I can't beat him. It is foolish to launch a large-scale attack indoors. Bakugo remembered Momo's comment. DMNIT. I ended up agreeing with what that ponytail girl said. DMNIT, DMNIT. Hey, you too DKU. From now on, we're equals. Bakugo remembered Izuku's words, the words that were forever engraved in his mind. I'm just getting started. You hear me? From now on you. He trailed off as his next words felt bitter on his tongue. Why, you're my rival and I'm going to destroy you, you hear me? Here, I will become number one, I'll even surpass All Might. You won't beat me again, be. Bakugo yelled, his eyes were teary as his pride took a huge blow. It was the first time that Bakugo had to admit that he's not the best, and he learned it the hard way. Not wanting to waste his time here anymore, he decided to leave. Izuku was shocked as every word registered in his mind. Kaken acknowledged me. He's really changing. He finally acknowledged me, the Deku. And I won't lose either. Kaken. Izuku shouted back. He was happy that Bakugo was starting to change a bit, and finally see him as his equal. He was happy that Bakugo can really become the amazing hero and person he always believed he could be. It meant that Izuku never wasted his time chasing him. It meant that he truly had the power to save people even from themselves and inspire them, just like All Might said. Izuku then went back to the school building, where he found All Might waiting for him at the entrance. I was worried that you were going to tell young Bakugo the secret of One for All. Here I thought that maybe you saw as having One for All gave you an unfair advantage given that you have an inferiority complex. But it appears to me that I was worried about nothing. Of course not, All Might. I know that it's a big secret, not to mention I defeated him without using One for All, so technically I won with my own power. Izuku responded. I thought that he needed me to counsel him, but it seems like he's all better now. And yes, you did, but I believe we both agreed not to do that again. Yes, I didn't forget. I was just saying that there was no reason to tell him about the secret of One for All. I also agree that fighting him and winning without using my full power was pretty harsh too, but in the end, he took it very well. Not to mention, he's finally seeing me as an equal. Izuku replied. I mean, his main plan after all was to knock Bakugo off his ego and help him become a better person. Normally, any person would have used this opportunity to take revenge or something, but Izuku was different. He always wished the best for everyone. His kind heart is one of the main reasons why All Might chose him as his successor. It's a good thing that you're rivals now. Young Bakugo's fuses has been lit. I'm confident that both of you will push each other to the top. All Might said with a smile, and Izuku couldn't help but sweat drop at how optimistic his mentor was. After all, Bakugo only recognized Izuku as a bigger obstacle in his way to reach the top. But who knows? Maybe he'll change one day. We'll just have to wait and see. Meanwhile, Mina, Momo, Ochako and Tsuyu watched the heated discussion between their classmates from their homeroom's window. What was that? Mina asked. The fated battle between men. Ochako replied, it seems like we won't see the end of their battles soon enough. Momo added. The fated battle between men. Ochako repeated. The next day, Izuku was going to UA as this was his third day. However, he was blocked by a mass of media standing in front of the gates. Hey you, how are All Might's classes? I'm from the General Studies course. Izuku quickly replied, to avoid the mass. We don't need that one, let's find another student. The news reporter said, before she saw Ochako walking up to the school's entrance. Phew, that was easy, Izuku thought as he passed the front entrance. The entire news report media immediately ran towards Ochako to ask her questions. Will you tell us what the symbol of peace is like as a teacher? Ochako was a little taken aback by the question. What he's like. He's very muscular. Ochako exclaimed as she flexed both her arms doing her best imitation of All Might. They then saw Tenya walking to the school's entrance and they immediately ran up to him to ask some questions. What do you think of All Might as a teacher? He made me recognize anew that I attend an educational institution that is the best of the best. Of course, his dignity and character go without saying, but we students are constantly able to see his humorous side. It is a unique opportunity to learn about being a top hero directly from one. 𝗀𝐻𝐻 said with his usual serious and dramatic fashion. This caused the reporters to get bored as they didn't expect a teenager to be so earnest about having All Might as a teacher. They thought he would be more typical about, but they were dead wrong, as there is nothing typical about 𝗀𝐻𝐻𝐸. Excuse me. Can you tell me about All Might? Oh, you're the one who was caught by the sludge villain. The reporter said when they recognized 𝗂𝐿, which made 𝗂𝐿 angry, since he always gets irritated by this subject. F off. 𝗂𝐿 growled as he walked past the front entrance. About All Might. Wow, you're scruffy. What's your deal? The female news reporter asked Izuku. He's not on duty today. You are disturbing the classes. Please leave. Izuku said as he turned around and went through the front entrance. I would like to speak directly with All Might. Izuku sighed and shook his head as he kept walking. I can't believe All Might was able to work as a hero with all this. The man said in deadpan voice. The news reporter began to get a little frustrated. Just a little time is fine, she said before she began to attempt to walk past the front entrance, but abruptly stopped when a buzzer went off and metal gates were activated as they came down to block the front entrance. What the? It's the UA barrier. If someone tries to get in without a student ID or a pass to enter, the security system kicks in. Apparently, there are sensors all over the school. What the heck? They think they're so high and mighty. They could at least give a brief comment. Seriously, we've been here for 2 days, and they still won't say anything. The news that All Might had been hired as a teacher at UA surprised the nation, and the media descended on the school and caused a commotion for days. Everyone knew about it. Far behind the media and news reporters, a mysterious figure could be seen standing ominously, but that man wasn't a random bystander. Good work on yesterday's combat training, Izuku stated as Class 1A was seated and ready to begin class. He looked towards 𝗂𝐿 and said, 𝗂𝐿, you're talented, so don't act like a kid. I know. 𝗂𝐿 responded. And Midoriya. Izuku looked up at Izuku and paid close attention as he heard his name. Good job on finding a way to control your quirk, but don't hold back again. I don't like to repeat myself, but this is just a reminder. Izuku smiled as he understood what his teacher was saying. Sir. Izuku then turned his attention towards the whole class. Now let's get down to homeroom business. Sorry about the late notice, but today, I'll have you. The students began anticipating on what their teacher was about to say next. Take another special test. The whole class thought. Decide on a class representative. It's actually a normal school activity. The class thought in relief. However, everyone in the class quickly started to raise their hands and shout, as they wanted the position. Silence, please. Everybody immediately calmed down as soon as they heard 𝗀𝐻𝐻 yell so that he could have their attention. It's a job with the serious responsibility of leading others. It is not a job for just anyone who wants to do it. It is a calling that requires the trust of those around you. If we want to use democracy to decide on a true leader, then we should hold an election to choose one. Your hand is raised the highest. Class 1A responded as 𝗀𝐻𝐻 stood there with his hand raised up high, showing that he too wanted to be class rep. Why did you suggest that? Kaminari asked in confusion. We have not known each other for that long, so how can we have trust or anything? So you asked. If that's the case, and everyone votes for themselves. Kirishima began to say. Don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? What do you think, Izuku-sensei? 𝗀𝐻𝐻 asked. I don't care, as long as you decide before homeroom is over. Izuku responded as he fell down to the floor in his yellow sleeping bag to prepare for a nap. That man is such a mood. Izuku said in his head, with a chuckle. Thank you very much. 𝗀𝐻𝐻 responded. A couple of minutes later, election results. Izuku Midoriya, 4 votes. Momo Yaoyorozu, 3 votes. What? I got 4 votes. Where the hell did those come from? Izuku yelled out in shock, as he didn't expect to get so many votes. Why DKU? Who voted for the demon nerd? 𝗂𝐿 yelled in rage as he jumped out of his seat. Well, it's better than voting for you. 𝗧𝗟𝗧𝗟 commented with a grin. What did you say? Meanwhile, Ochako was whistling innocently and nonchalantly as she looked the other way, trying to look as normal as possible. I give up. I give up. 0 votes. I knew that would happen. That is only to be expected of a person's calling. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 said as he was filled with an aura of misery. You voted for someone else, huh? Momo said in a sympathetic tone. But you wanted to do it too. What are you trying to do, Ida? Sato asked as he couldn't get why Ida didn't vote for himself. Then, the class rep is Midoriya, and the deputy class rep will be Yaoyorozu. Aizawa stated in his bored and monotone voice as the two stood in front of the class. Everyone, thank you for choosing me. I promise you all that I'll do my best. Izuku said as he smiled sheepishly and rubbed the back of his head. He was a little nervous about fitting the criteria for class rep. Hey, you know what? This might not be too bad. Tsuyu commented. After all's said and done, Midoriya can be pretty fired up, anyway. And Yaoyorozu was cool when we were going over the battle results. Kirishima stated as he also liked the idea of having Izuku as their class rep. Lunchtime, wow. There are a lot of people today too. Ochako said as the entire cafeteria was packed full of students as there was a lot of noise and activity going on. That's because everyone in the hero course, support course, and management course meets in the same place. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 replied. I wonder who voted for me. Izuku questioned himself. I did. Your courage and judgment at critical moments make you worth following. Out of all of us, you're the one who probably has the most heroic spirit. That's why I voted for you. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 said before he took another spoonful of his food. It was you? Izuku asked in shock. Me too, Ochako stated. Me 3. Ojiro said, as sat down next to Izuku. Wait a second. So, you all voted for me. Who else did? Izuku asked. He was surprised that so many people voted for him. I did. Kirishima replied as he sat on the same table with them. Kirishima also voted for Midoriya. Then that just means that Izuku also didn't vote for himself. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 thought before attempting to ask Izuku about the matter, only to be interrupted by Ochako. But didn't you want to be class rep too, Ida? I mean, you've got glasses and everything. Ochako said bluntly and outright. Uraraka just talks without thinking. Izuku thought with a sweat drop. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 took a sip of his orange juice. Wanting to do it and being suitable for it are different issues. I merely did what I judged to be correct. Merely? You don't usually use that word. Izuku said in confusion. Oh, that's... 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 mumbled. I've been thinking. Are you a rich boy, Ida? Ochako asked in curiosity. Rich? I tried to change how I talk because I didn't want to be called that. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 said he was taken aback as his little secret was exposed. Izuku, Ochako, Ojiro and Kirishima stared at him, urging and pleading for him to go on and explain. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 sighed before saying, Yes, my family has been heroes for generations. I'm the second son. What? The 4 of them exclaimed. Do you know the turbo hero Ingenium? Ida asked. Of course. He's a really popular hero who has 65 sidekicks working at his Tokyo agency. Izuku stated going into fanboy mode. Wait, don't tell me. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 smirked as he stood. He is my elder brother. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 said with pride. He's telling us straight out. That's amazing. Izuku shouted, still in his fanboy mode. He is a likable hero who honors the rules and leads people. I set my sights on being a hero because I want to be like my brother. However, I think it is still too soon for me to lead others. Unlike me, Midoriya realized the point of the practical portion of the entrance exam, so he's more suitable for the job. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 pointed out. This might be the first time I've seen you smile, Ida. Ochako said. What really? I smile. 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 said as he was surprised that Ochako would even say something like that. Izuku smiled and thought to himself. Ingenium is to Ida what All Might is to me. But I should tell him. By the way, Ojiro, what did you mean when you said that Midoriya is your rival? Kirishima asked, and both Ochako and 𝐻𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 got interested in the topic too. Oh, that. Well, you see, before the entrance exam, Midoriya and I trained together at a Muay Thai dojo and we would spar almost every day. Our sensei also put us through a lot of training in order to show us the spirit of youth. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 excitedly said as he reminisced the past. That's why Deku fights like a martial artist. Ochako shouted excitedly as she finally figured out why Izuku was so good at hand-to-hand combat. That's so manly, and your sensei sounds even manlier. Kirishima added as he thought how cool his two classmates were. I see. As expected of both of you. I'm sure that you two went through rigorous training to reach your current level. Tenya commented. Izuku then felt two hands going over his eyes, hiding them before a familiar voice said, yes, he's also a sir in Taekwondo. And I believe I told you before. 𝐻𝐼𝐻, stop imitating Grandpa. Izuku immediately turned around as he and 𝐻𝐼𝐻 yelled in shock, Itsuka. Both teens were gobsmacked. They never imagined seeing her in UA. Hello Izuku, it's been a long time. She greeted the Sharingan user. What are you doing here? Izuku asked. What do you mean? I'm here to become a hero just like you. Itsuka replied, stating the obvious. But you never told us. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 commented, voicing. Izuku thought. I wanted to surprise you guys. She replied. I still can't believe this. We all made it to UA. Izuku exclaimed as he was happy to know that his two best friends were in UA with him. You're him, the one who defeated the zero-pointer with one punch. A black-hair girl calmly said. That young girl had shoulder-length, bob-shaped hair, side-swept to her right with some shorter strands hanging above her eyes. She had fair skin, an athletic build, cerulean eyes, and wearing a neutral expression on her face. Wait a second. Izuku is the one you told us about, the one who destroyed the zero-pointer with one punch. Itsuka cried out in shock. She never thought that her shy and timid friend would be the same person who accomplished such a feat, not to mention, the last time she saw him, he was just a cinnamon roll. She had no idea how much Izuku changed, both physically and mentally. Yes. Ochako began. He did it to save me. He was so cool. You should have seen him. He appeared out of nowhere and jumped 25 meters in the air and then punched the robot, completely destroying his head. Ochako mimicked Izuku, while the black-hair girl nodded, confirming her story. Guys. Izuku blushed. He usually got embarrassed when people praised his achievements. So, that's how you got first place. Itsuka nodded, happy with her deduction. I was so surprised when I got a glimpse of your name at the top of the leaderboards. Yes. Midoriya is truly a model example to what a pro hero should be. After all, he realized the secret component to the exam. Tenya added. He's so manly. Kirishima shouted, and Itsuka noticed that they had their own tetsu. Guys. Izuku repeated. But where were you guys since the start of year? I didn't see you during the orientations. Itsuka asked. We skipped it. Aizawa-sensei made us do a quirk apprehension test. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 responded. Really? Itsuka questioned, wanting to know more about Class 1A's teacher. Yes, and he threatened to expel anyone who came in last place. But Midoriya was so manly. Kirishima commented, and Izuku's sweat dropped as he knew what was coming next. Tenya adjusted his glasses before he began to speak. Yes, you see. Aizawa-sensei thought that Izuku may be holding back or something, so Midoriya decided to show him his true power in the ball throw test. His throw literally broke the sound barrier and knocked us all off our feet. He threw the ball over 1 kilometer. Tenya explained while Ochako mimicked everything Izuku did at the time. Over 1 kilometer. Both Itsuka and the other girl were awestruck to hear this. Their eyes widened before drifting to Izuku, who had hidden his head between his arms not so long ago. Is that true? Itsuka asked. I think that this is what happened. But can we get to know each other first? He asked as he looked at the black-hair girl. Oh right. Who are you guys? Tenya asked, now curious by the identity of the two girls. You're asking now, Ida. Izuku sarcastically thought with a flat expression. Ida, Uraraka, Kirishima. This is Itsuka Kendo, she's my friend. She's also the granddaughter of my Muay Thai sensei, and she used to spar with 𝐻𝐼𝐻 and me. Izuku introduced the orange-haired teen girl. Itsuka, this is Ochako Uraraka, Tenya Ida and 𝐻𝐼𝐻 Kirishima, they're my classmates. That's manly. You guys must have trained a lot together. Kirishima added as he thought how cool it was for the three martial artists to have trained together. This is Yui Kodai, she's my classmate. We're both in class 1B. Itsuka finally introduced the other girl. Nice to meet you, Kodai. They all said. Itsuka noted throughout the conversation how Yui's usual neutral expression changed when she heard about Izuku's achievements. I guess even she can show emotions and different expressions too. Itsuka thought. So, who did your sensei expel? Itsuka asked, feeling sorry for whoever who got expelled. No one. They all replied. Wait, what? He said it was a logical ruse to make us draw out the upper limits of our quirks. Tenya replied. Feeling that lunchtime was almost over, Itsuka decided to say goodbye to Izuku and Ojiro. Congratulations on getting the number 1 spot, Izuku. You really did what you said you would do. Thank you, Izuku began but was cut off by the sound of an alarm. There has been a level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate outdoors promptly. What's a level 3 security? Tenya asked an upperclassman. It means someone is trespassing on school grounds. I've never seen anything like this in the 3 years I've been here. You should hurry to... He said before he ran out of his chair to evacuate. What happened afterwards was pure havoc as everyone tried to evacuate at the same time in a rush in complete disorder. Everybody was squished up together and there was barely any breathing room. It was quite the uncomfortable predicament. Ow! Achiko and Itsuka both shouted as they got squeezed in the crowd. Itsuka! Uraraka! They're so quick that it's causing a panic. Izuku said in a strained voice as he too was in an uncomfortable position. He was also worried about his friends. I'll have to activate my Sharingan to find them. Izuku activated his Sharingan, trying to locate his friends, but then saw from the window that it was just the press and trespassing media. It seems like no one else knows who's trespassing. Izuku said, before locating Achiko and trying to reach her, as he had a plan. Uraraka, make me float. Izuku shouted as he was squeezing himself to get to Achiko, until the latter activated her quirk on him, and Izuku started to float in the air. Everyone, calm down. It is just the media and press. There is nothing to worry about. The teachers got the situation under control. There is nothing to fear. This is UA for crying out loud. Izuku yelled. Every student quieted down and sighed in relief, as they heard police sirens which signified that the media would be gone in a few minutes. Meanwhile, at UA's front entrance, 4 figures could be seen standing near the front entrance, one of them being Recovery Girl and 2 other teachers at UA. The one in front of the 3 of them resembled a mouse as he saw what was in front of him, which confused him greatly. How were the ordinary members of the press able to do something like this? Someone instigated this. Did someone evil slip in, or was it intended to be a declaration of war? The reason that he said this was because the metal gate that once stood in front of the entrance as a form of security was completely destroyed and reduced to dust. Only bits and pieces remained. They had no idea who did this, and they had no idea what was their motive. Unfortunately, they were about to find out pretty soon, and not in the way they hoped they would. The next day, All Might was saving people as he was heading to UA. He couldn't help saving people when he knew they were in danger. It'll be bad if I'm late, but... All Might jumped high in the air in pursuit of a car. I've gotten slower. After I gave young Midoriya one for all, my powers have been weakening. On top of that, after forcing myself that time, the time I can spend in this form has gotten shorter than before. All Might thought as he caught the car that committed the hit and run and smashed the engine to prevent it from going anywhere else. Young Midoriya, please think carefully about what it means to have this power. If word gets out, it's clear that the world would be teeming with those trying to steal the power from you. This secret should be kept both to prevent chaos in society and for your sake. All Might said in his head as he thought about the safety of his successor and what dangers bearing one for all would bring to him. Even if he is a suitable vessel, he is still only a 15-year-old boy. I have to pull myself together. Someone's barricaded themselves in the neighboring town. As soon as he heard that, All Might blasted off once again to go resolve the issue. At UA High School, For today's hero basic training, it's turned into a class with 3 instructors, All Might and me, and 1 more person. 𝐬𝐬𝐽 revealed to the class as they wondered who the 3rd teacher could be. Turned into. I wonder if it is a special case. Izuku thought. Excuse me. What will we be doing? 𝐬𝐬 asked. 𝐬𝐬𝐽 held out a card that the word rescue in blue letters printed on it. Disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training. Rescue. Looks like it'll be a lot of work this time, too. Kaminari said. Right. Mina agreed with him. Idiot, this is the duty of a hero. My arms are ready to rumble. Kirishima said as he was fired up. No one can beat me in water. Tsuyu said as she too anticipated the rescue training. Hey, I'm not done. You can decide if you want to wear your costumes or not this time. Because there are probably costumes that limit your abilities too. 𝐬𝐬𝐽 said as he used a remote to make the numbered boxes that contain the students' costumes come out of the wall. The training will take place off campus, so we're taking a bus. That is all. Start getting ready. And with that, the students got up from their chairs and began to prepare to head to rescue training. Rescue training. What I've admired. Izuku thought as he remembered the video of All Might's debut. The one he watched countless times as a kid. He then clenched his right fist. It's training to get another step closer to being the greatest hero. I'll do my best. It's training to get another step closer to being the greatest hero. I'll do my best. Izuku thought, as he was currently standing outside the school building, wearing his hero costume. Hey Midoriya, they managed to fix your costume pretty quickly. Good for you. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 exclaimed, happy to know that his friend's hero costume wasn't permanently damaged or anything considering what happened during Izuku's fight with Bakugo. Yes. I have to admit, I was surprised myself to see how fast they managed to fix it. I thought it was going to take them much more time, but I guess it wasn't so damaged after all. Izuku replied. Okay, listen here everyone. There's a small change that has been made for today's training. I just got a phone call that All Might is busy with something, so he won't be able to attend the class. That's why we decided to make this a joint rescue training between Class 1A and Class 1B. 𝐬𝐬𝐽 said in his usual monotonic voice, a bit louder so that his students could hear him. Hearing this, the students were surprised as many of them never met Class 1B students. They wondered what caused this sudden change, yet excited to meet the students from 1B. That is right, and here we are. I'm the homeroom teacher of Class 1B 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, aka the BLD hero, Vlad King. Vlad King introduced himself as he was exiting the school's building, followed by his students. Vlad King was a very tall, wide-set man of a bulky, muscular build, with lightly tanned skin, a few visible scars showing on his left cheek and the left side of his notably thick neck. He had short pale gray hair which was spiked upwards, away from his face. The only exception to this was the small clump of hair which hangs down over the left of his forehead. His eyes were very small and thin, and he had a wide mouth with 2 prominent lower canines, which were visible even when his mouth was closed. His hero costume consisted of a dark red skin-tight suit with a very low U-shaped collar, which exposed the middle of his pectoral muscles and was lined with a thick black trim, which matched the ones over his shoulders. He wore white over-the-knee boots and thick vambraces over his lower arms, a thin wire snaking from one of the 2 small protrusions on the left one to the back of his neck, and red gloves. Around his waist, he had a 3-piece metallic belt which dips downwards in the center, and he wore an orange mask over his eyes. Izuku, 𝐻𝐼𝐻. Itsuka waved at them as she approached them. Nice costume you got there, Izuku and 𝐻𝐼𝐻. You went with your martial arts uniform. She deadpanned once she saw 𝐻𝐼𝐻's hero costume. Yes, that way, I'm representing the dojo and kendo sensei. He proudly exclaimed. I'm sure Grandpa would appreciate this, but, are you sure? Absolutely, this is the least I can do for kendo sensei. Moreover, I have to show everyone the spirit of youth. 𝐻𝐼𝐻 added, hoping to tease Itsuka, but was surprised to hear her laugh instead. I thought you hated when he imitated Kendo Sensei, so why are you laughing? Izuku questioned as he remembered well how many times Itsuka smacked 𝐻𝐼𝐻 for acting like Daisuke too. It's nothing. It's just that it's really been a long time since the last time the three of us were together. I missed you too. She explained, and both teens blushed, not expecting those words from 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽. Yeah, I missed the three of us being together. Anyways, your costume suits you too, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽. It looks good on you. Izuku replied, which made 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 the one to blush this time. For her hero costume, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 wore a turquoise knee-length 𝐒𝐵𝐵, over which she had a double-breasted corset, ending just below her breasts. She also sported black short breathes under the 𝐒𝐵𝐵. For accessories, she wore a loose brown utility belt around her hips, a satchel attached at the back, a thin black domino mask around her eyes, and white-heeled navy blue boots with wide vamps that reached down to her toes, filled in with white slips. Let's do our best today in the joint training and give it our all. Ojiro added, pumping up his two friends. Izuku, did you get taller? 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 asked as she finally noticed Izuku's new physique. She began comparing her height to his and quickly realized that Izuku grew taller than both her and Ojiro. Oh yeah, I did. I got a growth spurt a few months ago and was pretty surprised to see how much I grew. Must be also thanks to Mori-sensei's stretches. Izuku responded as he started to realize how much taller he has gotten compared to 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽. I have to thank All Might too for the diet he gave me during my training. Yeah, I mean you were the shortest one between the three of us. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 commented, still shocked by Izuku's new height. My mother said that I might reach my father's height soon. Izuku pointed out before 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 noticed something else. Izuku didn't only change physically, but mentally too. The way he talks, the way he stopped the panic yesterday, and how he's easily holding a conversation with them. He was more sociable than before. He really grew up, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 thought as she stared at him. I wonder how much he has changed. So, you're the famous Izuku Midoriya, the one who got first place in the practical exam. A voice full of jealousy and in a mocking tone said. Izuku turned around to face the voice's owner, who was a blonde boy from Class 1B. Don't think you're high and mighty just because you got first place, got it? That said blonde boy added, seemingly out of spite for the Sharingan user. Tenya heard this and immediately approached the. What do you mean by this? Midoriya is a very humble and modest person, who prioritizes the well-being of others before himself. He has the spirit of a true hero, and that's why he's our class representative. As his friend and classmate, I can't allow you to insult him like that. Tenya sternly said as he wasn't going to let someone disrespect his friend in front of him. I don't take it well either when people insult my friends. Ojiro added as he too was provoked by what the other blonde student said. So, you think just because the number one student is your class representative dash, the blonde kid tried to say something, but was cut off by a karate chop from 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽. What's wrong with him? Izuku asked, confused by this guy's attitude. If memory serves him right, Izuku was sure that he never offended this guy before, let alone met him. Sorry, that's 𝐬𝐻𝐼, he has a superiority complex. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 said with a sweat drop. However, I didn't know you were the class representative, Izuku. Yeah, well, things happened and before I even knew it, I became the class rep, Izuku replied with a sheepish smile. Amazing. I'm also the class representative of my class. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 excitedly said. She was happy that both her and Izuku were class rep of their own respective classes. Then I guess we both must do our best for our classes. Izuku exclaimed with his normal warm smile. But unbeknown to him, this was going to be the last time he smiles like that for a while. Let's go Class 1A and Class 1B, the buses are here. Vlad King shouted as each class went respectively to their buses. On the bus, I say whatever comes to mind. Midoriya. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 began as she turned to look at the green-haired cinnamon roll. Yes, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽. Call me 𝐬𝐮. She corrected him. My bad. Izuku apologized. Your quirk is like All Might's. 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽 bluntly pointed out, grabbing everyone's attention as silence filled the entire bus. Why you think so? But I'm. Izuku nervously stuttered as he was mentally panicking. Did she figure out my secret? Wait a sec, 𝐬𝐮𝐬𝐽, All Might's eyes don't turn red when he activates his quirk, and he can't copy fighting styles either. The only similarity is the strength boost. Kirishima explained, making his point, which seems to have cleared any suspicions for the moment. Phew! Izuku let out a sigh of relief. He thought that he got caught red-handed for a second there. Then Midoriya. Do you have 2 quirks? Momo asked as she too was interested in Izuku's quirk. Ever since UA started and the students got to see Izuku's quirk, they wondered what exactly was his quirk. This attracted the students' attention yet again, especially Todoroki and Bakugo, who silently stared at the Sharingan user. And no, it's only one quirk. My quirk is called Sharingan. I don't know much about it, but as far as what Recovery Girl said, it's a transformation-type quirk. When I activate it, my eyes change and enable me to read my opponent's movements and increase my perception. I can copy the moves I see, thus making me able to copy my opponent's fighting style. Other than that, it can increase my strength and speed. But if I overdo it, I end up injuring myself. Izuku was nervous once again, but he managed to lie. However, it seems like Todoroki wasn't fully convinced by this. All Might and I need to work on a better lie, Izuku thought. But it's nice to have a quirk that gives you so many abilities. You can do lots of flashy stuff. My hardening's strong against others, but unfortunately, it doesn't look like much. Kirishima said as sharp edges appeared on his left arm. Don't say that. I think it's really cool. It's a quirk that can definitely pass as a pros. Izuku reassured his classmate as he truly thought that Kirishima's quirk was pretty amazing. Pros, but you have to think about popularity as a hero too, you know. Kirishima replied with a frown. My naval laser is pro level in both flashiness and strength. Aoyama proudly pointed out. But it's not great that it gives you a stomachache. Mina said as she giggled at Aoyama's annoyed face. Well, if you're talking about flashy and strong, it's gotta be Todoroki, Midoriya and Bakugo, though huh? Kirishima said. Bakugo is always mad, so he doesn't seem like he'll be popular, though. Tsuyu said, which struck a nerve within Katsuki as it caused him to react. What the hell? You wanna fight? Bakugo yelled as he stood up from his seat. See? Tsuyu said as she pointed at Bakugo, who just proved her point. We have not known each other for that long, so it's amazing that everyone already knows his personality is CRP steeped in sewage. Kaminari bluntly said. What's with that vocabulary, Bsterd? I'll kill you. Kaken's being teased. I never thought I would see this day come true. Wow, I guess that's UA for you. Izuku murmured to himself and chuckled. What a vulgar conversation. Momo said as she covered her mouth with her hand. But I like stuff like this too. Achiko replied cheerily. We're here. Stop messing around. Aizawa sternly said as the bus stopped. Yes, sir. When the class got off the bus, they were greeted by an interesting sight. Everyone, I have been waiting for you. Izuku smiled as he immediately went into fanboy mode once he saw who it was. It's the space hero, 13. The gentlemanly hero who has rescued tons of people from disasters. Oh, I love 13. She's my idol. Achiko said as she also was excited from seeing one of her favorite pro heroes. 13's costume consisted of a white space suit with a black helmet with white eyes. She also wore a pair of yellow boots. Let's go inside without delay, she exclaimed, before turning around and leading them to the facility. Look forward to working with you, the students of Class 1A and 1B said as they made their way inside the facility. When the students entered, they were amazed at what they saw. There were many different areas where different activities of rescue training can be performed. Wow, it looks like Universal Studios Japan. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, etc. It is a training ground that I made with different types of accidents and disasters. It's called the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. 13 said. It really is USJ. Class 1A and 1B thought. Let's see. Before we begin, let me say one thing. Or 2 or 3. Or 4. 5, 6, 7. The students' sweat dropped. It's increasing. Everyone, I'm sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole. I can SCK up anything and turn it to dust. 13 said as she explained her quirk. You've been able to use that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? Izuku asked. Yes, but it is a power that can easily kill others. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? Izuku looked at his hands as he knew what 13 is referring to. With the power of one for all, I can easily destroy buildings and kill people. So, in order for someone like me to become a hero, I must learn how to use that power to save people and control it. In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so that doesn't seem to be a problem at first glance. However, please do not forget that there are many quirks that can easily kill with one wrong step. With Izuku's and Vlad's physical fitness test, you found out about the possibility of your own hidden powers, and with All Might's person-to-person combat training, I think, you have experienced the danger of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You shall learn how to use your quirks to save people's lives. You do not have powers so you can harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that you have powers in order to help others. That is all. Thank you for listening. 13 finished her speech with a bow. It was now Izuku's turn to speak. All right then, first dash. But before he could say anything more, the various lights and electricity went off. And in the middle of the USJ, appeared a purple portal that was created by a being who made out of purple mist. Out of the portal came out a man with multiple hands around his body. Izuku widened his eyes at this. Gather together and don't move. 13. Protect the students. Fled. Yes, I know, I'll come with you. What's that? Kirishima asked as it seems like he has noticed something. Out of the portal came more figures, each looking unique thanks to their own personal quirks. Is this like the entrance exam, where the lesson has already started? Kirishima asked again, not fully understanding what was happening. Don't move. Izuku commanded as he put on his yellow goggles. Those are villains. Vlad King added as he got ready to fight too. Izuku looked at the portal, as more villains came out of the purple portal one by one. However, he was beyond shocked by the sight of the two huge villains he saw. They both had their brains exposed, scars all over their bodies, and a mouth that resembled a bird's beak. One of them had black skin while the other one had green skin and wings, and was also a bit shorter than the other one. Izuku then activated his Sharingan, prepared to battle too if needed. But what he saw with his Sharingan made his stomach drop. Something is not right. He thought as his body started to shake in fear. What Izuku saw was that the two huge villains' quirks' energies were a different color than the normal blue. It was purple, and it looked like someone mashed multiple quirks in there, judging by how the energy was being channeled. The whole site looked chaotic and their energies emitted a strange aura, an ominous aura that struck Izuku's heart with fear. Izuku-sensei. Those two villains in the back are dangerous. They have multiple quirks. I think they are the result of some experiment or something. Izuku panicked as he was confused by how those two villains had multiple quirks. The only quirk capable of being transferred is one for all, so what's going on here? Everyone was horrified when they heard what just came out of Izuku's mouth. Izuku's and Vlad's eyes widened as they knew that this was going to be a tough fight. 13. Eraserhead and Vlad King. The teacher's schedule we received the other day said that All Might was supposed to be here, not Vlad King. Kurogiri, a villain made of purple mist, pointed out as he and the rest of the villains wondered where the symbol of peace could be. The trespassing the other day was the work of these scumbags after all. Izuku quietly said to Vlad. Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing this whole crowd to All Might. The symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. I wonder if he'll come if we kill some kids. Tamura Shigaraki, the one who appears to be the leader, and the same man with the fake hands all around his body, said with absolute malice in his tone as he was annoyed by All Might's absence. Hearing this, Izuku clenched his fists as he started to get angry. What did he say? He will kill everyone here, just because he's annoyed that All Might isn't here. There's no way I will let him hurt my friends. Izuku said in his mind as he activated one for all full cowl at 8%. The scent of ozone quickly filled the air and green lightning began to swirl around him. He was ready to fight those villains and show them the error of their ways. He took one step before Izuku stopped him. Midoriya, stand back. Aizawa shouted, concerned about Izuku endangering himself. His hair floated up as he undid his scarf, ready to battle. But Aizawa-sensei, there's so many of them, not to mention the two huge villains at the back, and there's only two of you. I can at least take down these goons, to make things easier. Please, just let me help you. Izuku replied, worried about his teacher's safety. Midoriya, you're a good kid, getting concerned about your teachers and all. But take a moment and look behind you. Many of your fellow classmates are scared. They need someone like you right now. They need their class representative. Aizawa instructed him. The teacher knew well that when it comes to it, people like Izuku would jump into battle to protect their classmates. Yes, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku responded as he realized that Aizawa was right. One look at his peers' horrified expressions showed him how scared they were. Vlad, let's take care of the villains. Aizawa said in a commanding tone. Wait a second. Villains? There's no way they could get into a hero school. Kirishima exclaimed as he couldn't believe that a whole gang of villains showed up in UA. What about the trespasser sensors? Momo asked 13 as she thought that the security alarms should have went off. We have them, of course, but 13 trailed off as she too wondered why the alarms hadn't gone off yet. Did they only appear here or around the whole school? Either way, if the sensors are not responding, that means they have someone with a quirk that can do that. An isolated area separated from the main campus during a time when a class is supposed to be here. They might be fools, but they're not dumb. This surprise attack was carefully planned with some sort of goal in mind. Shoto Todoroki pointed out, as he intellectually deduced the situation. Izuku nodded his head. Yeah, you're right. They must have stolen a copy of today's class schedule during yesterday's press commotion. Izuku continued Todoroki's deduction. 13. Start the evacuation. Try calling the school. Make sure that they are safe. These villains even had something to counteract the sensors. It's possible someone with radio wave-type powers is interfering. Aizawa said as he turned his head towards Denki. Kaminari, you try contacting the school with your quirk, too. Aizawa ordered his student before heading off towards the villains with Vlad King. Sir. The blond boy replied as he placed his hand on a device located near his right ear. I'm leaving the safety of our students to you, 13. Vlad King said as 13 nodded her head. He then jumped down the stairs and moved himself towards the mob of villains. Shooting squad, let's go. One villain with holes in his fingertips said as they observed Aizawa and Vlad King descending towards them. Didn't our intel say it would just be 13 and All Might? Who are these two? A female villain with long gray hair floating upwards stated as she and the rest of the goons underestimated the teachers. I don't know. But if they think they can come at us from the font by themselves, then they're idiots. Another villain said as they got ready to kill the teachers. Aizawa responded by activating his quirk as his eyes turned BLD red and stared at all the villains in his line of sight. One of the villains tried to shoot from his fingertips but was confused as to why his quirk wasn't working. My quirk. The bullets won't come out. The other two villains experienced the same as their quirks weren't responding. Aizawa used this opportunity to grab two of them with his scarf and throw them against each other, effectively knocking them out cold. During that moment, Vlad King used his BLD to make a hardened fist and punched the third one, knocking him out cold too. Hero name, Vlad King Quirk, BLD Control. It allows him to freely manipulate his own BLD after it has left his body. He can also solidify the ejected BLD, allowing him to trap his opponent. Also, it appears that it allows him to go unaffected by levels of BLD loss that would normally be fatal to the average human. Idiot, he's Eraserhead. He can erase quirks just by looking at them. And the other is the BLD hero, Vlad King. Erase. Are you going to erase the quirks of heteromorphic type villains like us too? A large villain with multiple arms around his body said as he charged Aizawa. No, I can't. Aizawa said as he dodged his strike and punched him square in the face. But the skills of guys like you. Aizawa wrapped his scarf around the villain's leg as he dodged another punch from another villain and countered it with a kick. Are statistically more likely to manifest in close combat. Aizawa threw the villain that he wrapped around his scarf to Vlad King, who hardened his leg with his BLD, and kicked him, knocking him into a crowd of goons, taking them all out immediately. "So, I've taken measures against that," Aizawa said confidently as he and Vlad King easily manhandled the small fries. He's also strong in hand-to-hand combat, and since he's hiding his eyes with goggles, you can't tell whose quirk he's erasing. When he fights against a group, that makes it harder for them to work together, not to mention getting help from Vlad King is a great asset. They're basically covering for each other's weaknesses. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟 stated as he watched Aizawa and Vlad King manhandling his goons. "I see. I hate pro-heroes. The masses don't stand a chance against them," 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗟 said with a hint of annoyance in his voice and scratched his neck. "But Aizawa-sensei is even stronger than I thought, and the teamwork between him and Vlad King is incredible," Izuku said with a hint of amazement as he watched both teachers handle the mob of villains. "This is no time for analysis. Hurry up and take shelter." Tenya yelled towards Izuku, who nodded and ran back to where the rest of the students were heading. As they neared the exit, a purple mist appeared in front of them as it grew in size. "I won't let you," 𝗀𝗃𝗓𝗃 said as he blocked their path. "Damn it. I just blinked once and the guy who looks like the most trouble got away," Aizawa thought as he and Vlad King got surrounded by the mob of villains, preventing them to go anywhere else. "Nice to meet you. We are the League of Villains. It may be presumptuous of us, but we have invited ourselves into the home of heroes, UA High School, in order to have All Might, the symbol of peace, take his last breath," 𝗀𝗃𝗓𝗃 said, revealing to them their motive for being here. "They want to kill All Might," Izuku thought as his eyes narrowed. As much as it angered him, he wasn't going to let his emotions consume him again. He had to focus. The safety of his classmates was in his hands after all. "I believe All Might should have been here. Has there been some kind of change? Well, that is neither here nor there. This is the part 1M to play," 𝗀𝗃𝗓𝗃 said as he prepared to take out 13 and the students. "It seems like there's a metal piece floating in this mist guy. It must be his weakness," Izuku thought as he carefully observed the villain with his Sharingan. "However, I can't rush in blindly without knowing his quirk." 13 was about to use her black hole quirk but stopped as out of nowhere, Kirishima, Bakugo and 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 were in front of her as they charged 𝗀𝗃𝗓𝗃 head-on. Bakugo blasted him in the face with a loud explosion. "What are those three doing?" Izuku said as he wiped the smoke away from his face. "Did you consider that you'd got beaten by us before you did it?" Kirishima taunted 𝗀𝗃𝗓𝗃. He thought that the fight was over, but he was dead wrong. It was far from over. "Oh dear, that's dangerous." When the smoke completely cleared, 𝗀𝗃𝗓𝗃 was shown to not have a single scratch on him. "That's right. Even if you are students, you are excellent golden eggs," 𝗀𝗃𝗓𝗃 said as he praised the young students. "No. Move away, you three," 13 said as she tried to warn Kirishima, Bakugo and 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏. "My job is to scatter you all and torture you to death," 𝗀𝗃𝗓𝗃 yelled as he enveloped the entire class with his purple mist. "What's going on? I'm getting 𝗧𝗏𝗃𝗃 in," Izuku yelled as he tried to move, but the mist was just too much. Itsuka began to watch in horror as she saw both Izuku and Ojiro getting involved in that mist. "Izuku! Ojiro!" she cried out as she outstretched her hand in an attempt to reach them. However, the purple smoke created a portal which forced Izuku to go through it whether he wanted to or not and completely separated him from the group. "Itsuka! Run!" were Izuku's last words before he completely vanished. Conflagration Zone. The Conflagration Zone is an urban environment located to the southwest and constantly on fire. 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 came out of a portal and safely landed after hardening his body with his steel. He was still trying to process everything that just happened. After all, no one expected villains to attack UA. However, the smell of something burning snapped him out of his thoughts. He looked around him and realized where he was. "I'm in the Conflagration Zone." 𝗏𝗏𝗧𝗏𝗏 was a young man with quite long, chin-length, messy gray hair, and black eyes which were tilted dramatically inwards, each lined with a very thick, jagged, tan-colored substance, which were presumably his eyelashes. He doesn't appear to have any notable eyebrows, and, like Ijiro Kirishima, he had rows of sharp, pointed teeth. His hero costume consisted of a dark green jumpsuit, cut off just below his chest, with some small, silver-rimmed holes in the lower section of his baggy briefs and black boots with metal soles, heels, and front plating. He had steel straps over his shoulders and under his arms, made up of multiple pieces, which connected at a red oval in the center of his chest, with two thinner bands around his biceps and a small plate on either side of his waist. He wore a metal jaw guard around his face, similar to the one Ijiro wears, just thicker and not connected over his nose or around his chin, with the word Fei, which stands for iron in the periodic table, stamped on a plate on each side of his face. Tetsu. The steel teen heard his name being called by none other than his classmate, Yui Kodai. Kodai, you're here too. Tetsu exclaimed, surprised to see his classmate here. Yes, it seems like that mist villain scattered us in the different zones here. Yui replied, explaining the situation. I see. Then we must find the others immediately, he said as he was worried about his classmates. Yui nodded as she agreed with him. Yes, we need to find all the students who ended up here with us. And where do you think you're going? A sinister voice said. The two teens looked back and found a group of goons, ready to fight them. Yui noticed that they had fire quirks as one of the villains' hair was on fire, and it made sense to her for villains with fire quirks to be here. Those villains. They knew exactly what was in these facilities before they gathered people. Did they gather intel during yesterday's commotion? Yui murmured to herself as she realized how big of an advantage the villains had. Tetsu, we need to run away. They overwhelm us in numbers and their quirks work best here. I can't call myself a man if I run away. Tetsu shot back. Hearing this, one of the goons laughed, as if we'll let you escape that easily. Our job here is to kill you. The villain then dashed over the two teens and outstretched his hands to shoot fire at them. Kodai, stand back. Tetsu said as he stood in front of Yui and covered his body in steel. Once the villain stopped firing, he was surprised to see Tetsu still alive and with no scratch whatsoever. What the dash? The villain questioned in shock. Sorry to break it to you, but your fire is too weak for my steel. Tetsu replied as his eyes showed his resolve to protect his classmate. Name, Tetsu Quirk, steel. His body can become like steel. He can become the strongest spear or the strongest shield. Seeing this, Yui quickly came to another realization. If the villains sent someone like Tetsu in the conflagration zone despite his heat resistance, then this could only mean that the villains had no idea about their quirks. If they knew, they would have sent him to the shipwreck zone. Tetsu. Change of plans, we're going to fight them. Our advantage is that they have no idea about our quirks. Yui explained their current situation and Tetsu could only grin as he was ready to teach these assholes the errors of their way. Out of my way, losers. Tetsu shouted as he prepared to rush in with everything he had. Despite the villains' attempt to use their fire quirks and burn Tetsu, they couldn't stop him from bulldozing his way like a juggernaut. The man of steel snickered as he took half of them out. Yui opened her pouch and took a circular piece of metal before she threw it at the villains. Once Yui brought her fingertips together, the piece of metal then began to grow in size until it hit the remaining goons, taking them out effectively. Name, Yui Kodai Quirk, size. Yui's quirk grants her the ability to alter the size of non-living objects that she has interacted with. It appears to be activated by Yui touching her fingertips together. Her hero costume consisted of a simple red bodysuit with a white collar trim, a matching V pattern running over her chest and around her upper arms, which also included a short white skirt with a red design at the front, dipping so it follows the one in her chest. She wore plain vambraces as well as a hat which resembled the front of a baseball cap, colored red with white U-shaped lines around the sides, with a metal piece resembling a fin attached at the back of the strap around her head. She had a belt at her waist and straps around her shoulders, what appeared to be an oval-shaped gemstone set between them on her chest, each adorned with a small pouch containing the various nuts, bolts and all of the other small metal pieces she likes to use with her quirk. Let's go. We need to get out of here before they wake up again. Yui commented, and 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗟 was about to follow her, until he heard the voice of one of the goons they just defeated. "You think you kids will be able to get away?" he weakly said before he chuckled. "Just wait until our boss, Salamander, finds you. His flames are stronger than any of us, and he'll make sure to burn you all to death." The villain then began laughing with a hint of malice, but 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗟 punched him and put him out of commission. He was tired of his rambling. "Let's go," 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗟 said as he had a bad feeling about this. Meanwhile, Toru was also sent to the conflagration zone. After processing everything that just happened, she decided that it would be best to find a place to hide until all this madness ends. She was too afraid, and things were getting worse by the second. She quickly ran in the streets and took a left after a tall building, but stopped once she spotted a big group of villains. "They're here," she whispered with a hint of panic. However, she calmed down a bit once she remembered that she was invisible and that the villains shouldn't be able to see her. "It appears they're discussing something important," she whispered as she carefully observed them. She couldn't hear exactly what they were saying because of how far she was, but she was hesitant to get closer. "What should I do?" she asked herself. As much as she wanted to help her classmates and be useful, she was also terrified of the villains. She clenched her fists and steeled her resolve. At the very least, she was going to gather information. Toru then approached the group of villains while making sure not to make any noise. Once the distance grew shorter, she was finally able to hear the conversation. "Are you sure that this Shigaraki kid would be able to kill All Might? I mean, how can I say this? He doesn't seem to me like a proper leader," one of the villains said, and a few nodded in agreement. "I know," a tall and muscular man replied. Toru noted that he must be the leader of that group and noticed that he had a salamander tattoo on his neck. Not only that, but for some reason he was igniting his right hand's fingers with fire, one after the other. "Then why are we here, Salamander?" The villain identified as Salamander sighed, and smoke could be seen coming out of his mouth. "Because I'm placing my bets on the two monsters." "You mean the Nomus?" a villain asked. "They are the strongest human weapons ever created. They were created by the king of underground and darkness himself," Salamander explained. "You don't mean?" "Yes, they have multiple quirks too." "I see. So Shigaraki is just a brat and nothing else." "A brat?" Salamander scoffed. "He's just a rat that he probably found in a dirty alleyway or something. And I think there's also another rat that has been overhearing us for a while now," he said before firing a fireball at Toru. Toru screamed in panic but managed to dodge the fireball by jumping away. She opened her eyes and tried to get up, but Salamander grabbed her by her throat. Toru then tried to break free of his grip, but her attempts proved to be pointless. "We found our first prey, men," he said before he threw her towards his men. Toru immediately began to cough while holding her sore throat. "Tell me, little one, where are your friends? I sent my men over a little while ago and they haven't come back yet, so I assume your friends defeated them." How did you find me?" Toru asked with a hint of fear in her voice. "That's simple. I sensed the amount of oxygen dropping where you were hiding, thanks to my quirk. Now answer my question, where are your friends?" he said with more authority. "I don't can dash," she began but was interrupted by a fireball that was fired right next to her. "You know what I hate most in this world? It's lying. I know that there's no way a weakling like you could have ever defeated my men. So, I'll ask one more time. Where are your friends?" he asked with a very cold voice and outstretched his hand, preparing to shoot a fireball and burn Toru to death. Seeing this, Toru began to shake in fear and cry as her life began to flash in front of her. This is it. She was going to die. But she didn't want to die here. She didn't want to die now. "I see. Then die," Salamander coldly said with indifference, but instead of aiming at Toru, he aimed at 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗟, who hardened his body with his steel and ♯. Toru then opened her eyes and saw 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗟, then her eyes drifted to a metallic object that slammed into Salamander's head. "Ag!" He let out a grunt in pain as he stammered. At that moment, a young man with short brown hair, spiked up at odd angles on his head, grabbed her and ran away from Salamander and his mob. Another thing to notice, was that the boy's eyes were also oval-shaped, along with his large pupils. Nice job, 𝐬𝗓𝗓. 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗘 praised his classmate. Thanks to Yui's plan, they managed to rescue Toru from danger. Thank you so much for saving me. Toru thanked 𝐻𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 as she was grateful to the three of them. Her eyes were still teary and she was still shaking in fear, but she was also relieved now, knowing that she has been saved. I won't let you get away. A villain shouted as he ran behind them, but slammed into an invisible wall. Seeing this, Toru was surprised, until 𝐻𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 spoke. That's my quirk, I can solidify air. Finally away from the villains, 𝐻𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 put her down. Name, 𝐻𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 quirk, solid air. 𝐻𝐭𝐡𝐴's quirk allows him to solidify any air he breathes out, allowing him to create invisible walls and/or platforms. The solidified air continues to stay afloat in midair, even if someone is standing on it. The size of the wall or platform depends on his lung capacity. His hero costume consisted of a simple light blue jacket, with pale breathes, a black shirt underneath, and he wore large brown boots with cylindrical shapes on the soles. Are you alright? 𝐻𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 asked, making sure that Toru wasn't injured or anything. I'm fine. I think I just scraped my knee and bruised my shoulder. She replied as she got hurt when Salamander threw her. Okay, stay here. We're going to take care of them. Out of my way, losers. 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗘 bulldozed his way again and took down a few villains, before Yui took down the rest of them with the last metal pieces she had. It's over now. You lost, so surrender yourself. Yui said to Salamander, who was the last man standing. However, the older man just scoffed. Please, do you really think that you kids have what it takes to defeat me? He then fired 3 fireballs towards Yui, to which the girl barely managed to dodge. Kodai! 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃 shouted in distress, concerned about her well-being. I'm okay, she said, but gasped as Salamander quickly appeared behind 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃 and grabbed him by his throat, after he dropped his guard earlier when Salamander shot his fireballs at Yui. Don't struggle if you want to live, brat, and if anyone tries something funny, I'll burn him to death. You coward! Why don't you release him and fight us without using cheap tricks? 𝐻𝐭𝐡𝐴 shot back in anger. TSK, you kids are really naive to think that a villain will play fair. Didn't you see how my steel completely blocked your pathetic flames, huh? 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃 mocked the villain as he still attempted to struggle. I said don't struggle, brat. The villain warned 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃 as he placed a hand on his forehead and activated his quirk, burning 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃's face. You really are an idiot. You don't understand, don't you? Even if your skin is made of metal and protecting you, what would you think would happen to the organs inside if I hold you like that and burn you with the full power of my flames? Yes, they'll melt. So, if you don't want me to roast your brain, stay still. He continued as he raised the temperature of his flames drastically. 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃 gasped in shock as he did indeed feel the heat reaching his brain. He never imagined that Salamander's flames could get this hot. He must have been holding back earlier. It didn't also help that he was almost out of iron. 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃 is almost out of iron. After fighting 3 mobs of villains without any rest, he's probably at his limits. At this rate, 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃 will be burned to death. Yui nervously thought as her neutral expression changed into a horrified one. I can feel it through my flames. They're heavily breathing. They're afraid because his fate is in my hands now. Salamander thought to himself. Salamander then looked at Toru and 𝐻𝐭𝐡𝐴 and decided to finish them first. He opened his mouth wide open. Salamander breath. He shouted as a big fireball attack started to come out of his mouth. 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃 didn't care though, he would gladly risk his life if it's to save his friends. He brought his hand to Salamander's mouth and stopped the villain before he could shoot the fireball at Toru and 𝐻𝐭𝐡𝐴. Salamander then freed 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃's throat from his grasp as he started to cough after the fireball was fired in his own mouth. However, he also started to raise the temperature of his flames in his hand, as he was going to turn 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃's brain into a crisp for pulling that stunt. Ah! 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃 screamed as the heat was unbearable. Instinctively, in the face of death, 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃 started to use every last bit of iron in his body to harden his forehead, pushing past his limits. 𝗧𝗜𝗧𝗟𝗃. Both 𝐻𝐭𝐡𝐴 and Toru cried out. They were concerned about him. Seeing this, Yui began to panic as she didn't know what to do. She didn't have anything to throw at Salamander. However, just then she got an idea. "It's a shame, but it's time for you to die, you shitty brat," Salamander pointed out, finally able to speak again before he got his by something in the back of his head. It was Yui's hat. "You little beach," he growled as he finally let go of 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧. 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 then fell on one knee, breathing heavily as most of his body was no longer hardened by his steel. His head felt terrible as the pain was ringing in his head. He was getting dizzy and he felt like he was going to pass out in any moment now. "𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧, are you all right?" 𝐀𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 asked. "I'm fine. If I go down after something like this, then I can't call myself a man," he shouted as he stood up again, despite the terrible headache he currently felt. He was ready to attack Salamander. Salamander then began to clap his hands. "I commend you for your tenacity, kid. I must say, you've proved yourself to be a real man. But for how long will you be able to keep that form?" 2 minutes. 1 minute. Salamander said as he was having fun tormenting the kids who took out his group. 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 groaned as his patience grew thin with this guy. "Since you're going to die anyway and I feel a little generous, I'll tell you more about my quirk. By creating a spark, I can manipulate the concentration of oxygen in the air. When attacking, I raise the density of the oxygen surrounding my target to a level at which it becomes volatile and creates narrow pathways of oxygen between myself and the victim through which I can direct the ensuing flash fire that blossoms from the spark my body produces. As a result, I can incinerate any number of enemies in the field while deftly avoiding any adjacent allies." The man explained, showing how strong his quirk is. Realizing how dangerous this villain is, 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 decided to everything he could to take him down as he was the only one who had a chance to do so. "Now die, kid," the man shouted before he fired a salamander breath at 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧, an attack that was strong enough to melt the asphalt. 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 was quickly engulfed in the flames as he made no attempt to dodge. He was barely able to stand on his feet after all. "𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧!" They all shouted, thinking that their friend was done for. However, the man of steel decided to endure whatever pain he was feeling right now and ran towards Salamander as fast as he can. It wasn't able to harden all of his body and the pain of his flesh burning was nothing short of painful. But still, he kept moving forward and launched himself towards Salamander. This time, however, he focused his quirk to harden his hand as strong as possible. "What? No. This cannot be," the man shouted in panic as 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 finally managed to get close to him. "Take that, you effer!" 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 shouted in rage. His hardened fist made contact with Salamander's face and managed to break a few of Salamander's teeth along with his nose, effectively knocking him out. His face became one ugly mess after that punch. Silence filled the area as the students managed to finally defeat Salamander. Everyone then sighed in relief before 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 spoke. "We did it. We defeated that bastard." 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 collapsed on the ground, unconscious. He was covered in blood and burns. His leg was badly burnt, probably suffering second-degree burns as well as his right arm. He was severely injured and needed medical attention. But they managed to take out all of the villains in the conflagration zone. 𝗀𝐻𝐶 then lifted 𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧𝗧 with the help of Yui. "Come on, let's go," 𝗀𝐻𝐶 said as they headed towards the zone's exit. Mountain Zone. Izuku came out of the portal and fell on the ground. That hurt. He stood up and quickly began looking around him. It didn't take him much time to figure out that he landed in the Mountain Zone. A warp? Is that his quirk? They want to kill All Might. What in the world is going on? Izuku thought, as many questions popped in his head, before getting interrupted by a familiar voice. "Midoriya, so you were sent here too?" Ojiro said, relieved that he found his friend. "Yes, I think that mist villain scattered us into small groups and each group must have landed in one of the rescue zones. We must find the others who were sent here and regroup." Ojiro nodded and the two teens began searching for their classmates. Both of them were anxious about this whole thing and wanted to quickly find them before it's too late. "You know, the villains made a great mistake to send us here together," Ojiro pointed out as he cracked his knuckles, ready for some action. He was sure that with him and Izuku they could easily take out the goons. They won't even know what hit them, but we can't underestimate the 3 villains who were at the center plaza, and more importantly the mist guy too. It seems like he can warp us anywhere. But for now, let's find the others. They're our priority right now. Izuku exclaimed, still worried about the 2 villains who looked like Frankenstein duplicates more than anything. You're right. Let's go check this way. 𝗀𝐼𝐻 replied, as he pointed to the direction where all the noise was coming from. Izuku and 𝗀𝐼𝐻 descended from a cliff and found Momo, Ibra and 𝐻𝐼𝐻 fighting villains. Izuku immediately activated one for all full cowl at 8%, along with his Sharingan before he and 𝗀𝐼𝐻 jumped into action. Izuku leaped into the air and flipped forward to deliver an axe kick to the back of a villain's head, knocking him out effectively. Manchester Smash. He was followed by 𝗀𝐼𝐻 who spun and swung his tail, knocking down another villain. Both of them making quite a big entrance. Midoriya. 𝗀𝐻, you're both here. Momo said with a hint of relief. She was glad that 2 of her classmates came to help. Momo's hero costume consisted of a high-collared, sleeveless crimson leotard with silver lines at her waist and around her arms, which was open to expose her skin from her neck to just below her navel. She sported calf-length crimson boots with heels, which dip sharply down in the center, and 2 gold utility belts around her waist, another, thinner one around the top portion of her chest, below her shoulders. The design choice allowed her to create items from as many points in her body as possible, as her quirk can only be used if her skin is exposed. I'm glad you guys are okay. Izuku exclaimed, happy to know that his peers were fine. I see. So, that's Midoriya who I've been hearing about. The guy who got first place in the practical exam. 𝗻𝐻 figured out who Izuku was as he observed the Sharingan user and analyzed him. Cool, seems like a badass to me. He added with a smirk. 𝗻𝐻 had long black hair, spiked upwards and backward to his left, and rounded gray eyes, tilted inwards. He wore a wide, striped patterned headband around his forehead, pulled down quite low, to keep his hair out of his eyes. His hero costume consisted of a burgundy, baggy, full bodysuit, its collar passing his chin. He also wore shoulder pads and a bag on his belt in which he kept various items, including blocks of wood and metal to aid his quirk. I'm glad that he punished the sinners. Ibra simply replied. Ibra was a girl of medium height with green, thorn-covered vines for hair, one set wrapped around her forehead a couple of times. Because of her quirk, she can grow them at will, but she likes to keep her vines at a reasonably manageable length, just above her waist. Her eyes are squinted and dark green with long lower eyelashes. Her hero costume consisted of a plain white robe and black knee-high boots. Guys, I know the mist villain's weakness. If we manage to defeat the villains who are here, we'll be able to tell the others about it. Then we can escape and call for support. Izuku told them his next move. The students were all surprised to hear that Izuku has already figured out Kuroji's weakness. They were definitely impressed by his analytical skills. Also, Yaoyorozu, can you make me a metallic staff like the one you have? Sure. Momo replied as she proceeded to create a staff out of her arm. Thanks, I wanted the support department to add one for my hero costume, but I forgot to add it in my application. Izuku took his staff from Momo. But isn't it too dangerous to fight the villains? 𝗻𝐻 pointed out. He wasn't sure if they had what it takes to beat these villains. After all, they were still freshmen. Don't worry, these guys won't cause us any trouble, we can take them out. If you don't want to fight, that's okay, I'll protect you. However, I don't think we have a choice anyway. It's either fight or get killed because they won't hesitate to kill you, so we got to protect ourselves. Izuku went over their current situation, making them understand that now wasn't the time to hesitate. But before anyone could add anything, they heard the sound of footsteps coming towards them. Look over there. There are 5 kids. We can easily kill those 3 boys and have fun with the 2 girls. A villain said, as he had a lewd expression on his face. Today seems our day, we get to kill All Might and have some fun. The other villain added. Look, that girl with a ponytail in the back. Her body is screaming RP, means her hero costume isn't leaving much for imagination. Another villain added. He liked his lips, as if he was a predator who has found his prey. The 5 students gave them a look of utter disgust at how disgusting those villains were. Like I'll let you. Izuku yelled as he jumped and smacked the villain on his head with the staff. He then saw another villain closing in from the corner of his eyes and kicked him in the head without losing his momentum. The other villain, who looked like a crocodile more than a human, tried to close in on Izuku and attack him, but a white blur quickly came in front of him. It was 𝗀𝗡𝗀, who punched the villain in the guts, knocking the air out of his lungs, before finishing him with a roundhouse kick, knocking him out. 𝗀𝗡𝗧 then proceeded to use his quirk to glue the knocked-down villains to the ground. At least this way we'll be sure that they won't move anymore. Name: Yosetsu 𝗀𝗡𝗧's quirk, Welt. He can fuse objects at an atomic level, although he needs to be touching both objects in order to fuse them. His quirk is effective on both organic and inorganic material. A villain with a camouflage quirk tried to sneak up on 𝗀𝗡𝗀, but was immediately wrapped up in Ibara's vines. She then used her vines to slam him into another villain. Name: Ibara Shiozaki Quirk, Vines. Ibara's quirk gives her hair-like vines that grow on her head. She can lengthen and manipulate the vines, allowing her to attack, defend, and grapple. She also can detach them at will. The vines will grow back, provided her head receives proper sunlight and water. Honestly, with Izuku and 𝗀𝗡𝗀 at the front, 𝗀𝗡𝗧 gluing the villains together, immobilizing them, and Ibara and Momo providing support with Momo's cannon and Ibara's vines. They made quick work of the villains. Midoriya, you were right, these villains are just minions, we totally kicked their butts. 𝗀𝗡𝗧 excitedly shouted, much to the girl's annoyance at his vulgar language. However, there was still a villain left, one who had a lightning-type quirk. He was hiding, waiting for the moment they would drop their guard. And once they defeated his comrades, he made himself known and appeared from behind Izuku, hoping to take him hostage. Midoriya watched dash. The 4 students tried to warn Izuku, but they were cut off once Izuku hit the villain in his stomach with his staff, then straight in the face, without turning back to face him, knocking him out easily. His skills at fighting with a staff are even more incredible than mine. Momo thought, clearly in awe at Izuku's skills. Holy SHT Midoriya. How did you do that? You were like that guy Goku from Dragon Ball, when he unlocked Ultra Instinct. It was amazing. 𝗀𝗡𝗧 excitedly said. He, too, was impressed by Izuku's display of strength as it was nothing short of amazing. Well, I just trained at a weapon arts dojo and my sensei didn't go easy on me. Izuku said and smiled sheepishly. He remembered those times 𝗀𝗀𝗀𝗀 would smack him with a staff on his head while he was wearing a BLNDFLD. Despite his sadistic ways, it really did benefit him as not only can he react to the attacks he can see, but also to the ones he cannot see. Everyone, let's go now to the USJ entrance to help the others defeat that mist villain. Momo said, now that they have defeated all the villains in the mountain zone. Wait, I want to go to the central plaza first. I want to check if our teachers are okay. Izuku objected. He was worried ever since he saw those 2 villains' Quirks' energies, and something was telling him that his teachers might be in trouble. All Might had told him that maybe his energy became Saiyan because One for All evolved or something, and had finally settled in his body. However, it seemed like his theory wasn't completely true, given that there were other reasons for a quirk energy to change colors. But Midoriya, the main villains are there, they are not like these minions. We'll be getting ourselves in danger and possibly killed. Let's leave it to the pros and focus on saving our classmates. 𝗀𝗡𝗀𝗀 interjected, trying to reason with his friend. Sure, he felt confident defeating any of those small fries any day, but the villains at the plaza were on a whole other level. One that UA can't prepare you to face in a single week. Heck, even Izuku said earlier not to engage them, so what was he thinking now? He's right, our teachers will punish the sinners. It's dangerous for us to go. Ibara agreed with 𝗀𝗡𝗀𝗀. I know, but there are 2 villains who have multiple quirks there. Something is fishy, and I think it's bigger than either of our teachers. I mean, think about it, they want to kill All Might. Surely, they didn't plan an attack like this just to lose to a bunch of students and 2 pro heroes. Izuku argued, worried about how strong those monsters could be. And besides, I'm sure our classmates can easily take on these goons too. The real danger is out there and we're close to them. We can reach them. We can go and see how they're doing, but we can't intervene. Momo replied, thinking that a little look won't do them any harm. However, she would soon realize that this was a big mistake. Well, if you put it that way, I guess we can. 𝐻𝐿 nervously replied, still hesitant about this whole thing. In the end, everyone agreed and Izuku was glad that he'll get the chance to check on his teachers. Central Plaza. When Izuku and his friends arrived, they discovered that Izuku's deduction was unfortunately on the spot. Vlad King was lying in a pool of his blood, unconscious, while Aizawa was yelling in pain as his right shoulder was being dislocated by the big black monster. Seeing this, the students felt shivers being sent down their spines. They were consumed by their fear. Izuku tightened his fists in anger. He wanted to go save his teachers, but he couldn't risk endangering his friends. It set him off seeing how useless he was right now. He looked at them and it was obvious that they were terrified. In the end, he decided to keep hiding with them and not blow their cover. However, much to their surprise, the purple mist villain, 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, suddenly appeared besides Tamura. Tamura Shigaraki, 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 called, getting said man's attention. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫, did you kill 13? I put 13 out of action, but there were students that I was unable to disperse, and one of them was able to run away. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 pointed out, referring to Tenya, who was able to escape the USJ and call for help from the pros. Huh. Tamura began to angrily scratch his neck. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫. If you weren't a warp gate and our ride out of here, I would have crushed you to pieces. Tamura said with a hint of anger. He was set off as he realized that the pros were soon coming for backup. It just made their situation a lot more complicated. The hiding students, however, were happy to hear this. This means that backup is on their way. Izuku happily thought, as now the situation has turned to their favor. There was still hope. Tamura sighed as he stopped scratching his neck. We can't win against dozens of pros. It is game over. Let's go home. Wow, our classmates were really able to defeat that mist villain and call for backup. Momo commented, happy to know that she has such powerful classmates. Did he say they're going home? Is this really the end? 𝐻𝐿 asked, hoping for the best. That's what I heard them saying. 𝐼𝐵 replied as everyone was starting to relax and smile, now that the villains were leaving. Izuku, however, didn't buy it. Izuku felt that something was fishy, so he kept his Sharingan activated just in case. After all of this, they're going home. Just like that? No, something's wrong. Izuku thought. Shigaraki turned his head a little. Oh yeah. Before we leave, let's smash some of his pride. In the blink of an eye, Tamura ran towards the 5 hiding students at transonic speeds, with his hand aimed straight for Momo's face. Izuku could only watch this in fear as he was only able to track Shigaraki's speed thanks to his Sharingan. However, he had no idea if he was going to reach Momo before Shigaraki does. As the symbol of peace, Shigaraki continued with pure malice in his voice. Music, my hero. Academia OS, just another hero. However, as he was stretching his arm to decay Momo's face, Izuku appeared in a flash. Detroit Smash. Izuku shouted before punching Tamura right in the face, sending him flying a couple of meters away. Shigaraki didn't even know what hit him, and soon he hit the ground head first with a loud thud and lost consciousness. Shigaraki. 𝐾𝐮𝐭𝐡𝐨𝐫 called out his MSDR's name. Seeing their collapsed MSDR's form, the monster duo went to check on him and totally ignored the kids. Speaking of them, the other 4 students were all stunned by Izuku's speed. None of them were able to see him moving. However, once they snapped out of their gaze, they realized what kind of trouble they were in now. Their presence was made known and there was no telling what was going to happen to them now. Izuku felt a little pain in his hand, the same one he used to punch Shigaraki. I lost control and went to 15% for a second there, but if I hadn't done that, he would have probably hurt Momo. Izuku then looked and noticed that the 2 huge villains were going towards their unconscious and this is our chance. He looked at his panicked friends. They were too terrified to even move. Think, Izuku, think. What should I do now? What would All Might do? He said in his head, but quickly got his answer. Izuku stood tall in front of his classmates, shielding them. Everything is fine now. But because I'm here. Izuku said with a smile, trying his best to imitate his mentor. This immediately succeeded in calming down his friends and reassuring them that everything was going to be all right. Everyone, let's go save Izawa Sensei and Vlad Sensei and get out of here. Izuku shouted as his eyes were burning with determination. His intimidating Sharingan was doing an excellent job showing his conviction and sheer will, as well as freeze Kurogiri in his place, who was already panicking as he had no idea what to do now. However, they didn't know that the battle had just started.